grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football, and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Off and running on a Friday morning. Good time edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Here we go. Coming up, a recap of Thursday Night Football as the Bills handle their business against the Jets. We'll take a look at the games we like this weekend in the NFL and college football. Show parlay coming your way. Double D, up to no good, as always. We'll see what he's cooking up. It's all coming your way in the next 3 hours. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Good morning, Chelsea.
Yeah, good morning. I feel like it should be good vibes on a Friday, but I feel like there's like some lingering anxious energy just from watching the Dolphins game. Like the bad vibes were contagious. So like we got to shake that off because like after watching Mike McDaniel do sideline interviews, like, oh my God, I think he thinks he's going to get fired during this game. So Jenks, we got to clear it. It is a feel-good Friday or whatever you say.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. I'm pumped. I don't know how many games I handicapped yesterday. But I felt like I was in Vegas when we were doing March Madness a couple years ago because I think I probably handicapped every game in the NFL and all of our college football games in the rundown. And I'm like, my head's going to explode. I'm handicapped out. Tonight, the only bet I'm making is over-under on 4 martinis, and it's juice to the over. That's it, but I'm ready to go. That's weekend edition. We're almost there.
So you're not making any bets? What?
No, I'm not making any bets Saturday, Sunday. Tonight, yeah.
Oh.
I'm just saying.
So you only have bets for tonight? Okay.
Yes. Well, I mean, I handicapped every game in the NFL and then the big games in college football. And I was like, okay, after this, I'm taking a break for like 24 hours. But there's so many games on the schedule and some really good games on the schedule. I'm really pumped. And also, it's a Saturday Junior. Come on.
Saturday Junior. All right, we got to stop with this. Everything is a junior or a senior. And it's like, it takes a second for your brain to like process it. It's like when there is a college player who is like somebody senior. And you're like, okay, like, is there already a junior where there would be confusion? Like, how old is your son? Do you even have a son?
I know, it's so ridiculous. I can't even keep up either. Man, but I'm ready to go. Also, I will say, I was really excited about my card yesterday. I was excited about our bets in last night's game. They weren't great, but I really love the plays. Sometimes that's just the way it goes.
Yeah, the handicaps were solid. Like, so let's get into our bets last night because I need to clear those bad vibes as well. All right, so I knew that Devon Achane was going to get a lot of targets in this game, and he did. And Jenks, the first drive of the game, he started off with a 15-yard catch. You're like, all right, we're cruising
Let's
here.
go.
He's definitely going to get this. But then Tua started throwing him passes behind the line of scrimmage. So I have never in my years of handicapping put this into my handicap, the fact that, oh, Tua might throw it so poorly that there will be negative yards receiving for this receiver. But that was the case for Devon Achane. Like, it was wild to me. So he got all these targets. And he had all these catches, 7 catches for 29 yards.
Oh, man.
What type of numbers are we putting up here? So, again, I feel like the handicap was right. Usually when you get, like, those type of catches, you're going to get over 37.5 yards. But he didn't. He finished with 29. And then, how about this one?
Oh.
James Cook, 50-plus rush yards. Tyreek Hill, 50-plus receiving yards. So, James Cook kept up his side of the bargain, had 108 yards rushing. I should have just played that one by itself. And Tyreek Hill finished with 49 yards. Jenks, he caught that touchdown pass, and I, like, checked the box score. I was like, 49? Are you kidding me?
Oh, my
and
God.
Jake was like, Chelsea, there's still 12 minutes left in the game. Did he have a single catch for the rest of the game? No, he did not. So a couple of losses, and really frustrating ones at that.
Yeah, I was on that Tyreek Hill prop, but I added the Aces money line. Take it on the Storm last night in the WNBA, and the Aces survived. But, again, Tyreek Hill, 49 instead of 50 yards, so that was a loss. 0-2 on my football picks, but baseball was there to save the day, or at least salvage the day. 2-1 on my baseball picks, so a 2-3 night overall. The Donkster leading us this week. He had Marlins Rockies over 10 and a hook. Marlins win 9-7. So for the week, Chelsea, you are 3-4. I am 6-2, and the Donkster by a nose. 3-1 here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you with us on this Friday morning good time edition. So let's talk about last night's game. The Bills downing the Dolphins 31-21. The Dolphins getting 12.5 points. We talked about how those double-digit spreads in the NFL are really tough to bet. Dolphins cover. Bills win on the money line minus 100 or 900, and total set at 49 and a hook. The over hits. Josh Allen doing MVP things, including this.
Off the fake, rolling. He can run if he has to. Instead, he flips it for the touchdown. He hits Jackson Hawes.
That's from Amazon Prime. A flip pass to Hawes in the second quarter. Bills on top 14-7. Fourth quarter we go. Game knotted at 21, and Allen strikes again.
Outside to Shakir. Inside the 10. Shakir all the way in.
Allen, 22 of 28, 213 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Bills on top by 7, just more than 3 minutes to play. Dolphins driving, a chance to tie, and we all saw it. To a brutal pick to Terrell Bernard, who said after the game he recognized this play from film study, jumped the route, and that was it. The Bills continue their undefeated start, again, 31-21 in Buffalo. And I don't want to say the Bills survived because it looked like they still had a hold on this game, but clearly they're the better team here, and the Dolphins just can't quite get right.
It's wild to me that this game was tied in the fourth quarter because this game never felt close, and I don't think there was ever a question who was going to win this game because, again, the body language was so terrible. Like, they kept talking to Mike McDaniel. He looked like he was losing by 30. And then you see Tua, and I had secondhand anxiety watching him. I have never seen a more nervous passer in my life. This was reminiscent of Sam Darnold back when he was seeing ghosts. Like, Tua kept looking over his shoulder, and then he had these happy feet. And here's the thing. Like, I heard this before the game, and, like, I had seen little flashes of it, but last night was a ringing endorsement of it. If Tua does not have his first option open, he absolutely panics. Like, he just cannot go to his second read. And we saw that all night long where, you know, they scored some touchdowns. I'll give them credit for that. But it never felt like they were in this game. And then you look at Josh Allen, and who is the picture of, like, poise and calmness. And, you know, when he throws the ball, he throws it with authority. And, you know, obviously he is the MVP of the league for that reason. But still, man, this game did not look nearly as close, like from the eye test, as it did in the box score.
No, it just always felt like Buffalo was in control, right? Even when it was tied, it was like, okay, sure, the game's tied, but Buffalo has this, and they sort of play with that sort of confidence. And the Dolphins, I don't want to say they were playing scared, but it's clear that their confidence has been shaken by how this season has started. And when you mentioned Tua, the Colts said this after week 1. They said, we know the book on Tua is if you take away his first read, he immediately sort of panics in the pocket and you can get to him and force him to make a mistake. And so a couple years ago when the Dolphins were gangbusters on offense, you know, it was a quick pass to Jalen Waddle or Tyreek Hill and they take off. He didn't have to worry about a second or third read. So I think that's part of it. Defenses have adjusted and taken away those reads and adjusted to McDaniel's system on offense. And then also, I have to wonder that having all those head injuries, how much that is a factor as well. Because Tua's done a lot of great work to get back on the field and stay in the pocket and play the game, whereas at one point it looked like maybe he wouldn't. But I have to think as well, he knows the longer he's in the pocket, the more likely it is he's going to take a big hit, and maybe that's a factor too.
Oh, absolutely. I think that definitely goes into it because he keeps looking over his shoulder.
Yeah.
Because we know a big hit could end his career and give him, like, life-altering consequences. So obviously he has a reason to be anxious. But if you're a Dolphins fan and this is the guy you paid $212 million, I'm not feeling great about this. Like, this is the guy you're tied to for now. And he looks nervous. He looks broken. And defenses have figured him out. So you have all these weapons on the offense that are extremely fast, and you don't have a quarterback who can take advantage of them.
It feels like that at some point, and they have an out in 2027, that they will move on from Tua because he has been a very good quarterback but it feels like now he's starting to regress a little bit. Like he hasn't had that steady improvement, or at least reached a plateau where he's at a certain level and you say, okay, this is who he is. Because the thought was, okay, he's had these setbacks as far as injuries, concussions are concerned, but certainly the talent is there. He's had some good years. You got to bring this guy in and lock him into this team for the foreseeable future. But it just looks like now he's just a nervous quarterback, and certainly with those weapons, you're going to have some success, but I feel like this was a two a game, which is all right. You'll throw a couple touchdowns because you have the weapons, but also you'll make a brutal mistake during the course of the game, and that's exactly what happened here.
Well, and also it's not great when like the two biggest leaders on your team seem very anxious. Like your quarterback seems anxious all the time. Mike McDaniel looked checked out of this game. Like I understand that's not his job, is to put on a happy face. But still, like, you look to your coach for motivation. Like, he's like the opposite of what Dan Campbell was. Like, when Dan Campbell was, like, motivating the troops, it's just like Mike McDaniel's like, yeah, we got to do better. I don't know what we're going to do in the second half.
Yeah.
And I get it. It's really tough to defend Josh Allen. That is a very tall task for a defense. But then you hear things about, like, last year in the culture, how they couldn't even make guys show up to team meetings on time. And he was fining the players, and they're just like, all right, take our money. We're still going to be late. So, like, there are real issues in Miami.
I mean, the picture of Mike McDaniel, just watching him, like, what's that famous tweet that came out, like, last year where he went from, like, I forget the exact wording, where it was he went from South Beach high roller to, like, Miami cocaine dealer in, like, the course of a couple seasons because he looks so different. I mean, he looks so depressed. In the locker room, he has to be like, okay, guys, find a buddy. Let's all pair up. So if anything bad happens tonight, you're going to have someone there to kind of help you. He seems totally lost. And I don't know if he's going to get fired here. I will say this. If the Dolphins had not been competitive in this game, because they were competitive, I felt like the Bills were in control. But the Dolphins were competitive. They were driving. It's not his fault that Tua just had this sort of brain-dead interception with 3 minutes to play. But they have to win in Week 4. They get 10 days off. And then they host the Jets. That is a winnable game. The Jets are So if they lose that game and they start 0-4, like, he's done.
Yeah, I think Mike McDaniel is getting fired. It's just a matter of when. So, like, it doesn't really matter. When it is, it's definitely happening in the next few games, it feels like. But maybe let's flip the vibes because, again, I feel like I'm getting, like, secondhand anxiety talking about this team. How about the Bills? Like, Josh Allen continues to roll. James Cook was really good in this game, which obviously we could tell by the matchup. The Dolphins were not good at defending the run in each of the first two games of the season. But, like, one little negative, like, nitpick. And this is nitpicking because the Bills are a very good team. The fact that you give up 21 points to the Dolphins, should we be worried about this defense in the perspective of, top-tier teams? Because, obviously, this is a good team with a good defense, I suppose. But like when you're talking about a team that wants to compete for a Super Bowl, is this defense going to be a problem?
I think a couple things. I think that the good news for the Bills is that any dub they can get right now is huge. And they have a very workable schedule coming up. They get 10 days off. They host the Saints, okay? Then it's the Patriots in Week 5, Falcons in Week 6. They could be undefeated going into next month. But I think that if you look at last night's defense in particular, Ed Oliver was out. He didn't play. Matt Milano was out. And they get a couple guys back from suspension after Week 6. So they're going to get better talent-wise and depth-wise as the season goes on. So I think the Bills' defense we see now, I don't think it's going to be a top 10 defense. But I think the unit we see on the field now is going to be pretty significantly different than the one that we saw last night. And so they're going to trend up, is what I'm saying.
I think so too, but again, I think we've had this problem in past years. Is that the Bills just aren't super deep on defense, so when they have these injuries, it really hurts them. And I feel like we've talked about Matt Milano being out before. He's a good player, and I feel like we've had games in the postseason where they're like, "Hey, Matt Milano's out." So I just worry about the Bills' depth because like you're gonna have injuries. It is a long season, and if you're already losing guys in September. Like, how do you think this injured list is going to go in January when they really need them the most?
Well, it's always, that's the roll of the dice for the Bills defense. And Milano in particular has been a very good linebacker for a long time in the NFL, but also has had a hard time staying healthy. So they're going to get those guys back. They're not out for the season, and these don't look to be serious injuries. But yes, that's always a question with Buffalo. Can they stay healthy? Because they can't just rotate pieces in. Their starters have to be in there and ready to go. But if they are, then the potential is for them to be much better than we saw last night. And listen, the Dolphins do have talent on offense.
Yeah, they do. But throwing behind the line of scrimmage, I was screaming at the TV. Like, this is something like NC State football would do, or a high school team. At least throw it to the guy so he can get positive yardage. All right, we got to flip it, Jenks. Good vibes.
49 yards for Waddle. Or not Waddle, Tyreek Hill. We needed 50. Come on. Coming up on the show, we will start our trek around the NFL, including a blockbuster matchup. Jake Browning and the Bengals, Carson Wentz and the Vikings. That and more next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Friday morning good time edition. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. Coming up, the Eagles return to Philly with a feisty Rams team waiting to take them down. We'll go across the NFL, take an early look at the early slate on Sunday. So when I was handicapping yesterday, we all know about Derek Stingley Jr., right? Great corner for the Texans. Mm-hmm. And I remember, and I was like, I think I have this right. So I did a little research to make sure I was right because this is an old school reference, but he's the grandson of Darryl Stingley. And Darryl Stingley, very famously, played for the Patriots in 1971 and was paralyzed for life in an NFL game. So I did a little research on this because I was like, I think I have this right, and he was. So he was a very good receiver coming out of Purdue. He goes across the middle as the Patriots are taking on the Raiders and takes an absolutely brutal hit from Jack Tatum of Oakland at the time, and it paralyzed him for life, paralyzed from the waist down. So the reason why I mentioned this, I know it's a downer story, but I was reading more about this. I thought it was fascinating. So they send Darryl Stingley to the hospital, and when he's there, he has one visitor. There's only one man that came to see him, and it was not a member of the Patriots. So this man called the Patriots and said, hey, before you leave, before you get on that plane to go back home, you need to get here and support your guy. And you know who that man was? It was John Madden, coach of the Raiders at the time. And they forged a lifelong friendship because of that moment. So I thought, I mean, it's an awful story, but, you know, Darryl did recover, you know, somewhat, and he and John Madden were fast friends until the end of Singletary's life, or Stingley's life, which I thought was pretty amazing.
Jenks, don't tell emotional stories.
It's a great story, though.
2 a.m.
I know.
But, like, I wasn't emotionally prepared for it. Do you ever, like, read about a story when you're, like, in the checkout line or something? Like,
yeah.
I can't be crying.
I know.
I don't know. Like, that's so nice. And especially, like, with the contrast of, like, you know, football is such a masculine sport. Mm-hmm. So when you hear about, like, these emotionally, like, you know, connected stories about guys being, like, best friends and, like, doing these great things for each other, I don't know. Just makes me emotional.
I know. I read that too, and I was like, oh my God, that is incredible. And also when, of course, after John Madden passed, there were all these tributes that came in, but it's a little inkling into the type of person he was and why he was so revered, not just because of his personality, his football knowledge, but because of these personal relationships. And I thought, of course, it was John Madden, the coach of the opposing team, who was like, I got to go check on this guy. So I kind of love that. When you look at Madden, when you look at Stingley and that history there, the fact that, of course, it was a traumatic event, but also there was something really special about how that ended up in the end.
Right, and it just shows that, like, you can be competitors on the field, but, like, you still respect each other, you know, as competitors, and you can still do that. And it's the ultimate sign of, like, sportsmanship. Aren't we, like, trying to be enforcing that these days, where it's like, NFL's gonna write sportsmanship on the field. Jalen Carter just spit on somebody's face. So, like, there are still examples of people who show sportsmanship. I know this was a long time ago, but, like, if John Madden can do it, like, you guys can do it. You know, he was coaching for the other team.
Yeah, incredible. Set the bar and continues to be a legend to this day, and for reasons like that. Well, will we have some legendary picks in the NFL at BetMGM? Let's find out, Chelsea, and look at the early slate here. All right, what do we got? Packers, Browns, Bengals, Vikings, Steelers, Patriots, Rams, Eagles. Week 3 in 2025 in the National Football League was highlighted by a quarterback battle for the ages. Jake Browning of the Bengals and Carson Wentz of the Vikings prepared to put on a show featuring 1 touchdown and 12 interceptions. How do you feel about this game? Let's talk about this game. We can talk about whichever ones we want, but you got Bengals-Vikings in Minneapolis, and Minnesota is a 3-point favorite. Total is 41.5. I think I would actually go with Minnesota here just based on the defense.
One would think, right? But this line's only 3. So I do think that the Bengals can maybe keep it close here. I do have my doubts about their defense. Still, I know they looked a little bit better, but I'll say this about Jake Browning. He at least knows the offense. He's thrown to these guys a ton. And they do have some really good weapons that feel unguardable when you're talking about guys like Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and company. But for Carson Wentz, like, what do we expect here? Like, it's wild, the array of outcomes, because, like, Carson Wentz is a journeyman for a reason at this juncture in his career, but also he's a veteran quarterback. Like, usually an angle that I think we talk about in betting is backup quarterbacks and how much the spread changes. And if it's a veteran guy who at least knows the cadences and how to run an offense, sometimes you can get some value there. But these are two backup quarterbacks. So I'm not sure what way to spin this one. Maybe you look at a total, but I don't really trust this Bengals defense to keep things together. If there's ever a spot for Carson Wentz to maybe like put up some points, it's against this defense.
Yeah, I kind of feel that way as well. I mean, a Brian Flores defense is very difficult to prepare for, but there is too much variance here. Like, I feel like as much as I think the Vikings are the right side, Jake Browning has had more starting experience over the past few years than Carson Wentz just because Joe Burrow has been so banged up. What's that? Yeah.
With that team, too.
With that team, right.
Offense.
He hasn't bounced around, so at least he knows the offense. He has that as much of a rapport as you can have with a team as a backup quarterback. So that maybe is your sabotage factor there. So I would probably lean Vikings, but not going to play it. I will say this. The Browns are hosting the Packers in Cleveland, and the Packers are laying 8. And I feel like this is a really good spot to jump in on the Browns, which I know sounds crazy. It's not so much about Cleveland so much as it is I feel like the market has gotten way too hot on the Packers. Like 8 points against a Browns defense, which is really, really good, which could keep this sort of close, I think is too many. And also, aren't the Packers now, haven't they overtaken the Eagles as the favorites to win the NFC? So they're still a really good team, but I think we need to pump the brakes a little bit, and this line reflects how everyone is just all over Green Bay. I'd be on the Browns here.
I don't know if I'm as brave as you are in taking the points. And I will say this. You have had the stones to play the Browns before in the first game this season against the Bengals, and I cover that number. But the Packers do look like a more complete team. But I will say this. If you want to do like a soft fade maybe of Green Bay, you go with the under here. However, it's not going to make the card for me because 41.5 just makes me too nervous. Like, because, you know, it can be a defensive showdown, and this one can still go over the number 41.5. Like, you're playing the number at the end of the day, but look at both these defenses. Like, I think Green Bay is going to have some problems, you know, with this defensive line of Cleveland. Myles Garrett obviously is an absolute beast. And then you look at Green Bay, which, you know, Micah Parsons, Rashawn Gary, all of these pieces. So I do think it's going to be a low-scoring affair, and that goes into the handicap for Cleveland as well. If you think points are going to be at a premium, you would take the 8.5.
Yes, I totally agree, and I kind of feel that that's going to be the case here. You look at these two defenses, and a low total, 8 is a lot of points, sort of points you in that direction. So maybe I'll add that to the card, but I like Cleveland a lot this week. Steelers and Patriots. Steelers laying 1.5 points on the road. I kind of think the Patriots outright here might be the play. Drake May, I don't know if you saw some of the throws he was making last week against Miami, but he is really rounding into the franchise quarterback that the Patriots want him to be. And some of those throws were just world class, and you can see it happen. You can see it coming together. Also, with the Steelers, you know, Aaron Rodgers is not what he used to be. Patriots are at home. I think I'd take New England on the money line here.
I can't believe what we've seen from this Pittsburgh defense, right? Like, would you imagine that the first 2 games of the season that Pittsburgh would combine to give up 63 points over their first 2 games? Like, that's the wild part to me, is that usually you can trust this Pittsburgh defense, but it hasn't really been the case. So maybe we see like a semblance of that defense come back in this one. And the question I have for New England is that, yes, we see flashes from Drake May, but is it going to be a consistent thing? You know, because sometimes with young quarterbacks, success does not go in a straight line. Sometimes there's, you know, peaks and valleys, and sometimes they struggle. So it just doesn't feel like a team that I want to trust just yet. I know maybe you're still getting a good number, and, you know, you're buying low, I suppose, on the Patriots. But I don't know. The Patriots aren't a team I'm going to trust with my money just yet. Maybe Pittsburgh has some fight in them. And I will say this. Isn't there like all kinds of, they're not favored in this game. I was going to say Pittsburgh is underdogs, usually really good. But they are favored on the road in this game. So this is a stay away from me.
Fair enough. All right. You don't trust the Patriots, which is, don't blame you. I get that. What is the team you do trust here when you look at the early slate?
All right, so teams that we do trust, which it feels like they're very few and far between. I'm going to go with an underdog in the Texans and Jaguars game because a team on the flip side that I do not trust is the Jags. Like, if this game is close, like, which team are you trusting? And I feel like this is going to be a really tough matchup for Trevor Lawrence going against this Texans defensive line that gave the Bucs, kind of issues in that game. Plus, they have Derek Stingley Jr., who you just talked about that great story with John Madden. That secondary is extremely good. So I think that you look at this offense for the Texans, you say, okay, this offense does not look good. C.J. Stroud is running for his life. But the thing is, they still went toe-to-toe with the Bucs. That game was really close. Despite C.J. Stroud, getting pressured, it felt like every single play. So I'm going to go with the Texans on the road here. I think they are the better team. And in crunch time, I think I trust C.J. Stroud a little bit more.
Yeah, and this is a real desperation spot for the Texans. Like, they have to have this dub, right? That goes into the handicap, I think, a lot. They're 0-2. They absolutely cannot afford to go 0-3. And in the clutch, I'm like you. I'll take Stroud. I like the under as well, like both of those plays. But I think the Texans are the one team you have to kind of hammer this week. They cannot afford to go winless after week 3. What do you think about the Rams visiting the Eagles? Is it a letdown spot for Philly? Still undefeated, laying 3.5 at home. I kind of like the Rams here getting a hook. I think the Rams can hang with Philly.
I wish this number was a little higher because I do think the Rams can keep it close. But I don't know. Like, if the Eagles have a touchdown lead going into, the last 5 minutes of the game, it just feels like nobody can stop them just because their run game is so good. And last time the Rams and Eagles faced off, Saquon Barkley had over 200 yards rushing. So, that's the thing that we did not see last week is that Saquon was, limited on the ground by the Kansas City defense. And we really haven't seen this Eagles offense really hit their stride, So people even have their questions about the Eagles, who are still undefeated, mind you. So I think that I'm not going to play anything in this game minus some props. I do think props are a great look in this game because the Rams are going to have to sling it. And Matt Stafford threw for over 300 yards last time around because we do have a template for this game back, in the playoffs last year. But do remember that game was in the snow. There should not be those type of elements in this game. I still think the Eagles could cover this number. Is it going to shock me if the Rams keep it close? No. But 3.5, I don't know. If it was closer to 6, I would be interested, but 3.5 is a no.
I take the Rams here. I'm not going to play it. I'm like you. Because the Eagles, I think the worry is, will the Eagles finally take advantage of all their weapons on offense and just explode? But I just don't know if they're that team. At some point, their receivers are going to get frustrated, particularly A.J. Brown. But this is a Rams defense thus far that is a top 10 defense. They played really strong against the Eagles last year. Remember, that was a really close game. So I think they can kind of keep it close here. Matthew Stafford looks good. Eagles are 17-1 outright in their last 18. They've been unbelievable. So I think there's a strong possibility the Eagles win outright but don't cover the number. And also, let's not sleep on the fact that I think there could be maybe a bit of a letdown here for the Eagles. I know it's against the Rams, they're back home, but there's no way after all the buildup of Eagles-Chiefs Super Bowl rematch that maybe there's not a bit of an emotional letdown for Philly. So I think I'll be on the Rams plus the 3.5. What else do you like, Chelsea?
All right. So I don't think I'm playing anything else in this
Okay.
slate. But let's talk about Colts and Titans for a second,
Let's do it.
because I do think it looks very obvious on the surface. You're like, oh, take the Colts, right? Titans are terrible, which is true. But you've got to remember this is absolutely a rivalry game. And I think this every single year, no matter how good or bad a team is in this rivalry, these games are always close. So I know that a lot of people are probably going to be on the Colts this week, and maybe Jonathan Taylor rumbles for a bunch of yards. But I will say this, the Titans' run defense has been pretty decent. So if they can stop Jonathan Taylor and maybe take, one of the factors of this offense away, I know Daniel Jones has been really good, but I don't know. That one has a huge sabotage factor in it. And maybe, just maybe, Brian Callahan will learn the rules and Cam Ward can actually have a breakout game, because Cam Ward's looked decent. There's been things to like about this Titans team. It's just the Colts have just looked unstoppable.
I like a lot of dogs this week. I'm really tempted to take the Jets +3 in Tampa, because if you look at that, this is about matchups, right? Yeah. So if you look at the matchup that we saw between the Bucs and Texans, the Texans' defensive front, particularly Will Anderson, gave the Bucs a lot of trouble, right? And I feel like the Jets can do the same with their defensive front. Also, this is a short week for the Bucs. You know, coming back in the last minute to get that win against the Texans. I feel like that Jets defensive front, again, is going to be the real differentiator here. So I would take the New York Football Jets. I was on them last week. That was a loser, but I think 7 points is too many for a Bucs team that maybe settles back a little bit after a nice start to the season. Coming up next year on the show. Oh, we're not done. We are far from done here on the show. We got football, and more football, including a battle in the AFC West between the Broncos and the Chargers. So we've looked at the early slate. Now we'll shift to the afternoon. That's Chelsea. I'm Jinx. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning to you. Friday morning good time edition. The pre-Saturday spectacular, whatever you want to call it. I'm Jake. She's Chelsea. Coming up on the show, Haba. Yeah. Broncos, Chargers out west, leading the afternoon slate. So yesterday, as I told you, I went to the eye doctor and got an injection in my eye. That was a ton of fun. So everything went well. But they tested my vision yesterday, which is so weird because I don't like wearing my reading glasses, but I'll put them on when I need them at home around the lovely Catherine. I don't like people seeing me in my glasses. It makes me feel old, even though I am old. But yesterday, they're giving me a vision test before they inject my eye, and she's like, you have 20/20 vision. I'm like, I do? I mean, it was kind of blurry for me when I was trying to figure out those lower level lines or the letters that you have to read. And it was difficult, but she was like, yeah, you still have 20/20. I'm like, I do? So I guess I do, except for characters that are up close or reading a book or my phone or something like that, which is kind of strange. Getting old is so weird, but I guess my vision's better than I thought.
But you still had to get the injection, right?
Yes, I did. That was not, but that wasn't, but it wasn't for eyesight. It wasn't like, hey, your vision's bad, we'll give you a shot. It was like, there was just like a pore, that was kind of needed to be like kind of released, like it's just been a little red and irritated, and like, we can inject it with a steroid and it'll be fine. I was like, okay, fine.
Oh, so it wasn't vision related?
No. It was just like this little irritated area. I'm like, what's going on here? They're like, oh, it's just a little, I don't even know what it was, but they're like, we can just inject it and it'll go away. I was like, okay, cool, let's do that. So it's very easy. And they put some deadener on there, so it doesn't really hurt or anything. It's just weird. You can kind of feel the pressure. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't sting. You're just like, oh, something's going on. I mean, I'm not crazy about eye work, but at least my vision's decent. So that was good news.
I was going to say, like, anytime a needle is in your eye, though, like, that doesn't feel nice. Like, I would assume. So did you have to get any type of anesthesia, or they're just like, hey, try to focus on something else? Boink.
Hey, look over there. Doop. What do you think about that? No, they put like an eye drop in that serves as an anesthetic, and then they put a cream like on my eyelid, and then now they're not injecting you straight in your eyeball. Like, I know it's gross, but they put it like right in the eyelid. Like, okay, this will calm down the inflammation. I'm like, okay. And my doctor's awesome. Like, she's a baddie. I think she was served in the military for a long time. Baddie. She's bad. Like, she's no joke. And I was looking at her resume. In fact, I went to 3 doctors beforehand, and they were like, go see her. Like, she's the one. Go see her. Go see her. Go see her. And I was like, okay, I will. And she is great. She's awesome. And then she was like, oh, and you have great skin. I was like, oh, come here more often. You know what? Great skin, good vision. What's not to love? But, I guess that was a positive takeaway. It's kind of a grind going out to Chevy Chase, which is, it's not bad. But Denton knows. If you're getting on the Metro, it's like, all right, it's kind of a, you're going all the way out there. It's not terrible. But anyway, I'm glad that's over. I'm glad it's the weekend. Glad that's over.
Yeah. So I have a feeling that, I don't know, because you're not in like a group of suburban moms, but like for Halloween, people love to do decorations and like food treats that are eyeballs. Oh, and like, honestly, I think that's gross. Like, gross. I don't want to see that. Like, just like the texture of eyeballs is so gross to me. And like, do people ever like bring up to you, it's like, if you don't close your eyes when you sneeze, your eyes will pop out of your head. And you're just like, gross. Like, I feel like everything relating to eyeballs is just disgusting to me. So, like, do not bring treats. They're like, look, they're little Jell-O eyeballs. I don't want to eat those.
It's always funny when people do that. Look at this. Brains, and it's like Jell-O with something on it. And you're like, I don't know.
Gross.
Look at that. Did you grab a cerebellum? Like, I guess. It's so weird.
Like Jeffrey Dahmer. Like, I don't want to eat that.
Exactly. Yeah, Dahmer. Be like, dude, give me a third helping here. Chelsea, what do you like here on the late slate? So let's start with Broncos Chargers, then, and I'll let you sort of take the wheel here and tell me which games that you like. I looked at all of them. I don't know which ones I'm going to play. But Broncos at Chargers, LA laying 3, total 46. I can't believe this is only 3. It's up from 2.5. Don't the Chargers seem like the obvious play? Am I crazy? I mean, it is a divisional game.
Right. I think when a play seems too obvious,
Mm-hmm.
it usually is. Because, like, think about last week. It was like, oh, the Broncos. They're a much better team against the Colts. Come on. Daniel Jones is not for real. And then the Colts won that game. So in this one, it does feel like the Chargers are the better overall team. And I will say the differentiating factor is this. I think this Chargers defense going against Bo Nix has looked a little rattled in the first 2 games of the season. I understand, like last year, it felt like the pressure was not on him since he was a rookie, and nobody was really expecting him to lead this team to like big things. But this year, the pressure's been on it, and this Chargers defense is absolutely stifling. This secondary, the fact that they are not allowing many explosive plays, they're allowing the shortest depth of target on passes of any team in the NFL. So I think for me, this one smells like an under. I think the Chargers, once they get a lead, are very good at keeping it because as good as Justin Herbert is, if they have a lead, they're going to run the football, and they can run the football. And plus, this Broncos secondary is good too. Pat Surtain on the secondary, one of the best corners in football. So I think the under is the play for me, especially in a divisional matchup where there is familiarity between both of these teams. Under 45.5.
I want to lay the 3, but I'm kind of like you. It's a little fishy. But I just wonder if you look at Danny Dimes tearing up the Broncos. I was all over the Broncos before the season, like top 10 defense, going to get better, but they haven't been great. But again, when you're talking about a divisional game and 2 teams that know each other, I feel like if Danny Dimes can have his way, Justin Herbert, and what we've seen out of him, he could also have a big day, at least big enough to cover the number. I would lean Chargers, but again, something doesn't feel quite right with this bad boy. Also, I should have said as a transition, which games passed the eye test for us? That would have been perfect. I know. It was right there in front of me. Totally blew it. Dropped the ball on that. What's another game you like?
All right, let's talk about the Sunday Night Football game, Chiefs and Giants. I think a lot of people look at this game like maybe this is the ultimate buy low spot on the Chiefs. And I'll say this, their defense has looked really good. So for me, you isolate just the defense and you say, okay, we're going to look at a Giants team total under 19.5. I was wondering what the number was going to be for the Giants, but it's 19.5. Listen, the Chiefs limited the Eagles to 20 points. And I understand the transitive property does not always work in football. But listen, like this Chiefs defense is for real. Like when you limit the Eagles not only to just 20 points, but 122 rush yards, like that is really good. So I think if you take away the moon ball for Russell Wilson, this Giants offense is not that good. Like that moon ball kind of accounted for a lot of points in that game against the Cowboys. So I think that if you look at this Chiefs defense and Chiefs secondary, they will be able to take away a lot of those plays. And so I think the Chiefs, once they have the ball, they're going to dink and dunk their way down the field. They're going to take up a lot of time on the clock. And therefore, it's going to be harder for the Giants to pile up the points. So Giants team total under 19.5. Jenks, you going to talk me off of it?
No, not at all. Although I feel like the one thing about this bet that scares me is everybody's going to be on the Chiefs. Doesn't this feel like the public bet of the week? Chiefs minus 6.5. Perfect buy low spot. They're 0-2. They have to have it. The Giants aren't any good. Like I can feel the handicap just like flowing right out of my mouth. Like, here it is, man. You got to bet the Chiefs here. It's the Chiefs' time to make a statement here. The Giants aren't any good. I don't know. I would stay away because of that reason, so I like your team total play even better. Here's a line I wanted to ask you about. The Bears are hosting the Cowboys. Dallas is laying a point on the road. What is wrong with this line? Doesn't it feel like that this is an obvious play on Dallas, which maybe it's not so obvious? I'm 50-50 on the Dallas defense, but the one thing we've learned early on is that the Cowboys offense can put up points, a lot of points. They're really talented on the offensive side of the football. And so if this is a coin flip game late and one team is driving down the field, who are you going to trust, Dak Prescott or Caleb Williams in the clutch? I cannot put my money behind Caleb Williams. I mean, you could take Dallas on the money line if you wanted minus 115. Dallas minus 1, it just feels so square.
Yeah, but do you remember last week? Like, imagine having the Cowboys on the money line in that game. Like, that was very much a back-and-forth game. And who would have said going into that game, like, who do you trust more, Russell Wilson or Dak Prescott? Like, essentially, you know, the Cowboys ended up winning that game. But here, you take the teams out of the equation and you say a 1-point spread on a total of 50.5 points. That sounds like a sweat that I don't want to take. If you play this game, you should play a boatload of props because I do think both these defenses are very vulnerable. I think it's going to be a back and forth affair. And maybe we will start to see, a better effort from this offense. Maybe Ben Johnson has had more time to work with Caleb Williams. Roma Dunes is taken over, it feels like, as the number one receiver. So I think instead of playing a side or a total in this one, you just go with a bunch of props.
Yeah. Also, I understand if you trust Dak versus Russ, it's Dak. But at least Russell Wilson is a bona fide starter. He's a future Hall of Famer. Like, Caleb Williams hasn't done anything. Like, nothing. We're still waiting on him to blossom into that franchise quarterback. So I feel like there's more of a disparity there. Maybe I can talk myself into it, but I don't know what I'm missing here. And when I feel like I'm missing something, that's when I get a little nervous. But you know what? I would lean Dallas. I just lay the point if you want to save yourself some juice, or take Dallas on the money line. What do you think about Cardinals-Niners? So it's in San Francisco. Niners are laying 2.5. Total is 44 and a hook. Are we fading Kyler Murray because he has no discipline whatsoever when it comes to posting pictures of his dogs with a Michael Vick jersey on?
No, you shouldn't fade somebody for that reason. Normally, I will say this. Usually the Cardinals are a very good play against the Niners, but usually they're getting like 6 points. Yeah. Just because it's a divisional matchup, there's familiarity. And like Kyler Murray has had some decent games against the Niners. But this is a shorter line, and I think you're obviously getting a discount because it's the Mac Jones show. I don't know. If this line was bigger, if it was over 3.5, maybe I'd be on the Cardinals. But I'm not super keen on trusting the Cardinals on the road here.
I'm not either, and I will say this. Mac Jones looked really good last week. That just goes to show that when you have Kyle Shanahan in charge of your team and in charge of that offense, he can take the backup and elevate him to a level where he can continue to carry his team to victories. I know it's the Saints. Okay, so that is the caveat there. Worst team in football. But still, I think if you have another week to game plan with Mac Jones, there's a small possibility that Brock Purdy could return, but it's probably going to be Mac Jones. I would just take the Niners at home here. And I'm not a Niners backer, but I feel like laying the 2.5, less than a field goal at home, and the juju against Kyler Murray. Let's go Niners here. Why not? Coming up next here on the show, we have made our way around the National Football League. Now let's check out our picks and leans in the college game. Hour 2 is next on the Daily Tip, and it is on the BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
coffee, and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine, people. It's a Football Friday here on Hour 2 of the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. In this hour, we'll start off by the best games in college football and our best bets in each. At 7:20, we go on to the daily baseball slate and tell you our best bets for that. 7:40 is Parlay Central. If you don't want any of this minus 110, minus 120 nonsense, we got you covered with some moonballs, the equivalent of it in betting. Double D gives out his college football parlay, and we have the show parlay where we all get involved. It's all coming up next over the next hour here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. All right, Jank, so you gave us a little tease of what your bets might be, and you said you're only betting on something tonight, which I think is probably going to be baseball. Yeah. But there are some college football games tonight. I was just thinking to myself, I don't think I have partook in any Maction just yet. Like, it's coming. Wednesday night Maction, I believe. I haven't checked the schedule, but usually it comes in, like, October. But I haven't watched any of these, like, smaller schools for college football just yet. I think you've had a couple bets, maybe, on, like, Friday night games. So is it college football tonight, or is it baseball?
No, I'm going to do baseball tonight. Baseball has been saving the old bacon here on these bets. Baseball bets have been pretty good, but it's because you have more of a sample size, so it's easy to sort of suss out like maybe what angle you should take. And I feel like football bets are just harder naturally, but also early in the season when you have all this variance until things kind of settle in. I feel like that's the way it is with most sports, which we've talked about. Whereas once you kind of have a better understanding of where teams stand, as opposed to all the uncertainty that comes with a new season, then you have a better chance of hitting your bets. So no football tonight, but definitely some baseball.
I just think whenever I've bet on Maction, it's just been like such a chaotic experience.
Yes.
Like when I think of Maction teams, I think of like somebody returning a kick for a touchdown and then throwing up on the sideline. And then like there's this wild swing where like there's 4 touchdowns in like 7 plays or something. And so it just feels like something that doesn't feel like a stable commodity for me to bet on. Because, Jenks, I've tried. And I'm like, listen, these lines are probably softer. These games are probably easier to handicap. And then you watch the game, you're like, why would somebody put money on this? So, like, there's somebody out there making money betting on Maction, but it ain't me.
Oh, God. Who did I bet on early in the season? It was one of the worst games I've ever watched. Was it Toledo? Oh, God. Who was it? Maybe it was Akron. That's what it was. I got to look up this game. Akron.
I think I remember the score was like 9-6
or
something.
God.
Or no, it was like 9-2. I remember checking the box score. I was like, didn't Jenks bet on this game? It's literally a baseball score.
It was 10-0, which is like a game in Denver. And that touchdown, by the way, came real late in the game. Like it was 3-0 Wyoming. I had Akron in that game, like Akron +5 or something. And it was 3-0 for the vast majority of the game. And I was like, this is absolutely brutal. And then Wyoming gets a garbage touchdown late. They win 10-0. So I lose my bet after sitting through all of that. And I was like, I hate myself right now. I can't go to bed because I'm locked in to Wyoming and Akron. And I need the Zips to cover this number. Akron is 0-3 now, by the way. But yeah, that was not my favorite moment when it comes to following a particular game.
Yeah, and that's when you feel like the ultimate degenerate, right? Like I saw this meme of like somebody with, the face that Ken Rosenthal made towards that cameraman. Where like, how dare you?
What?
And somebody is like, when my wife asked me to turn off the like Bowling Green Toledo game so she can watch a movie. And you're just like, what? I've got to finish this game. Like nothing feels more degenerate. Like obviously there are other sports to bet on.
Sure.
But like small level football and you're like sweating a game in the fourth quarter. You're like, why is somebody even watching this? And you're like, I need them to win by 7.
Yeah. God, it's the worst. I mean, there is bad football out there. As much as you talk about these marquee games and we get something interesting, on the flip side, there are times when you watch a really bad football game. Like there's no execution. It might be rainy outside. There's no one in the stands. These teams are kind of limping along. Might be a lack of talent on the field. And you're like, why am I watching this? This is so awful. And it's just because you got money on it. Like, this is so bad. This is torture. And it's like another 3 and out for Akron. That's 8 in a row. It's like, I'm going to kill myself. This is awful. Yeah, it was a tough watch.
Yeah, but we all still do it. Like, that's the crazy thing is, like, I complain about it, but yet here I stand. And listen, I know our demographic. You guys out there do it too. And if you're going to be betting on it, no matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up on your next parlay. Use this parlay boost token over at BetMGM to boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay. So we all know you've got 1,000 parlays waiting in the wings. Why not give them a little boost over at BetMGM? All right, Jenks, let's get to this week's slate of games in college football. Let's start with this one. A top 25 matchup in the Big 12 as number 17 Texas Tech is on the road at number 16 Utah. Utah laying 3 points here, total of 57.5. Jenks, I feel like the betting world loves Utah. Like, I have heard this for like years and years and years, is that you don't bet against Utah at home. They have one of the best home field advantages in sports that I feel like not a ton of people know about. And also, Kyle Whittingham feels like he's been there for 37 years. I think it's closer to like 20. But the head coach at Utah has been fantastic at home this during his career, 93-30 straight up, and 67-50-4 against the number. I will say this, neither of these teams look like they've really been tested this year. But when you give me those type of stats on a team at home with a veteran head coach, Jakes, I'm thinking I'm going to lean on Utah here.
Yeah, I'm going to take Utah maybe on the money line. If you shop around, you can find it at minus 152. But I like laying the 3. It's come up from 2.5. But for the reasons you mentioned, Utah playing at home it's not a guaranteed moneymaker, but it's something you should really look at. In fact, going back to last season, Utah is 5-0 against the number in their last 5 games. And also Texas Tech on the flip side has played no one. Arkansas, Pine Bluff, Kent State, Oregon State, combined record of 2-7. I think this game is going to be a shootout because you have 2 really high-powered offenses, but I think the real differentiator here is going to be the Utes defense, which right now, even though they haven't played a tough schedule either, is ranked number 8 in the country. And again, playing in Utah is a really, really tough place to play. It's an early game. It's going to be a great, big noon kickoff, but I'm going to go Utah here, laying the points or on the money line.
Yeah, it just feels like the more comfortable pick to me. Like I said, like in the betting space, Utah is a darling when they play at home. Kind of similar to like Washington over the years. Like you hear about like great home field advantages in college football, but like from a betting standpoint, these under the radar teams, that's where you can make some real money. So Texas Tech, we'll see if that offense can still fly as high going against a solid defense in Utah. All right, so a couple other top 25 matchups. We got number 22 Auburn on the road at number 11 Oklahoma. I think this game is incredibly interesting. Obviously, it's the Jackson Arnold revenge game. Oklahoma laying 6.5. Don't know if I said that. Now I did. Total of 47.5. Jenks, I know that you hate Oklahoma.
Can't stand them.
Fading them here.
I just wish it would just, wish Oklahoma would just sort of sink into the earth and just be this big vat where it used to be. Like, oh my God, remember when Oklahoma used to be here? I kind of like Oklahoma in this game, but I don't want to bet it. I've gone back and forth, and whenever I keep going back and forth, then that's a stay away for me. In fact, this number's now at 7, so it's gone from 6.5 to 7. John Mateer has been so good for Oklahoma. They got Torrey Blaylock in the backfield, and he's been a nice piece on the ground. I just feel like that with Jackson Arnold, yeah, it's a revenge spot, but don't you know that the Sooners know exactly how to play him? Don't you think they're going to have scouted him as well as anyone because he was on that roster last year? And also that Brent Venables defense has, lived up to its billing. Oklahoma allows 181 yards per game. So I think the money is flowing in the direction of Oklahoma for the right reason. I'm going to stay away from this one. Plus, I don't want to put my money. I don't want to cheer for Oklahoma. Oh, go Sooners, derp. No, I don't want to do that. But I do think Oklahoma is the right side.
Right. I think the quarterbacks kind of get top billing in this one, but I think the Brent Venables defense is the main selling point for me in this one, at least schematically. You know, he's going to have a great game plan going against Jackson Arnold here. But I'm wondering about this Auburn defense because statistically on paper, they have been very good at stopping the run. So maybe if they can corral John Mateer a little bit and make him pay for some of these runs, because remember who was it that played Oklahoma? Oh, Temple. They were like, we're going to treat we're going to treat John Mateer like a running back, and we're going to hit him hard. Well, they lost 42-3. I just don't think they had the personnel to really, talk the talk or walk the walk after talking the talk. Maybe Auburn does, because I will say on the defensive line, this is a very big team. But at the end, I think I trust John Mateer and this Oklahoma defense a little bit more than Auburn, especially because it's a home game. But I did not think that I would be this invested in an Oklahoma and Auburn game.
I know.
But surprisingly, I am.
Yeah, it's going to be a good game. And I do think you can make a strong case for Auburn to cover the number. Auburn is better than I anticipated, and this is a huge year for Hugh Freeze. So that's why I'm staying away. Again, lean OU, but if you're on the Tigers, I'm not going to talk you off of that.
Yeah, and speaking of Tigers, Clemson at home laying 17 against Syracuse. I think in betting, sometimes you look for situational spots and you're like, hey, is this a good buy low spot on a team that maybe still has something left? Because listen, I have been saying this for the past couple of weeks. It's like, this is a buy low spot on Clemson. It has not been a buy low spot on Clemson.
Right.
So, Jenks, are you sold on the Tigers here? Like, maybe it's a better spot for them, but 17 is a lot of points.
Maybe we should come around to the idea that Clemson isn't very good relative to the top teams in college football. This line opened with Clemson laying 17.5, then it went to 17, now it's at 16.5. So Clemson will win the game, but have we seen anything from Clemson to make us think that they're 17 points better than anyone? I really don't know, because even against Troy, they had to rally from 16 down to win that game. They were outclassed last week, and I think there's a real possibility here that Clemson kind of just goes through the motions in this game because already much of what they had planned for this season is in the toilet.
I'm making this face because I had high hopes in my predictions for Clemson. Every time you say something, you're like, boy, was I wrong.
Yeah.
Because I had Cade Klubnik winning the Heisman. And you look at this Clemson team where I'm like, oh, yeah, they should have no trouble in the ACC. They have a cakewalk to the college football playoff. And you're just thinking, how could I be so wrong? But we see this in college football a lot. And this is why I think those preseason bets can be really tough, because there is so much volatility, especially with quarterbacks. Like we used to see this with guys who are like 5-star blue chip prospects coming out of high school. We're like, oh, this guy is like the real deal. He's going to be great. And then he's not great. And like, hell, look at Arch Manning. He was supposed to be a can't miss guy. So it's just one of those things where you just cut your losses, and I will try not to make those faces when we talk about Clemson some more. All right, where do you want to go next, Jenks? Because I know you handicapped a ton of these games. Like, obviously the Illinois-Indiana game is big, but is there a game that you like wanted to point out, or should we go to that one?
Well, I'm going to talk about some of these games later on in the show, so I'll hold off because I like Nebraska on the money line against Michigan. I like Miami. Well, I got Miami laying 7, and now that number is up to 9 against Florida. I mean, everyone's on Miami, but I think that game could be a blowout. But how about Illinois, Indiana? This is the matchup in the Big Ten this weekend, which is kind of crazy to think about, right? Number 9, Illinois, number 19, Indiana, and Indiana is laying 6, and I think this number has just gotten too high. I would be on Illinois here. So here's the thing. Indiana is both of these teams are very well coached, and Kurt Cignetti in particular has done a great job building up a program, which is really hard to build in Bloomington. They have just zero history. But at the end of the day, this should be a competitive game. A lot is on the line for both of these teams. 6 seems way too high. And I mentioned Texas Tech's early schedule and how bad it was. You talk about a bad early schedule. Listen to this for Indiana. Old Dominion, Kennesaw State, Indiana State. Like, God. Like, the big question in this game is, can the Illini offensive line keep Luke Altmaier upright enough to make plays? That's been their one issue early in the season, but I think they can, and there's just so much on the line here that 6 points seems way too much, especially in Bloomington, with 2 teams that are in the top 20. So I've been waiting to say it. Sledgehammer me! Illini +6. That's for our resident Illinois fan, Brad Evans.
The catchphrase for Brad Evans there. Yeah, I think that's what it boils down to for me is like until proven to me otherwise, like Indiana just hasn't played anybody. At least Illinois got a nice little road win against Duke. So when you're giving me 6 points, like I think that's probably the way to go. But it doesn't feel like a game I'm probably going to bet on. But it is a big game. Like you got to pay attention to this one because this could be one of the teams from the Big Ten that make it to the college football playoff. I know you can get big numbers on both these teams to reach the college football playoff if you are looking for plus money. So maybe instead of a side or a total, you can go that route if you like betting on futures. Coming up next, time to bet on baseball. Our daily baseball plays come your way next here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back. And it is a football Friday here on the show, but we'll do a little sprinkle of baseball. Because listen, our baseball bets have been pretty solid. So if you want to win yourself maybe some money to go into the weekend with, to bet on more football, we got you covered. And listen, we have some chaos going on in baseball right now, Jakes. We were just talking about during the break, the Detroit Tigers are 3-7 over their last 10 games. They once had a commanding lead in their division, and now the Guardians are making a run. And the Guardians beat them yesterday with their ace on the mound. Tariq Skubal was pitching. We thought to ourselves, there's no way that Tariq Skubal is going to allow his team to lose in a meaningful game. But guess what? Tigers lost again. So now the Guardians only 3.5 games back out of the AL Central. And even in the race for the wild card, if the Guardians don't win the Central, they are still in a good spot when it comes to the wild card race. Only a game and a half behind the Red Sox, which is crazy. The Red Sox might not make the playoffs. A team that was cruising at one point in the season, now they've kind of hit a rough patch. We're going to talk about their price today against the Rays. They've only won 3 of their last 7. So I know people are paying attention to football right now, but like there's some wildness going on in baseball.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the Mariners are going to do in particular. I mean, they're 9-1 in their last 10. So I'm waiting for them to fall off and for Houston to sort of go ahead and take control of that division. I feel like that happens every year because Houston has the experience, but maybe the big dumper can lead them to a division title. And the Red Sox, too. I'm going to be on the Red Sox tonight. I was handicapping that as you were talking because we were discussing that game during the break. But it would be wild to think that at one point in this season they seemed like maybe a shoo-in for the playoffs, and here they are trying to scratch and claw their way in.
Yeah, and momentum matters, especially in baseball. Like we see this every year. There will be a team that makes it in through the wild card, or even like those, they're not called play-in games, but it's like the first round of the playoffs where it's like that one-game series. And they'll make it like all the way to the World Series. Like we've seen this like with the Phillies, who it was like the Braves who were like the entrenched team in the NL East, and the Phillies just come and they're the hotter team. And sometimes these teams who wait around and have these like first round buys or whatever, sometimes they can be rusty. So you'll see these teams come through like the hardest, situational spots and go on deep to the playoffs. So keep in mind that this is the time when you want to be hot. Like I know the Tigers overall look like a great team, but this is not the way you want to enter October. The Tigers will make the playoffs, but it's not looking great for Detroit right now. Yeah, like they're just not going in on a hot note. And it's wild to me that I feel the same way that you do about the Mariners, is that it just feels like the Astros are just going to beat them at the last second.
Yeah.
Or, it's going to be a head-to-head game, and like Yordan Alvarez, like it's a 3-run bomb in the bottom of the 9th or something. It's also wild to me that like Julio Rodriguez is like not the big story of the Mariners.
It's true.
It's Cal Raleigh. Like 3 years ago or 2 years ago, everybody was like, oh man, Julio Rodriguez is going to be like an MVP. And like he is very fun to watch. And obviously like almost reminiscent of like Ken Griffey Jr., like just the way that he swings, and he's athletic and stuff. But it's Cal Raleigh who's like the face of that team. I never would have guessed that, and I think a lot of people wouldn't. And a lot of people are kind of discounting it as like, oh, that's a cute story. No, it's leading the majors in home runs. So you best believe Cal Raleigh is the face of that team. All right, let's get to some of these games. All right, so let's start with the Red Sox and Rays one, because we were just talking about this one. And this is the one that kind of jumped off the page to me as far as price goes. So on paper, the Red Sox look like the much better team than the Rays. Red Sox have the better record. They've got their Cy Young candidate on the mound today, Garrett Crochet, 16-5 this year with a 2.63 ERA, but they're only minus 135 against the Rays. Rays are plus 110, total of 7 runs. Drew Rasmussen has been good for Tampa Bay this year, 10-5 with a 2.74 ERA, but he's not going to go deep in this game. He's gone only 5 innings in each of his last 3 starts, so it's going to come down to the bullpens. If this game is tight to the first 5. But Jenks, is this too good of a price on the Red Sox? What are we missing?
I don't know, but I'm going to take it. I know you looked around and we found it even cheaper than this, but it just feels like even though the Red Sox have been slumping, that they should be heavier favorites than this. So if you're getting value even on a money line price, especially when it's this low, I think you have to take it. Yeah, Drew Rasmussen has been good, but Garrett Crochet has been unbelievable, and he's been even better away from home. He's 11-2 this season with an ERA of like 2.26 when pitching away from Boston. So I feel like this is a good get-right spot for the Red Sox. They have a bullpen advantage. Yeah, I just added it to the card as we speak.
Yeah, it feels like too good of a price to pass up. Because, like, at some point, the Red Sox are the better team, and they've got their ace on the mound. But listen, we said this about the Tigers yesterday. We said, there's no way that Tariq Skubal is going to lose a game. And guess what? They lost that game. So we'll see. But still, value is value. And sometimes you got to take a price if it's too good to pass up. So speaking of that, the Tigers are minus 115 today at home against the Braves. But Charlie Morton's pitching, who has a 5.56 ERA. Bryce Elder has burned us a few times. He's pitching for the Braves today. 7-10 with a 5.56 ERA. But he's had some good starts as of late. So total of 9 runs in this game. Jenks, I don't think I want to touch the Tigers with a 10-foot pole right now.
Yeah.
Are you interested in this game?
I'm interested in the over. I'm not interested on taking a side. But this open, I know, you're like, the Tigers, are they going to hit? Yeah, I think they can hit enough to get the over here. And it's just based on these two starting pitchers. This line opened, or the total opened at 8 and hook, immediately went to 9. So you can play it at 8 if you want. But I'm going to go over 8.5 here at minus 122. And Bryce Elder he's been better recently, but just got drilled by the Astros last time out. And he's been serviceable on the road, but I think Charlie Morton is the guy I'm fading more than anyone else here. So he's given up 3 runs or more in 3 of his last 4 outings. We've seen at least 9 runs scored in each of his last 5 appearances. This just feels like a game where we're going to see a ton of runs. And if there is a game where the Tigers' bats can get right, I think it is this one. I'm going to go over 8.5.
Yeah, the over's hit in all 3 of Charlie Morton's last 3 starts. So I think that's where it starts. And the thing about Charlie Morton is, like, when he gives up runs, like, he usually gives up a lot of runs. So he's fully capable of giving up like a 6 spot, like 3 2/3, 6 earned runs against the Mets. So I'd be with you there. I don't really want to trust the Tigers in any capacity at this juncture in the season. So we'll see. Maybe they right the ship in this one, but not something I will be betting on. All right, free roll here, Jenks. What game do you want to talk about next?
Oh, man, I am all over the place. I didn't like today's card, then I kind of came around to a couple plays. I think the only other one that sort of interests me is, and it's gotten a little bit cheaper, which I like, is I'm going to take the Rangers on the money line, hosting the Marlins today. And so I just found the Rangers at minus 156. It was at minus 160. Look, you've got Jansen Junk going for the Marlins, taking on Tyler Marley. And listen, Junk he's been a guy like a lot of pitchers in Major League Baseball. As the season has gone on, his ERA has started to tick up, and these guys just get worn out, right? They get tired, and he's one of those guys. He's given up at least 3 runs in 9 straight games. So he will not go long. He generally goes 5 innings, maybe 6 on a good outing, and then he's going to give way to a Marlins bullpen, which is not nearly as good as the Rangers. Tyler Mahle is making his first start since, I believe, in June, but he's looked good in rehab. He will be on a pitch count, but the Rangers were off yesterday, so they're going to be rested. They're going to have their full core of relievers ready to go, and they have one of the best bullpens in all of baseball. So I think it's a good price on Texas. Texas on the money line today.
Yeah, it does look like a big pitching mismatch, and it should be noted that the Rangers are still absolutely playing for something, as they are 4 games back from the wild card spot. So it just feels like they have maybe a little bit more to play with. And, Mahle's the more trustworthy pitcher in this matchup. How about this price? So for a while there, we were betting on a lot of Jacob Mezorowski games.
Yeah.
He's 5-2. ERA has climbed a bit to 4.35. But the Brewers are still one of the premier teams in baseball. And I feel like we should be playing their run line every single day. Didn't it hit again last night? So you get the Brewers on the money line today for minus 125 on the road at the Cardinals. Sonny Gray is starting for St. Louis. Maybe that's why the price is where it is. He is one of their best pitchers, but he's 13-8 with a 4.43 ERA. So, Jenks, this price on the Brew Crew, best team in baseball?
Maybe. I kind of like the over, I think. Maybe on the Brewers. I'm a little worried about Mizorowski because he has not been the same pitcher that made the All-Star team, which is why he should not have made the All-Star team.
After 20 innings.
After 20 innings. So ridiculous. I mean, he's a young guy. He has all the talent in the world. There's no question about it. But I also think if you're looking at something that is price dependent. I don't know. And certainly he could come out. I like the over because he has struggled a little bit. Sonny Gray has struggled a little bit. There's enough bats in this game where I think you can get over 7 and a hook. I feel like 8 would be the magic number, so I think there's some value in the total. But ultimately, when you get the Brewers who've been playing so well at minus 125, then I don't mind that either.
Yeah, that's how I feel because he's going to get the run support in his favor. And you saw that in each of the last 2 games because last time around, he just pitched against St. Louis and gave up 4 earned runs, but they still won that game 9-8. And same with Pittsburgh. He went 7 innings, 1 earned run, a good start, and he got 10 runs of run support. So it's just the better offense. And we've, been screaming this, is that the Brewers have the best run differential in all of baseball by a wide margin. So even if Mizorowski and Sonny Gray kind of cancel each other out, they're both pretty mid in this game, I still trust the Brew Crew's bats to get the job done. And they've been good on the road this year, 43-32 overall when playing away from home. And they've been really good as favorites. When the market gives them credit, 57-30. So there is a lot of ammo that you could use to play the Brewers on the money line today, especially at a palatable price, which it feels like we haven't had in quite some time. I wanted to take a little pause to salute and tip the cap to Clayton Kershaw. Announced his retirement yesterday after a long and storied career in Major League Baseball. And Jenks, I think we knew this when he was announced as like an honorary all-star.
Right.
Like, what are we doing here? Like, why are we putting him on the all-star team? So now, like, that makes a ton of sense. But if you think of, like, brand name pitchers over the last decade, like, Clayton Kershaw is one of these guys. Like, he's definitely going to be in the Hall of Fame.
And the thing is, what I love about his career is that he's still pitching at a really high level. Like, especially in the second half of the season, he has been awesome. So it's really hard to go out on top. And maybe he's not what he was in his prime, but he's pretty damn close. Like, he's had a remarkable career. And this is one of those guys where, first ballot Hall of Famer, when you think about the great pitchers that we've seen over the past, 10, 15 years, Clayton Kershaw is right there. He's done just about everything that you can do. And I think his longevity is so very impressive. I believe he threw a no-hitter in 2014, something like that. So when you're able to, which I was like, oh my God, it was so long ago, but it just speaks to the fact that as long as I can remember over the past decade, the great pitchers in baseball, Kershaw has been right there near the top. So yeah, tip of the cap. It's been a hell of a career.
Yeah, absolutely. When you have a career ERA of 2.54, that is damn good. And like, think about how much offenses have improved. And like, we've had like the Juice Ball era, and like everything that he has pitched through is that he is the picture of consistency, and like that's what sets him apart is the longevity and the consistency. And plus, he's won World Series. Like, he's not pitching for nobody. He's pitching in big time situations. And also, it should be noted, did you know he grew up with Matt Stafford? I feel like they say this every time whenever there's like a primetime game. But it's wild how they both have very like similar careers, is that they're getting a little longer in the tooth, but they're still very effective.
Yeah. And Matt Stafford, even both have battled through injuries, but Matt Stafford now is still playing at a crazy high level. Even though before the season it was like, is it going to be effective? This guy just, man, he's always banged up and he's always in there balling. And I think Matthew Stafford is a guy that as his career has gone on, not to take it away from Clayton, like I have a lot more respect and revere Matt Stafford's career because of the longevity, right? Where you sort of felt like, okay, he's a pretty good quarterback, but he's elevated his status in my eyes because he just continues to perform at a high level. That's really hard to do in any sport, Major League Baseball, NFL, and those guys have both done it.
Yeah, and it's crazy. They grew up together. Well, it should be noted that Clayton Kershaw is pitching today. So if you believe in like storybook endings, even though obviously this is not the end, but, Clayton Kershaw just announced his retirement. Does this go into the handicap at all? Like, the Dodgers are minus 170. They're playing the Giants today. Robbie Ray goes for San Francisco. I feel like the Dodgers got to get him a win, right? Like, they don't have to, but it would be nice.
I mean, I feel like if they're ever going to be motivated, wouldn't you? I kind of want to go with the under here. But the Dodgers got to get him a dub, right? I mean, if you're ever going to be motivated to get someone a win and do whatever it takes, even if you have to play sort of playoff baseball, this is it. Like, get him a dub here. So, yeah, maybe Dodgers on the run line, it's plus money, but somehow, some way, just for fun, put some money on the Dodgers. as a salute.
I think Derek Jeter ruined things because he had such a great moment in his last at bat. Didn't he have a walk off or something?
Oh, did he?
And you're like, oh, that's gonna happen with everybody, where they have this great storybook ending, but it's not necessarily the case. Not everybody rides off into the sunset with great things. It's wild to me how Justin Verlander could barely get wins this year. And he's a Hall of Famer too.
Yeah.
So it's certainly not guaranteed that you're gonna get your great ending. But Clayton Kershaw plays on a great team as well. All right, coming up next, it's time for Parlay Central here on the Daily Tip. The college football parlay coming from Double D, and the show parlay is next on the Daily Tip.
Coming up on the Daily Tip, the crew throws down some big money parlays. Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We back. It's a Friday, which means it's time for some parlays. We know parlays are not winning bets over the long term. But listen, we want to have fun every once in a while, and that's fine. So we're going to do our parlay segment where we have Double D's Degenerate College Football Parlay. We're going to do our squad parlay where everybody gets involved. So, Jenks, I just dropped this in the chat. Okay. They have given college football stadiums the AI treatment. We were talking about this for NFL stadiums where they show like really cool, renditions of leaning into the mascots and whatever the team is and making these cool stadiums. So do you see some of these that I put in? Like, they do look cool. Like, Texas is on there. Penn State's on there for David. But I think to myself, like, if you actually went to these schools and you're like, listen, so we don't have working chairs in half the classrooms, but you can spend the money on a giant Longhorn skull for the stadium?
Why not?
It looks cool, but I'm not sure if it's achievable.
No, these things are not, they're just not plausible. But people forget the actual logistics and the cost. But then they're like, ooh, what's going on here? Like, it's amazing. I'm looking at this massive freaking Longhorn skull. But do you know how big that would have to be? How long it could take to construct that sort of thing? It's massive.
How would you move it in?
Right. Like, I don't even know how you would do such a thing. So these are amazing, but also a lot of them just aren't realistic. But I love in the comments when people are like, whoa, our stadium game needs to play catch up. I'm like, this is done by artificial intelligence. Like, trust me, any tools that builders or construction companies have at their disposals, architects, they're going to use them. It's just, this just isn't plausible. And some of these are so large. It's like, do you realize how large this stadium would have to be and whether it would be able to have the infrastructure to actually hold everything together? It's just not, it's not something you could actually do, but it is fun to look at.
Yeah, it's definitely fun to look at. But like, if I was giving money to the school, I want my money to go to the players, and I want to make sure that we are getting the best players instead of like, hey, Chelsea, we know you gave all of your money once you won the lottery to NC State, but instead we're going to construct this giant wolf. So the players aren't that great, but look at how cool the stadium is, because now it's an arms race. So I feel like this is definitely not going to happen in the day and age of NIL.
Chelsea, listen, our teams are going to go 0-12, but when we score, if we score, the Wolf's eyes turn red. Isn't that cool? Like, yeah. Are we ever going to get in the end zone? Maybe not, but it's really cool. So, yeah, got to be careful with that.
Right. So it's one of those things that, again, like, it's cool. And like, maybe when they do like football games in the movies, which it's been a while since we've had like a good football movie. I know there's like a horror football movie that, who is it, Jordan Peele has put out called Him. Have you seen the previews for this? I was like, oh, a football movie, great. And then you see it, you're like, oh my God, this looks terrifying. So I will not be seeing that.
I have not. I've seen the previews. Is it out yet? I don't think it's out yet. But it looks like it could be pretty good. It's hard. I feel like we haven't had a good sports movie in a while. Like a really good one. Am I missing something? Even though I haven't seen a lot of sports movies, I feel like the last great sports movie has been a minute.
No, because it's just remakes of superhero movies and Disney movies is basically all we get these days. All right, so let's parlay it up and fire up the Degenerate Parlay, courtesy of Double D.
It's time to get crazy with Double D's College Football D-Gen Parlay.
Week 4 in college football. We're going to bust down the door on these parlays and win them both. That's the confidence that Denton has instilled in me during the break. So here we go. I am taking UNLV minus 2.5 at Miami of Ohio. I'm taking Tennessee minus 39.5. Poor Trent Dilfer. Versus UAB. Oklahoma minus 7 versus Auburn. Florida State minus 45.5 versus Kent State, because Kent State's bad. Really bad. All right, we're going with Tulane plus 12.5 at Ole Miss. Little fade of Ole Miss here. I don't think they're as good as everybody thinks they are. I'm taking Nebraska on the money line versus Michigan. I think Nebraska's better than what people think. I think Michigan isn't as good as everybody thinks. That's right, Chelsea. I'm taking NC State on the money line at Duke. Let's go Wolfpack. Missouri minus 9.5 versus South Carolina. Arizona State on the money line versus Baylor, and Cal minus 13.5 at San Diego State. The total parlay, when you use that BetMGM college football 50% odds boost, 1,343 to 1. $5 wins you $6,721.59. Let's go!
All right. And then obviously, I think there is a great point rolled in here is you need to be using the odds boost. You should be doing this the first thing before you bet. You opt into all these odds boosts and you go to BetMGM, you do this first thing. So go to BetMGM, activate your odds boost token on any college football bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. So good luck, David. We'll all be rooting for you. All right, so here's another parlay that you could be using your boost on. It's time for the squad parlay.
Ladies and gentlemen, adults of all ages, it's time for the show parlay.
That's right. Step right up and try your hand at the show parlay. All right, so we have won one of these this year, and we will live on that. We will live on that glory moment for a long time until the next one hits. But this week's installment looks pretty good. I'm looking at the plays. I like them. Jenks, what are you starting us off with?
Well, this line steamed to 9 overnight, but I'm taking Miami at minus 130 hosting Florida. I'll give a longer handicap later on, but I just don't trust DJ Lagway. I think the fact that money is just rolling in on Miami speaks to what's going to happen here. That Miami defensive front is no joke. As long as Mario Cristobal doesn't make any boneheaded decisions, then I think they can cover the number. I don't believe in Florida at all. It's a lost season. Billy Napier on the hot seat. Let's go Miami minus 7.
Yeah, I like it. I think this Miami team is very, very good. All right, next up for me, I know this feels lazy, and I was talking about this with the guys earlier, but this feels like another smash week for CeeDee Lamb. He's averaging well over 100 yards in the first 2 games of the season, 110 and 112, and the targets just keep coming. 13 targets, 11 targets in the last 2 games. And now we have this game against the Bears where the total is 50.5. So if you're looking at me and say, Chelsea, maybe stop it on CeeDee Lamb. No, I'm not going to. CeeDee Lamb, the target god, I think he does it again. 79.5 receiving yards. This is going to be a back and forth game. And Dak loves throwing to CeeDee Lamb. And why would he not? He's his number 1 receiver. So I'm going to go with that again for this week's squad parlay. All right, David, which one of your college bets are you throwing into the mix for the squad parlay?
I am going with my favorite one of the weekend. I'm going with Missouri minus 9.5 at South Carolina. There's a couple things that I love. That Missouri offense seems to be clicking with Bo Pribula behind center, former Penn State transfer. There you go, buddy. Just a little shout out for Penn State because they're off this week. But it's more of a fade of the South Carolina defense. Hasn't looked good all season long. And Lenora Sellers is coming off concussion protocol. He is probable for the game, but I don't think that makes a difference. I think that South Carolina defense gives up too many points.
I'm kind of sad about South Carolina. I was kind of hoping they'd be a contender this year, but it just doesn't really look like it. All right, Dylan, you are next. Get on in here.
Yeah, I'm taking the Texans this week over the Jaguars. I got plus money on it, so that's always good for a parlay. But the reason is Jacksonville just kind of seems like they're, I don't know, they give me Miami vibes right now where everything just seems uncertain. Their Travis Hunter's role is uncertain. They're just kind of force-feeding them the ball in weird situations. BTJ last week had the dropsies, and him and Trevor Lawrence don't seem to have a good chemistry right now. And the Texans need a win more than anything. So them at plus money this week, I love it.
Yeah, desperation spot for the Texans for sure. All right, Den, what do you have to wrap up the squad parlay?
All right, we're going back to college. Sorry, Jenks, but you are now laced with something that includes Oklahoma. I'm taking the Sooners laying 7 against Auburn. This is a revenge game for Jackson Arnold, and revenge for him is a dish not served because he's not going to get it. I think John Mateer has been excellent this year. What he was able to do against Michigan, going up now against real good competition in Auburn, I think you're going to see the best of him. I love the headband thing. You know, there was a time in my life, not now, I'm bald as hell now, but I did have some lettuce in a headband, so he's nice. One of us. So I like John Mateer a lot. I think they lay the 7. Oklahoma has a team. You know, they got a gauntlet of a schedule, but they got themselves a really good team this year.
It's been a while since I've heard hair be mentioned in the handicap. It's been a minute, but, you know, I like it. I like the plays, too. Right? So here's the plays if you're interested in tailing us. So we're going to go Miami -7, CeeDee Lamb over 79.5 receiving yards, Missouri laying 9.5 over South Carolina, Texans on the money line over the Jags, and Oklahoma laying 7 over Auburn. If you bet on it, odds of a little over 23-1, $5 wins you $121.01. But if you use the odds boost, it'd be even more. All right. So speak now or forever hold your peace. Who is ruining the show parlay this week? Go ahead. Make your case.
I don't know. I always like our parlay.
I kind of like Jacksonville this weekend, I have to be honest. I don't know why, but that number freaks me out a little bit. I kind of like Jacksonville.
I was leaning that way, too. That's the only one that I'm a little,
What's the reason?
Short number. You would think that Houston would be big-time favorite, and they're not. I think the books are out on Houston. They're trying to tell us something, and I'm listening.
I mean, fair. Are you
know.
worried about CeeDee Lamb against what can be a good Bears defense, what should be, but which is not this
Not at all.
Not at all?
Jalen Johnson's out, and Kyler Gordon's out. So two of their top 3 DBs are not going to be playing in this game. CeeDee Lamb is going to feast.
That's good to hear because I want this parlay to hit.
Right, and here's the other thing. Like, I like playing guys who get a ton of targets because it almost feels like they're matchup proof just because they're going to get a ton of opportunities. Like, CeeDee Lamb had a ton of yards against the Eagles, and he had a bunch of drops. So I think he has another big game. All right, coming up next, time to relive the misery that was the Dolphins on a Thursday night. And maybe our takeaways for the Bills as well. It's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You know it. It is a Friday morning good time edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great Friday morning. Thanks for being with us as we are live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Coming up in our final hour, we start with Thursday Night Football and the Bills keeping their perfect season alive with a win over the Dolphins, but closer than maybe we expected there at the end. We'll tell you our favorite plays of the weekend when we pick 6. That comes your way in 20 minutes. Dongster and our best bets in 40 minutes. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium as we always stream our final hour. If you'd like to check us out, you can do that. Just log on to BallySportsLive.com or grab the Bally Sports Live app along with YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus, and other platforms. I'm Jinx. She is Chelsea. And Chelsea, let's start in Buffalo last night, where the Bills Mafia was celebrating another dub. Bills now moving to 3-0 after downing the Dolphins 31-21. The Dolphins cover that big number, which we talked about, 12.5 points on the spread. The Bills come home at minus 900 on the money line. Your total set at 49 and a hook at BetMGM, the over hits, and Josh Allen doing MVP things, including this.
Off the fake, rolling. He can run if he has to. Instead, he flips it for the touchdown. He hits Jackson Hawes.
All calls. Al Michaels on Amazon Prime. Flip pass to Jackson Hawes. If you didn't see it, man, great athletic play. What's new with Josh Allen? That was in the second quarter. Bills on top 14-7. In the fourth, we're knotted to 21, and Allen strikes again.
Outside to Shakir. Inside the 10. Shakir all the way in.
Allen goes 22 of 28, 213 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Very efficient night. The Bills on top 28-21. Just more than 3 minutes to play. Dolphins driving to tie the game. And then what does Tua do? Brutal interception to Terrell Bernard. And that was it. Bernard said after the game, we watched film. We knew this play was coming. I recognized it. I jumped the pass. And that was essentially the end of it. And it was. The Dolphins competitive, but kind of this is what Tua does as well, which is a mistake in a crucial moment.
This game is a great example of how box scores don't tell the entire story. Because if you looked at the recap of this game, you're like, oh my God, this game was tied in the fourth quarter? Really? This was a competitive game? Mm-hmm. But if you watch the body language of the quarterbacks and the head coach, this game never felt winnable for the Dolphins. Like, I don't think anybody on the Bills side of the football was worried for 1 second, even though the score was tied, just because Tua looked so nervous in the pocket the entire night. He was looking over his shoulder. His feet were happy the entire time, and not in a good way. He was only hitting like his first read, couldn't go on to the second read, and it just felt like a bunch of short and dumpy passes. But they still did score points, which I guess is a good takeaway. But they interviewed Mike McDaniel during the game, and I think at this point it was tied. And you would have thought that like he was in a mob movie and he had been like, somebody put a hit on him. They're like, Mike, it's time to take a walk. And he's like, all right, so we're still in this game. We're doing some things good, but we need to be better. You're like, oh my gosh. Like the body language was just terrible. So like, then you look at Josh Allen, who is poised, calm, perfection in the pocket. So I know this one looked closer than maybe people thought it was going to be, but there was never a doubt in anybody's mind who was going to win this game.
Yeah, it's so strange to watch a game like that where you feel like, oh, it's close. You're like, but is it really? The Dolphins were just playing catch up the whole time, and it felt like, all right, even when they would tie the game, it's only a matter of time before the Bills march down the field and do something here and take the lead again. So even late, it was interesting, but then what happens? The Bills make a play because Tua decides to be Tua. And the Dolphins are in a very precarious spot with him, where he hasn't really taken the leap that they thought that he was going to take when they signed him to that 4-year, $212 million contract. Has a potential out in 2027, but Mike Renner, who is the lead NFL draft analyst for CBS Sports, put this out, and Sammy P retweeted it, and he says, the tragic thing for the Dolphins going forward is that Tua's cap number is higher than Josh Allen's in 2025, 2026, 2027, and 2028. If you have that cap number on the books, then you've got to perform at the highest level, and Tua's just not doing it. A good quarterback, but he just hasn't elevated to that elite level.
Well, he's going backwards.
Yeah, he
is. Like, literally. Like, the passes last night, at one point, he was averaging a backwards pass. Like, he was averaging, like, minus a half yard on his passes. It's wild. Yeah. And it just feels like he has been regressing. And obviously, I do think, the head injuries go into it. Because I think that's part of the anxiety in the pocket is that he does have to be careful. And, when you're looking over your shoulder, it's like, it's not that he's just worried about the game. He's worried about his life, and his longevity on this earth. So it's like you can't blame him, but at the same time, like you don't want somebody who is a head case as your $212 million quarterback for the next couple of years. So it's just a tough situation for the Dolphins. And for Mike McDaniel, like no matter what you scheme up and no matter what weapons you have around him, because they do have speed. Tyreek Hill is very fast. Devon Achane is a great weapon. Jalen Waddle is a great target as well. It's just you can't do anything if your quarterback's throwing behind the line of scrimmage and he's always worried about somebody tackling him.
Yeah, it's interesting, too, because going back to week 1 of this season, the Colts said that after the game. You take away Tua's first read, he's done. You got him. And he gets nervous. And he shuffles around, and he doesn't know what to do. And I really think the whole concussion thing is a huge deal here. And I don't want to lean into he hasn't been the same, but I don't know how you could be the same. Because when you take one big hit after another big hit after another big hit, and the offense has sort of regressed with him, I think it's probably twofold, then A, you're not as effective as you used to be offensively, so maybe you're having to go through your reads in a way you didn't have to before, and then you're also a little scared in the pocket. I don't care who you are. When you take that many brutal hits in the game of football, there's no way you can't be a little gun-shy when you're ready to pull the trigger and know, if I stay here a little bit longer than I should, I'm going to take a shot.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can tell that anxiety is there too. And I think that like bad and nervous energy is contagious. And think about your quarterback, how he's supposed to be setting the tone for the team. It's your head coach and your quarterback who are supposed to be setting the vibes for the team. And you have Tua, who's looking over his shoulder, and he looks nervous on every single play. And you have Mike McDaniel, who looks like a dead man walking. So it just feels like, the plays were there. They scored 21 points. Great job, I suppose. Because, the Bills always have had Miami's number. They have owned them, historically speaking. But when you're talking about, is there any hope for the future in this team? It just feels like a broken team. And now it just feels like the question is not if Mike McDaniel gets fired, it's when.
Yeah, Mike McDaniel, you talk about an interesting transition where when he first started in Miami, he was very jovial. He's got a great sense of humor and clearly has a very good offensive mind. And it just feels like that along the way, however that has happened, he has lost the locker room. We've heard reports about that. Tyreek Hill is never happy. I mean, he's never happy anywhere he goes. But we've heard all these reports where once he kind of lost the locker room, then things started falling apart, which does happen. And you can see it physically on him. He looks like a different guy. He looks like a guy who has been through a couple years of nothing but stress. It'll wear on you, and you can see it and hear it when you listen to him.
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't feel like he has the respect of the locker room. Because we heard this last year that, they were fining players for showing up late to meetings, and players were still doing this. So if you're fining players and quote unquote punishing them, and they're still doing it, it means they don't respect you and they don't care about the punishment. So there are all kinds of issues when it comes to Miami. But maybe we should talk about the Bills for a second, because another win.
Switch up the vibes.
Ho-hum for the Bills. Right? Let's change the vibes for a little bit. Josh Allen continues to look really good. But when you're talking about Super Bowl contenders, you do have to nitpick. So somebody home's going to be like, oh, well, they won the game, Chelsea. We still, I think, need to discuss the defense. Because the defense at times was giving up play after play to a Dolphins offense that feels pretty predictable, right?
Yeah.
So I think that, like, if there's one takeaway for Buffalo, like, we know they're one of the best teams in the NFL, but, like, your standard is higher. So, like, we're trying to find sabotage factors for the Bills in the postseason. I think the defense could possibly be a problem.
It's always going to be this way, I feel like, with the Bills, because they're so built around Josh Allen playing hero ball, and it's been very successful. But I will say this in their defense. Last night, they were absolutely not at full strength because Ed Oliver was out, and who else? Matt Milano was out as well.
Matt Milano.
So when you look at these two guys, these are two, not just guys, these are integral pieces of their defense on the defensive line, part of their linebacking core. And Milano in particular, going back the past couple seasons, has had a real issue staying healthy. But these injuries that kept these guys out last night are not long-term injuries, right? So they get those guys back in the lineup. They get reinforcements on the defensive line coming back after week 6 because of suspensions. And all of a sudden, the Bills, who could absolutely continue undefeated into next month, will be even better, at least personnel-wise, on defense. So the Bills have some work to do, and certainly there's some questions at safety as well. You see a lot of teams offensively want to attack them there. That's maybe one of their weaknesses. But they are going to get better in terms of getting guys back in the lineup. So if you're Buffalo, I think this defense, while not great, could be better here in a month or so.
Yeah, and I think this has been the sabotage factor over the last few years because we have heard, there has been years where statistically Buffalo was a great defense during the regular season, and then these injuries start to pile up in January. Like Matt Milano's been one of them, where you look at the postseason, they're like, oh, we're missing all of these guys. But, your injuries usually don't get better by January. Like, if we're talking about, on the whole, like, there are guys that are going to get hurt just because it's a really long season. So I think the lack of depth on the defense for the Bills could be a problem. But the one good thing is this. It feels like this offense is pretty much unstoppable. Like, when you say that, imagine trying to defend Josh Allen and even what James Cook is doing. Like, people don't really put James Cook in the category of, like, the best running backs in the NFL, but, like, he's put up some great numbers. And obviously it helps, when your backfield also includes Josh Allen, because it's tough for defenses to defend. But the good thing is they're probably still going to score, like, at least 30 points a game. So, like, the defense doesn't have to be perfect.
No, not at all. And I think it's a good point about James Cook. He has now scored a touchdown in 7 straight regular season games, going back to last year, so that is tied for the team record. He's been great. And also, if you're looking at the Bills, I think there's a real possibility that they start 6-0 or close to it. If you look at their schedule coming off, they get 10 days off now to get ready for the Saints in Buffalo. That's a dub, right? So then it's another home game against the Patriots. That's winnable. Their toughest game, probably in week 6. They go on the road to face the Falcons, and the Falcons, they're going to be feisty this year. I think we've seen that already. But Buffalo is a team that could have that hot start and just roll through the first half of the season or close to it. And Josh Allen already looks like he could win back-to-back MVPs. Again, the caveat is it's early, but outside of the nitpicking on the defense, they look great.
Yeah, absolutely. They're definitely going to be a contender. And I think maybe the betting takeaway is when they play a decent offense, overs are going to be in play. Because the Bills can score points. And we've seen it that this Bills defense, like I know they only gave up 10 against the Jets, but then we had that shootout against the Ravens, and then this one went over the total, and it was a high total. So I think maybe that's a trend to watch for moving forward. It should be noted Dalton Kincaid had a big game in this one as well. He continues to be a very reliable target for Josh Allen. But in the meantime, like the Bills, like nothing has changed in my opinion. Like since the start of the season, there's been nothing that has really changed my mind on like the Bills being one of the best teams in football.
Yeah, they're awesome. I'm rooting for the Bills. I don't know how I happened upon a bunch of Bills fans that I know, but I'm ready for Bills Mafia to finally get a Super Bowl. I'd love it to be the Commanders, obviously. We'll see how that goes. But if not the Commanders, if your team isn't going to be the one to capture the title, then you sort of default and say, well, if not us, then them. And I'd really like Buffalo to get one. They've been so close so many times. And look, their one mortal enemy during the postseason has been who? The Chiefs, right? Again and again and again. And maybe this is the year when they can overcome Kansas City if the Chiefs get into the playoffs in the first place, which after an 0-2 start, not easy to do. But if there's a team that can do it, it's Kansas City. I just feel like this is the year that the Chiefs can be had if you're Buffalo.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to ask you this since you cover the Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
Is Jaden Daniels playing? Do we know?
We don't know. He's supposed to. I don't think he will. He's supposed to work out today. But ultimately, I think this is going to be, and Dan Quinn hasn't said as much, but he said, when he says things like, yes, we want him to play and he wants to play and he's checking all the boxes, but we have to think about this franchise and what he means to us, then it sort of tells you long term, do you really want to risk injury in a home game that you can win with your backup against the Raiders? I think the answer is probably no. So I think he probably could go and he'll want to go, and they're going to hold him out. That's just my gut. Coming up next here on the show, it is time to pick six and hear the message from Ice Cube to Colorado football. That is coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Monday morning, big time edition, baby. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. Whole crew is in the house. Coming up on the show, our favorite plays of the weekend as we dare to pick six. Welcome back, and to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour. We're doing the same on X as well if you want to stream us there. So we haven't talked about the Colorado Buffaloes. We talked about the Buffs every single week for a couple years. Coach Prime, Travis Hunter, Shedeur Sanders, and now they've just kind of fallen off the radar. Off to a 1-2 start. Bad loss to Houston last week. This week they host Wyoming. So the Buffs need some motivation, Chelsea. And nothing says, let me motivate my team, let me get them ready, than bringing in Ice Cube.
One thing I want to tell you guys, do not complain about what you don't get because of the work you didn't put in, okay? Don't complain about what you didn't get because of the work you didn't put in. So put in the work, and it'll pay off for you. That's all I got to say.
Cube, nice and simple. I mean, he's not wrong. I like the message, but he came in. He was like, I'm coming in. I'm dropping 20 seconds of knowledge, and I'm out.
Ah, so it wasn't F the police. I was wondering which direction he would go there.
And also, he comes back in. One more thing.
Right? I don't know if I would take... It's crazy how much his narrative, or I guess his viewpoint of, him as a person has changed. Because I wonder how these kids view Ice Cube. Because I think people who are older, like, this is an A-list celebrity, right? But if you're younger, like, what do you remember Ice Cube from? Are we there yet? Do you remember that kids movie? Like, there's probably some people on this team that saw that movie. They were probably kids, So it's just, when you're in Colorado, I always think, like, how many celebrities does it take before, like, the sheen wears off? Because, like, don't they have, like, The Rock come in? Deion Sanders is your head coach. He's, like, dating Chris Brown's ex, allegedly. So I don't know. Like, what do you think their thoughts were when Ice Cube came in? Do you think he had to have, like, an intro where Deion was like, okay, here's the qualifiers. Like, here's who he is. Yeah. Do you think people knew who he was?
I think, yes. I think with other guys, maybe not. But Ice Cube he's sort of transcendent in that way because of his history in hip-hop and rap, and because NWA, like, they made a movie a few years ago, right, to sort of bring their impact back into the public consciousness. Like, even now, his connection with Dr. Dre, who's connected to Eminem, I feel like guys like that, you can't help but if you know, rap, hip-hop, whatever at all, like, Ice Cube is a guy you just have to know. So I feel like with some artists, probably no, but with Cube, yeah. Like, I always use Ice-T as an example, because I think if you think about Ice-T, you think about Law & Order SVU. You think about Car Shield, right? He's on those commercials all the time. People forget Ice-T was part of, like, a hard rap.
Bad.
He had a song called Cop Killer that was in the mid-'80s. I believe his wife is a former porn actress or girlfriend. Like, he's had a wild life, especially early on. But now he's sort of soft, and he's like, yo, I trust all my work to Car Shield. He brings in his old buddies, and then he's trying to solve crimes. I'm like, there was a time when the government considered him a threat.
Right. Ice-T and Coco. They had a reality show.
That's right.
Next.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
But, like, here's the other thing with this is that, I don't know, like, do college kids still need motivational speeches? I want to be like, you're getting paid money. You shouldn't need to be motivated. Go out there and do your job. Welcome to the workforce.
I think it's more of like, get out there and make your money. 40 hours a week. I think it's more of just the cachet of saying, hey, I'm that Ice Cube today. Like, it's good for morale. Whether or not he really motivates them, I don't know if they're going to take what he said, print it out, put it up so they can look at it every day or put it on a sign. But ultimately, it can't hurt to have a guy like that show up, give you some words, say, hey, that was really cool, and it boosts spirits, and maybe that helps you.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's the cool part. And plus, that stuff works on, like, teenage boys.
That
right?
is true.
Like, they think they still think things are cool. So maybe
yeah.
it does work on them.
Oh, my God. When I was senior in high school, I talked to Chuck D on MTV, and he is of Public Enemy, one of the great hip-hop groups of all time, and I just thought it was like the coolest thing on earth. So I was, maybe a year or two away from college. Imagine, having that sort of same experience with Ice Cube. So, yeah, can definitely boost spirits. Let's boost some spirits on our own now and grab our own motivation to come up with some winners.
Pick six. Pick six.
All right, I believe, I'm scrolling through this. I'm going all college. You're going all pro. So let's fire it up. Utah, money line. Oh, all right. Minus 152 hosting Texas Tech. If you want to lay the points here, you can do it. Line open, Utes laying 2.5. Now it's sitting at Utes -3. Going back to last season, Utah has covered in 5 straight games. Devin Dampier, going back to last year at New Mexico, is a real threat at quarterback. Certainly Texas Tech can score points as well, so I expect a high-scoring game. But really the key here is a couple things. Number one is Utah is playing at home, and Utah at home has just been a banger. This is one of those really difficult places to play that you don't think about. But Kyle Whittingham, I think, is one of the better head coaches in the game, has been for a long time. Texas Tech hasn't played anyone. Arkansas, Pine Bluff, Kent State, Oregon State, and Utah has the advantage defensively. Already 8th in the country in defense. I think that's enough to give them the AA in what should be a very competitive game at noon. So let's go Utah. Utes on the money line at minus 152.
Yeah, Utah has been absolutely dominant at home with Kyle Whittingham. 93-30 at home, straight up, which is a crazy stat. So people don't think of them as having one of the best home field advantages in football, but they certainly do. At least that's what that record tells us. If you want to watch it, a noon Eastern kickoff on Saturday between the Red Raiders and the Utes.
Pick six. Pick six.
All right, let's go to the pros, and let's go to the Chiefs and the Giants game. So I know a lot of people are saying, oh, this is a buy low spot on the Chiefs. I am not necessarily sold on the Chiefs laying 6 in this game, but I am sold on their defense and their ability to take away the long ball and the explosive plays. We saw this against the Eagles last week. It's crazy what they did to this Eagles offense, limiting them to just 3.7 yards per play. And you're talking about Jalen Hurts throwing for merely like 110 yards. Saquon Barkley limited to under 100 yards rushing. So when you look at this Giants offense, I feel like it's very much predicated on Russell Wilson landing some of those moon balls. Does not feel like it's going to be the case in this game. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a Giants team total under 19.5 for minus 115 against the Chiefs. The Chiefs defense is something I can trust. Maybe the Chiefs offense still looks a little pedestrian, but this is the way you play it, is you fade the Giants offense.
All right. I like that because I'm a little wary about laying the points with the Chiefs just because I feel like everyone's going to do that. So I think this team total play is the way to go. Patrick Mahomes and company scoring off with the G-Men on Sunday Night Football.
Pick six. Pick six.
Back to the college game. Nebraska money line hosting Michigan. Nebraska, depending on where you search, plus 105. Let's go. Let's get some plus money here. So this is a huge game for the Huskers. They have been waiting for a game like this ever since they brought in Matt Rule as their head coach, and they've been trending in the right direction. We know Baby Mahomes can play. Watch out for Dane Key as well, the transfer from Kentucky. He has scored in each of the first 3 games for the Huskers this season. Also, Bryce Underwood looked great for the Wolverines last week against Central Michigan. This is a veteran Nebraska defense with a lot of experience that I think can give Underwood trouble. Sherrone Moore will not coach in this game for the Wolverines, so maybe that doesn't hurt the guys, but it's not going to help them. And really, this is about the Huskers waiting for this moment. This Nebraska program has lost 13 straight games at home against teams ranked in the Associated Press poll. They have been waiting and waiting to finally get over the hump. They are desperate for this win. They get it this weekend. Nebraska on the money line against Michigan.
It's corn. I feel like we need to watch that viral video. Anytime we talk about Nebraska, I always say, it's corn. If you want to watch that one, Wolverines and Huskers kicking off at 3 Eastern at Memorial Stadium.
Pick six. Pick six.
All right, back to the NFL we go, and to the AFC South divisional matchup here between the Texans and the Jags. I'm taking the Dogs as the Texans getting 1.5 points. I understand that the Texans have not looked good in each of their first 2 games, especially that offense. But listen, desperation spot for C.J. Stroud and company. And I think the defense is going to be, the differentiating factor in this one, because think about Trevor Lawrence and his numbers so far this season. A completion percentage of 58%, 4 touchdowns, 3 picks. How do you think Trevor Lawrence is going to go do it against this Texans defense that's phenomenal at creating pressure on the defensive line? They had 4 sacks against the Tampa Bay Bucks. And also, they've got a great secondary led by Derek Stingley Jr. So it just feels like a bad matchup to me for Trevor Lawrence. So if this game is tight, the quarterback I still trust more, despite having a terrible offensive line, is CJ Stroud. He was under pressure the entire night against the Bucks, but still that game was decided by a mere point. So this is a step down in competition, in my opinion. So I'm going to go with the Texans getting that 1.5 on the road against the Jags.
When you look at a team that has to have a win and the Texans have to have a win here, how much does that factor into you looking at the numbers and making a handicap?
I think it goes into it, but it's not the main thing. Because how many times have we said, this is a must-win game, and teams
Right.
lose it all the time. Like, teams want to win every Sunday, but it doesn't happen. So, I think it's a nice spot, and sometimes this goes into quarterback rush props, because, when guys are desperate, they're more, willing to put their body on the line. But, it goes into it, but it's not the whole handicap.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way, where you take it into consideration, like they have to have it, and so maybe they change things up, or maybe they coach in a way that maybe lends itself to winning, but it's not. They're going to be motivated in the NFL, but certainly there are spots where teams maybe are more motivated than other weekends in the National Football League. If you want to check it out, 1 o'clock Eastern kickoff in Jacksonville on Sunday.
Pick six.
Back to the college game we go. This line has moved in a big way. I got Miami -7 hosting Florida. We've seen it go from 7.5 all the way steamed up to 9 overnight. So all of the money is piling in on the Hurricanes. Now it's at 9.5. For the love of God, I'll play it down to 7 because that's where I got it, at least for the purposes of this show. But I just don't know if the Gators are going to be able to keep this close. Look at what we saw last week at LSU, where DJ Lagway threw 5 interceptions against the Tigers. And if LSU would have been able to convert more on 3rd down, then that game would have been a blowout. And guess what? The Tigers still covered the number. That's why Brian Kelly lost his mind after the game, because they weren't able to convert as much as Tigers fans wanted. He was asked about it and then just, blew his top before apologizing. But LSU might have a better defense overall than Miami, but the Hurricanes' defensive line, these guys are monsters. They are going to dominate the line of scrimmage. They're going to put pressure on Lagway, and once again, he's going to make a lot of mistakes. As long as Mario Cristobal doesn't make some sort of boneheaded decision, which is normally what he does at least 1 or 2 times during the season, things are just rolling for Miami. They're at home. It's at night. Carson Beck is now the favorite to win the Heisman Trophy, and things are falling apart for Florida. I think the Gators aren't going to be close in this one, and the Hurricanes cover the number. So I'm going to lay the 7 with Miami, and I think we could see, like I said, a game where the Gators just get blown out of the water, and that hot seat for Billy Napier gets scalding.
Yeah, I think we should make a name for when you throw 5 interceptions. In baseball, when you have the golden sombrero when you strike out 3 times. 5 interceptions against this Miami defensive line. I don't think that goes well for the Gators as well. If you want to watch it, night game at Hard Rock Stadium beginning at 7:30 Eastern on Saturday.
Pick six.
All right, let's go to the AFC West divisional battle between the Broncos and the Chargers. I think this is going to be a low-scoring affair. I'm going to hit the under 45.5. I understand the Chargers look unstoppable right now, but I do think this is going to be a really tough defensive matchup. And I understand the Broncos gave a bunch of points to the Colts, but it's still a good secondary. And I do think if the Chargers get ahead, they will be playing a little bit more conservatively in the second half. And I think for me, more than anything, it's the ability of both these teams to limit the big play. Mostly the Chargers. They're giving up the fewest, I think, yards per attempt of any team in the NFL. We saw this last year. They were the number 1 scoring defense in the NFL. So Bo Nix has looked a little lost against, some pressure this year, and I think it's going to be more of the same. I do think the Chargers win this game, but I don't think the Broncos score much in this one. I think we see an under, 45.5, and hitting the under is the play.
Let's go. AFC West battle on Sunday at 4:05 Eastern in LA. Pick 6, ready to go. But which one of those bets, maybe all, maybe some, are going to make the final card as we roll into our best bets? We're going to have that. We're going to have the Donkster. Chelsea, let me scroll down before we go to break here. Oh, yeah. A little baseball, a little college football, 5 bets on the card. You go big with me? Yeah? Huh?
Ooh, 5?
Maybe?
I don't know. Hit the under.
All right, maybe hit the under on that. Find out what happens next. We're coming back, and we're going to wrap things up here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Friday morning good time edition. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Almost time to bring you our best bets. Double D. Donkster's here. Got D-Day, Double D. Dylan here as well. Whole crew. Great to be with you on a Friday. Welcome to our audience on X and on Stadium as well. I can't believe we didn't mention this before we get to our bets, and I see you adding to the card, which I'd love to see. You know what the Browns are doing on Sunday? I mean, they're wearing their all-brown helmet and uniform. All brown. Sponsored by Dude Wipes. Yeah. You cannot make this up. It's perfect marketing. The jokes write themselves. All brown, sponsored by Dude Wipes. Idiocracy is staring us in the face. Here we are.
Well, I mean, they are named the Browns. So, like, to be all brown, it makes a lot of sense. I feel like the last time they did an event sponsored by Dude Wipes, wasn't that when the cameraman fell into the lake? Do you remember this?
Oh, yeah. And wasn't there... It was. And then there was this conspiracy theory that it was done on purpose. Did you see that? Like, look at his leg here.
No.
He clearly meant to do it. He clearly meant to do it so this would go viral. And that was a thing. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I feel like that's just classic Dude Wipes.
Classic Dude Wipes. Dude Wipes has been spending some money. I feel like I've seen them everywhere. So, like, it's not for a lack of trying, but I don't know if it's marketed for me. Like, since I'm not a dude, can I not use them?
You can. I mean, who doesn't want to associate themselves with the Cleveland Browns? It's great marketing, I think, but it's also one of those things that could backfire. I mean, do you want to be associated with this team? I don't necessarily know, but it's.
Well, I mean,
we're talking about it.
You're a company that has.
Yes.
I'm trying to find a kosher way to say this. It's like if you have a bathroom experience that's too messy and you need a wet wipe. Like,
Correct.
That's your company. So, like, the Browns, as bad as they are, like, do you get what I'm saying?
Yes. I mean, it's right in line with what they do. Let's just put it that way, right? So,
right.
There you go. That's the way to market it. I mean, we're talking about it. We wouldn't be talking about it if this were, I was going to say the Packers. I'm like, well, maybe we would. Anyway, it's Dude Wipes weekend. The Alpha Dog uniform, as they call it, with the Packers taking on the Browns in Cleveland. All right, we got a loaded card, both of us, so let's get to it.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea, we're going to start with you. Lead us off.
All right, so this is going to be the same play I played last week, and maybe it feels lazy, but the matchup is just too good. CeeDee Lamb continues to post wild numbers this year. In his first two games of the season, 110 yards receiving, 112 yards receiving. And one of those, in the game against the Eagles, he had a bunch of drops, costly drops, and he still finished with 110 receiving yards. So this week, it's one of the highest totals on the board. The Cowboys facing the Bears, and the Bears are a team who just gave up a 52 spot to the Lions. And if you look at their leading receiver, Amon-Ra St. Brown, had 115 yards receiving. So it just lines up for another good spot for CeeDee Lamb, who continues to get the targets. These are the guys that I target, the guys that get a ton of targets, because you know the opportunity is going to be there. It almost feels matchup proof. When you're getting 13 targets and 11 targets, you're going to get some yards. Like, maybe he doesn't get over 100 yards, but I do think he can at least get over 79.5 receiving yards this week against the Bears.
Yeah, he's been a winner for you, so I'm glad that's part of our parlay as well. And Double D was mentioning the guys out in the secondary for Chicago. So that hopefully is a winner. I definitely like it. I'm going to start with a couple of baseball plays, maybe 3 baseball plays, and then get into some college football. Braves Tigers over 8.5, minus 122. This number opened at 8.5, immediately went to 9 at a lot of books. You got Bryce Elder going up against Charlie Morton. Bryce Elder, nice stretch a few games ago. Last time out against the Astros, gave up 6 earned in 4 1/3 innings. Charlie Morton has given up 3 runs or more in 3 of his last 4. In fact, we've seen at least 9 runs scored in each of his last 5 appearances. I know the Tigers have been struggling recently. This is a good chance to get on the right side of things. And also, they are one of the highest scoring teams at home in Major League Baseball. Let's go Braves Tigers over 8.5.
All right. Baseball still on the card. I got one baseball play. I'm going to go Red Sox on the money line at -127 over the Rays. This feels like too good of a price. I understand the Red Sox have been scuffling a little bit as of late, but they've got their ace on the mound today. And Garrett Crochet has great season-long stats. 16-5 with a 2.63 ERA. And also, the last time he faced the Rays, complete game shutout. So it feels like it is a great matchup. If there's ever a spot for Boston to win a game and you get a decent price on them, the time is now. Plus, these are meaningful games for the Red Sox. They are still fighting to keep that wild card spot and make the postseason. Next up, going to go back to football, another prop in that Cowboys and Bears game. This side, I'm going to go on the Bears side. Roma Dunes over 62.5 receiving yards. Roma Dunes has arrived as the number one receiver in Chicago. Last game had 11 targets, most on the team, 7 catches, 128 yards. So this is more a target share thing than anything. He's going to get the opportunity here. And plus, the Cowboys defense has allowed the most yards of any defense in the NFL. So a good spot for both of these offenses here. Again, the total is 50.5. So I think this is a solid play. And plus, it's a pretty low number for a number one receiver. Let's go Roma Dunes over 62.5 receiving yards for -115.
All right, back to baseball for this guy before we get into college football. Rangers on the money line, -156, hosting the Marlins. Jansen Junk going for the Marlins. Tyler Mahle back on the hill for the Rangers. I'm fading Jansen Junk. ERA has started to tick up as the season has come to a close. I mean, it happens. Pitchers get tired this time of year, but he's given up at least 3 runs. 3 runs or more in 9 straight games. He won't go long, maybe 5-6 innings tops in this game, usually 5. As for Tyler Mahle, he's gotten beat up in his last couple of outings, but that was before he went on the injured list. And now he's back after looking good in the minors. He's not going to go long either, but at home this season, 4-1 with an ERA of .82. Rangers were off yesterday, so they have a bullpen that is fresh, ready to go. They should carry the load after Mahle leaves the game. Rangers on the money line, -156. I'm also with you on the Red Sox. You just have to take the Red Sox at this price. Garrett Crochet taking on Drew Rasmussen. I mean, Crochet, 2 runs or less in 10 of his last 13. He's even better on the road. 11-2, 2.29 ERA. Red Sox money line. And I talked about these 2 picks in the previous segments. I'll go over them quickly here. Utah on the money line, taking on Texas Tech. This should be one of the games of the day. Big noon kickoff tomorrow. Devin Dampier was great last year at New Mexico. I think that Utah offensive line has the advantage in the trenches against Texas Tech. They give Dampier enough time to make plays. This should be a high-scoring game, but really this is about Utah at home, where Kyle Whittingham, 93-30 straight up in his career at home. I mean, I don't know how you can avoid those numbers. This line opened, Utah -2.5, got to 3. I'm playing Utah on the money line, following that trend I mentioned at -152. Also, I don't like Texas Tech. I'm glad they are stuck in the Big 12 where they belong. I don't like them at all. Let's go Utes. And Miami, man, you talk about a number that has moved. This was sitting at 7 and a hook, hosting Florida at Hard Rock on Saturday night. Now it's sitting at 9.5. What in the world is going on here? I'm playing this at 7 because I got it earlier in the week. At 9.5, I don't know how I feel about it, but ultimately I just can't really make a case for Florida. This is a team in disarray. DJ Lagway last week intercepted 5 times against LSU. If LSU had been able to convert on many of those turnovers, that would have been a 20-point win. It was still a 10-point win. They still covered the number, and that Miami defensive front should cause problems for Lagway all night long. Everything is coming together for the Canes thus far. I know we said that before, but look, we thought maybe last week South Florida would give Miami a game. What happened? Miami just rolled them, and this is a good South Florida team. Miami is peaking right now. It's early in the season. They're playing great football. Florida is not, and this could be a double-digit win. I think it is. I'll go Miami -7 at Hard Rock against Florida on Saturday night. All right, full card.
Yeah, it feels like I would not look at a quarterback who just threw 5 picks and want to trust that quarterback on the road.
Right. Exactly.
Doesn't feel like a great decision.
That's not yeah. And there's a reason why all the money is coming in on Miami. It feels like it's one of those things where something's going on. It hasn't been reported yet, but somebody knows something because that's a lot of line movement in college football. Okay, before we go to bed, Sweats, let's bring in the Dogster.
Have you guys seen the Browns uniform combo this weekend?
Yeah, we were just talking about it. Doo-doo Browns, so gross, am I right? Yeah, that's the joke, Donkster. I mean, come on. It almost makes you reminisce about the Deshaun Watson days. Oh, no, it doesn't. Doesn't.
He's still there.
Yeah, he's still there, by the way. Can we have a pick? Those dirty Browns, +8 against the Packers. I'll get you out of here, buddy. That was close. Well, bet sweats, yay, nay? Looks like on a Friday, the answer is no. Oh, wait, there's Joe. Oh, just in time. Look at this.
The answer is yes.
Come on, Clutch. Good morning, Joe. How are you?
How you guys doing? All right, out on the Browns. Undecided all week. All the sharps have been on Cleveland. Now the Donkster's sharp, and I'm out.
Sharp better.
Sharp.
When
Sharps
they
are
say
getting their ass
sharps, they mean the Donkster.
They do.
That's the unknown.
Usually do.
thing.
That's the whole bit. Yeah.
I like to steam the line.
Oh, gosh.
What does that
All right.
mean?
Cleveland Steamer. What?
Okay. I like how I implied it and you just said it outright.
This show has the most euphemisms of any show on the network. I think we win that handily. I want to ask one question before we let you go that's actually betting related. What's the best way to use an odds boost? Because I feel like people use this differently. Do you use it on a parlay? Do you use it on a bet you think is going to hit? How do you use an odds boost correctly?
Oh, correctly. Damn. Those are two different answers. Because I was going to say I use it as a lottery ticket a lot of times. Anytime I get free bets, odds boosts, okay, I have an opportunity and I'm going to, and probably maybe go a little too far, but I try to make it as valuable as possible. I'm looking for some kind of a bigger hit.
That's smart advice.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Double D's been using it on his parlays. All right, we'll take that advice and roll with it. Joe, great to see you. Have a great show. Have a great weekend.
Have a great weekend, guys.
Let's go Browns, I guess. I don't know. Go Browns! And the Packers. I like both teams. Well, that's it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Chelsea Messenger, D-Day, Didn't Day, Dylan Mitchell, David Double D Dykstra, and the Donkster. I am Michael Jenkins. Have a fantastic weekend. We'll see you.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Football Friday, hanging out with you for the next 3 hours, covering everything NFL, college football, getting you set for the weekend. We'll have our Friday feels in about 20 minutes. College football plays later this hour. Next hour, we're going to go through all the big NFL games. Kelly in Vegas will join us final hour of the show, 2-minute drill, and we will wrap with our lightning bets like we do each and every day. Sam? We are on BetMGMNetwork.com, YouTube, Twitch, as always, 9 to noon Eastern time, Bet_Sweats on X. Last night, more competitive than I think anybody was expecting. I saw a lot of it, and I was receiving texts like, wait, what is going on here? Why is this game competitive? Because it was in the back of people's minds that, okay, this is going to be a blowout. But, we were going over it yesterday. History would suggest otherwise. And I know the final score says 10. And yes, the Dolphins did cover. They barely end up covering when it comes to the final score. But that final score, not indicative of how that game went at all, just until the very end. A few mistakes.
As somebody who bet the Dolphins in week 2, I was asking myself out loud, why? Why couldn't I get this Dolphins team against the Patriots? No. I get this team against the Bills when I didn't bet the Dolphins. We were both leaning towards taking the points with the Dolphins, but then when you wedge in how difficult it's been for these underdogs to keep games close, just stayed off it. Didn't have a single dollar on it. I heard you had a couple nice bets with our friends in Buffalo on WGR. I don't know who half the guys the Bills are throwing to are. I don't know, but that shows you how great they are and how deep they are. And then at the end of the day, I did in the many losers pool I'm in, where I have to pick a loser every week, not a winner. It's reverse survivor. Put in Miami. And when the Bills kicked that field goal up 7 late in the fourth quarter, I'm thinking, oh, no, please, no. It's 4th and 5. There's less than a minute to go. You get the first down, the game's over. McDermott gambled. That's a gamble to kick that field goal because Prater had already missed one by 80 yards earlier in the game, which we have to discuss. The room coming in hot on Matt Prater's over on field goals. But you missed that kick. Now the Dolphins have the ball basically at midfield, and you're holding a Miami loser ticket. It was sweaty. And how about if you had the total last night? The game's under the whole way until the Bills kick a field goal up 7 to push it just over the total, 49-52. This total's 49, 50, 50 and a half. You sweat it in Survivor. You sweat it on the total. And I know people were sweating props.
Oh, yeah. I was on Kincaid. That was done in the first quarter. He got a touchdown. He was getting the looks. That's the only consistent thing I've seen from this Bills offense. Outside of James Cook, as far as the receivers go, you don't know who to trust. You don't know who it's going to be. And it's not on them. It's just Allen gets everybody involved. That's not a bad thing. It's just challenging for your prop bets if they're on an island game and you want to attack a Bills game. Be careful with these passing props. I don't know about you, Sam, but it's something I've noticed early on this year. Even the elite quarterbacks, they're not getting close to 250. Like Allen last night, they scored 31 points. He finishes with 213. It's been more James Cook over the last couple of weeks. Tua on the other side, like, okay, he's getting his top receivers involved, playmakers. It felt like a lot more than 146, but that's what he ended up with. 146 yards. So Kincaid cashed easily, and show up in the Bulldog. We always appreciate them listening as well. A lot of listeners out in Buffalo, thanks to our appearances out there, and those rabid Buffalo Bills fans. Was hearing from a lot of people about Kincaid, but Bulldog said it yesterday when I was on with them. You'll be on with them this afternoon. Jackson Hawes. He made a strong case going on and on. Jackson Hawes. I'm like, really? And as he's talking about it, I'm looking up, he's 15-1 for an anytime touchdown. And boy, did he get that look. I think it was the second touchdown of the game. First touchdown 80-1 on him. I'm like, you got to play some Jackson Hawes. He was making that hard of a case at 15-1. But, yeah, I mean, it's 21-21, late. Nobody's expecting to be there. The Dolphins force the Bills to punt. They're at midfield. Fourth quarter, 21-21. You're getting the ball back. The Seiler, that dumbass, just roughs the punter. Like, what are you doing? Roughing the punter. A guy that's been doing this a long time. I think they said he's an 8-year veteran. Flipped the game right there. That was it. Bills end up continuing the drive. They get a touchdown there. Goes 28-1. And then you had an awful Tua interception. It was ball game. But the game flipped right there on the dime. It's fourth down. You forced him out. You got him out. 4th and 7. And it wasn't running into the punter. It was roughing the punter. And it should have been called. And there you go. The Bills end up winning. A lot of people had the Bills in Survivor. I was taking a look. Not as many as I was expected. Those Thursday games, it's going to be a little light. Some people shy away from it. You got a divisional matchup. But you do have the biggest point spread on the board. I did not use them in any of my Survivor pools. In 10 of them, did not use one entry on the Bills. And it wasn't because it's Thursday. It wasn't because it's divisional matchup. It was just because the Bills are too valuable moving forward. They're going to be the biggest favorite on the board next week. They'll be the biggest favorite on the board in a couple of weeks. And many other times they're going to be massive favorites. So we have other options this week. Point spreads around a touchdown that we like. Why force the Bills when we don't have to? So I ended up saving them, even though I used the Ravens a lot last week. They have a lot of future value as well, Sam. But we talked about the idea yesterday about McDaniel losing his job. They had fight. It shouldn't happen. I know they haven't won a game. The results are not pretty for Dolphins fans, but he's not getting fired anytime soon. It was also brought up because there's a bit of a layoff. They do not play now until next Monday night.
I can't wait to hear Kelly on the show today. Kelly in Vegas, who joins us every Friday.
She's insane.
10 minutes to go until submission last night. She's in a bunch of Survivor contests. And at the Horn, basically 10 minutes to go, she decided to go full throttle, full send, Bills Survivor and all of her entries. That's a sweat right there. That's a Thursday night sweat. And now somebody like Kelly, who did take Buffalo, and there are plenty of people that did it, now you want chaos on Sunday. You want these upsets. You want Cleveland to win, Tennessee to win, New Orleans to win. Either New York team, Giants or Jets, you want chaos. If you pick Buffalo, you want chaos. I've got a couple stats for you. Tua Tagovailoa, according to Evan Abrams, who everybody should be following if you gamble, at Evan H. Abrams. Tua is now 2-14 straight up away from home when he's facing a team that's above 500.
Yep.
That is the second worst quarterback over the last decade. The only one that's worse is Andy Dalton, 2-17-1. Tua, 2-14. Prescott, 7-15. Flacco, 4-12. He does not beat good teams. Does not. On the other side, let's give you this stat on Josh Allen from Sneaky Joe in Buffalo. Josh Allen, in his last 11 games, including the playoffs, 30 total touchdowns, 1 interception. 30-1. Unbelievable. And at the end of the day in the NFL, good teams find ways to win, bad teams find ways to lose. And that's what happened last night.
Yeah, that's a very fair way to put it. So there you have it. The Dolphins cover. It goes over, both very close. Start of week 3, they are right on it, man. They are right on that number. So there you go. A lot of props end up hitting with all those points scoring, but the passing yards, I would shy away from that a little bit. Just across the league, we're seeing so many top-notch quarterbacks right around 200 passing yards. And when you look at the number during the week, wow, Josh Allen's only 234. Yeah, I would stay away right now until we start to see more consistent performance from some of these offense, unless you're talking about Cowboys-Bears, because that game is expected to go bonkers, which means it'll probably be a very low-scoring game. The Room last night. The Room. All right, we have it. The Room lost again. I was thinking that the room was actually going to have a winning night because we saw James Cook snap. He hits both of his props. The room had 2 on James Cook, 2 different props, one rushing and receiving, both winners. So to have a losing night, they've got to go 0-3 on the others. The room comes through, goes 0-3 on the non-James Cook props.
2-3 for the room, but the juice kills. You lose a bet at minus 129, lose a bet at minus 125, lose a bet at minus 135. So that's just the way it goes. You're juicing up and you're juicing out. So 2-3, but you lose 1.65 units because of the math. And the number one prop, as Paul was wrapping them out, Achane over on receiving yards. Okay. Catches 7 balls. If I would have said he's going to catch 7 passes, you'd think he'd probably get over. 7 for 29. Didn't get there. And we actually didn't hate the Cook look. We thought, all right, they're going to be up. They're going to run the ball. So we weren't like opposed to a Cook play. But here we go. 5 more bets from the room. They go 2-3. And because of the juice, the Prater one was the funniest one. Prater over 1.5 field goals made minus 135. And that first kick wasn't even in the atmosphere. Never had a chance to go in. And we got a tweet. The room. Room strikes again. X is the best place during a live event. I love the room follow-ups. People are always talking about the room during the game, especially when things go anti-room. But the tweet of the night was from an account that I follow, Chuck Bass, who tweeted, if Ollie Gordon scores an anytime touchdown, I will text my ex who is getting married on Saturday that I still love her. Ollie Gordon scored the first touchdown of the game.
Has he done a follow-up?
Yeah. His entire feed is follow-up. The initial tweet got 5.5 million views. And then he's asking X, what do I do? How do I open? What do I say? He eventually texted his ex, who's getting married this weekend. And he quickly found out the text wasn't delivered, which means that she had already blocked him. So it didn't get
through. Yes. So good. So good. Wait, do you believe that?
Yes, I do. 100%.
Okay. I wasn't sure if he was just kind of like, hey, well, I tried, but it didn't go through. Oh, man. Actually, that's a best case scenario for him, right? That's perfect. A little embarrassment online. Who cares? It's not real. So there you go. That's a fun follow-up. Another quick follow-up before we hit the break. Only 2 minutes of baseball all show. Let's knock it out. Mets win last night. Mets take care of the Padres 6-1. So that Diamondbacks World Series number that we talked about at 350-1 goes to 400-1. They didn't play, and they go from 350 to 400-1. The Mets in that wild card spot, the last wild card spot in the National League, it is a 2-game lead. Cincinnati and Arizona, there are 2 games up on them. Crazy long shots. That's what you're going to get with a limited amount of games left. It will move 350 to 400.
The American League wild card on the other side is going to be chaos down the stretch. The Astros, Mariners, Red Sox, and Guardians are all right there. We don't have a long way to go, but how about the Astros having a 1-game lead on Boston and a 1.5-game lead on, is it Cleveland? Yeah. Actually, no, I'm sorry. I'm reading this wrong. Astros are up 1 on Boston, up a little bit more on Cleveland. But Houston, Seattle, Boston, Cleveland are all right there. You got 4 teams fighting for 3 spots. Don't know who it's going to be. Seattle keeps winning, man. 9-1 last 10. They win again last night. The Red Sox lose again. Now 5-5 last 10. So a lot of people around here, a lot of people where I live, starting to get nervous about the Sox not making it through.
And it's not just the spots. It's getting the bye. You don't want to play in that wild card round if you don't have to. If you can get to that 2 line, like that's massive. So that's another fly in the ointment. Like, oh man, I don't know. Are they going to get the bye? What are they going to have to deal with? We're going to have to set up pitching. We're probably going to have to push it until the last day of the season. Then you have that quick turnaround. Like there's a lot of different factors there. Like at what point do you say, okay, let's worry more about game one of the wild card round as opposed to trying to miss the wild card round entirely. So we'll see how it plays out, but it seems like a lot of that seeding is going to go down to the final day right now.
And the Rangers are definitely dead. They lost again. That's 4 straight.
Yeah. So
they're in the box, no doubt.
They suck. Damn. Kill that long parlay. Multi-sport parlay that had going on. The Rangers were the next one in. It was Thunder. We had the Masters winner, and the Rangers were next, and that will kill it. Joe O, Sammy P. We won't kill Friday Feels. That's on the other side. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. all got that Friday feeling.
Good morning, Vietnam!
It's all about the vibes on this Football Friday.
Hey, this is not a test. This is rock and roll.
It's our Friday feels on Bet Sweats.
Clear eyes, full hearts.
Let's go!
Friday feels. Joe O, Sammy P. If we did Monday feels, it would have been like we were laying on the couch with the therapist, right? Just letting it all out, like crying through our losses from over the weekend, at least in the NFL. College football has been just fine. But it's not Monday feels. It's Friday feels. And I think we're good. Sam, can you confirm? Are you good? Like, I think it took a couple of days, but we're feeling all right heading into the weekend.
Once we get through Wednesday, I generally feel pretty good, even if I've had a god-awful weekend gambling the weekend before. Wednesday is the turning point for me. By Thursday, good to go. By Friday fung, as Ozzie Guillen used to say on the Score in Chicago. Now, my Friday could certainly shift later tonight when I have money on Rutgers, +2.5, +3 at home against Iowa. But I feel good, and here's why. I feel Josh Allen is going to get Buffalo to a Super Bowl. This guy is just unbelievable. And I was texting with the boys in Buffalo last night, all of them. You know, I text with Bulldog, Shope, Zach, the producer, Sal Capaccio, who's like the Bills insider. And after the
Sal Capaccio,
Sal and I text all the time. What are you talking about? We always text.
Yeah.
So I text Sal after they complete a pass to a guy named Shravers, I think. And I text Sal, who are these guys? Who are these people that Josh Allen's completing passes to? And you know what Sal texts me? He sends Josh Allen with the handshake emoji.
Oh, no.
Magic Johnson. Valid point.
Yeah.
Just get the ball to whoever's open and let them do their thing. I know that Baltimore's dangerous, and I believe Costos calls them the DVOA Kings or whatever. I mean, they're statistically sexy every year, but they never deliver.
Fair.
Baltimore with Lamar Jackson has never beaten Kansas City or Buffalo at a playoff game. And until I see it, I'm sorry, I don't believe it. But to watch Allen when the game is on the line, he becomes even bigger of a superhero. He was good in the game. I don't know that he was great. But in a tie game or Buffalo down 3, down 4, I just trust that guy. I trust him. I trust Joe Brady calling the plays, running the offense. I trust his ability to make the right play. And I told you when we got back from our final vacation of August, that makes it sound like we took multiple vacations in August. We did not. When I got back from my final vacation of the summer, I told you I'm betting Buffalo to win the Super Bowl and did it pretty well at 7-1 +725. Watching him against Baltimore and watching him last night when the Bills didn't even play close to an A game, but that punchy divisional team that's about to probably get put in the box is giving you the game of its season so far. And when the game is on the line, it's 21-21. He takes them down the field and they get in the end zone. That was the death blow. It was. Because he is so good when the pressure rises. When the moment needs to be met, he meets it. And I feel extremely good having money on that guy to take that team on a deep playoff run. That's how I feel this Friday morning.
That was a strong takeaway from last night. And maybe it's because I say that because I did the exact same thing. Like, this is their C- D+ game. Like Paul asked us earlier, did you ever really think the Dolphins were going to win that game? No, I wasn't betting them money line as a dog or anything like that. But I thought they very well could have because the Bills were giving a C- D+ effort. And they scored 31 points in a game in which they do that. Right? Like they scored 31 when it was just a blah game from them. It was nothing close to what they can do. So I think that was another statement about what this Bills team is and when are they going to lose, because they're going to be massive favorites coming up a couple of weeks. They did not cover last night, of course, with that closing around 11 throughout our show yesterday. It's 12.5, 13. Market was right. Market brought that down, and the dog ends up covering if you were in on Miami. My Friday feels. Dogs have not done well. They have not. And I told you where I stand as far as this weekend. Let me go back to what KIV was tweeting about, but with her survivor play, that she needs chaos, right? You said she's going to be rooting for chaos, and we'll talk to Kelly about that at 11 a.m. Eastern time because she took the Bills in Survivor. Anybody who took the Bills in Survivor is now in that spot. I told you where I stand, and 10 toes down. I'm losing track of the segments here. 10 toes down, I said, this is it. Enough's enough. Everybody talking about 4+ favorites. They always win. They haven't lost this year. It's going to happen. It's going to happen a couple of times this weekend. So that would suggest that I do believe there will be some chaos this weekend. Do you think there will be?
I hope so.
I know you
don't
hope so.
know.
Do you think there will be? No, I need to
Probably
know 100%. Friday feels. Damn it. Come on. We're going to hear that stupid trend again.
I don't think so. I was texting with a bookmaker last night. Can you tell I text a lot? I text so much. That's why my texts on my phone. My texts on my phone and my computer have to delete after 30 days because there are too many texts.
Oh,
and then
space, yeah.
You add in the group threads and the Bears group threads, and my computer would explode. Yeah. But I did write a story for Fox about, these favorites to keep winning. And the response I got from one bookmaker who I adore, he said it'd be nice if one of them would just win. One of them. And he listed off the teams that I listed off beginning of our show. He needs one of them to just pull this off. Mm-hmm. And the money line parlays, I wrote the story Wednesday night into Thursday morning. By that point, by Wednesday night, he was already inundated with endless parlays, money line favorites. Money line favorite, money line favorite, money line favorite. They're coming in, they're betting Green Bay to win, with Seattle to win, with the Chiefs to win. It's nonstop. And one of these dogs has to win. Do I think it's going to happen where all of them win or copious amounts of them win? Probably not. But if it does, it won't hurt me. I'm on the Browns. I have the Browns plus 8.5. If they win, if Flacco goes wacko, I'll be very happy. Then I'll be able to dance on some Packer fans too. Because, they've already won the Super Bowl. It's already decided after Packers fans are already, we're going to the Super Bowl and we're going to win. Okay, got it. After 2 weeks. Got it. You asked the question, though. Do I think we're going to get multiple underdogs of 4 or more to win? No, I don't. I'm hopeful, but I don't. I would love for it to happen, Joe. You know that. I just know better.
Yeah. We've seen it. We've seen it for a long period of time. I started to think this morning, and maybe I just talked to too many people, maybe groupthink, whatever. Feels like the Browns are getting really trendy, man.
No,
are they the trendy dog?
That. No,
it feels.
what?
I was thinking it this morning, and then 35 minutes ago, the Donkster gives out the Browns.
This happened to me week 1. I was getting good numbers on the Giants. 6.5, 6.5, 6.5. And then it got to 6. And then it got to 5.5. And then Paul opens up the room on Friday morning and goes, the Giants are in the room. I'm like, damn it.
We're done.
We'll know for sure when we get to the room later today. We're going to do college and NFL. If the Browns are in the room, I'm getting off it. ASAP. I just don't believe that people are going to bet the Browns against the Packers. You really think so?
And say, just to cover though. I mean, that's a lot. We're at 8.5. I don't know about beat. I'm just hearing it a lot.
Well, I hear a bunch of Packers, so maybe that'll balance.
Okay.
Paul is asking right now. Wrong. Paul's asking in the chat, pick two. Pick two. These, I'm guessing, to win. Yeah. Jets, Browns, Titans, Panthers. You got to pick two. You first.
Jets, I want to say Titans, but I'm going to go Panthers. Like, we've seen this too many times. Falcons love Sunday Night Football. Oh, they do have a good defense. Now they're favored by 5.5 in a divisional matchup. Okay, let's slow down there. Let's go Panthers, Jets. How about you?
I was really wondering about Tampa's offensive line yesterday because they're already down Tristan Wirfs, their left tackle.
Yep.
Cody Mock is out for the season. And then yesterday they placed their right tackle, Godeke, on injured reserve. So they're down 3 offensive linemen.
Isn't Baker hobbled too?
Yesterday, I was with a former NFL player, not Jeff Schwartz, and I said, Baker's concussed. And he goes, Baker was born concussed. I said, okay, fair point. That would be the one. That's the place to start. And you started there with the Jets. I'll go Jets. And as high as I am on the Colts, can we take the Titans money line? Yeah, can we?
I want to get there so bad with it. We'll see if why the hell not? I've done it the first 2 weeks. Those guys have screwed me over. All right. Another Friday feels that I wanted to bring up that I don't think we've talked enough about. So this trend of the NFL favorites of 4+, that's been talked about ad nauseum. We've addressed it as well. And we're sick of talking about it. What about the flip side? Tell me if you buy into any of this. Speaking of the Jets, no, that's at Tampa, so that would not qualify. My bad. Let's talk about some of these dogs in week 3. Okay, I saw a couple of these put out there by OddsShark. I thought it was kind of interesting. 0-2 dogs. The number is 3.5 or more. In week 3, since 2010, 39-20 ATS. 0-2 record. They're getting more than a field goal. 39-20 ATS last 15 years. Pretty strong. Pretty strong. Way over 60%. Knocking on 67. Here's another one. 0-2 teams are 40-17-1 ATS against 1-1 teams in week 3 since 2010. Last year, those teams went 5-2. I think it's a little wonky when you have it going against the 1-1 teams, but I see a bunch of trends this week, and I think it kind of makes sense where the 0-2 teams, and it happened again last night, are coming through. They get a little bit of value on the number. People are overreacting after a couple weeks sample size, and they're up against it. They're like, look, man, our season's on the line. We can't go 0-3. Whether they win or not, they fight enough to stay in the game and cover.
It lines up with everything that I've heard and everything the books are going to need. They need dogs. Here's the quote from that story I wrote. It would be nice if any of these dogs win outright. We're stuck on a bunch of money line parlays already, and it's not going to stop. Here's looking at you. Cleveland, New Orleans, Tennessee, both New York teams. Don't make me beg, the guy says. Don't make me on top of
Tony
this
Miller.
quote. It's not Tony Miller. Here's another quote from that same guy. The next Eagles bet I take will be the first.
Get out of here.
Yep.
Wow. I'm not betting the other side. And I've heard the same thing. Everybody's giving out Rams. Everybody. I get what they're seeing. I'm probably going to be off the game. Are you going to be off the game as far as the side?
Probably.
Okay.
I'd love to lay it with Philly, but now the 3s are going back to 3.5, and it's a game that I just want no part of. I think Stafford could pick apart that secondary that I've been very adamant about has issues. We'll see. We have like a minute left in Friday Feels. I'd like to wedge Paul in here for a second if we can. The Fran Brown quote, we didn't talk about this yesterday, about schools coming in to try and get his players. Here's the quote from Syracuse head coach Fran Brown. I don't care, but don't let me find out, and then I'll see you, because I ain't no bitch. I'm going to come at you like, what's up? I'm going to see you. Paul, how do we feel about Fran Brown?
I'm back in on Syracuse football for the first time in 20 years. Now, like, what's he actually going to do? Drag someone behind Dinosaur Barbecue and hit him with like a T-Rex fossil? Like, I don't know. But I'm in on the attitude. And I mean, look, we had the sprints after the win felt a little high schooly, but something like this, I'm back in. Back in for the Syracuse program. We have a sports program that's alive. They're not going to cover this week, though.
I'm looking at one of his quotes. I didn't know about this. I would have been in on him earlier. He said in a press conference once that he often does not shower after his team loses a game, describing the act as a ritual and further motivation for winning, as only winners get washed. No showers if you lose.
No shower happy hour.
No showers.
Winners get washed. I ain't no bitch.
This is Bet Sweats. Winners get washed.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
They still got a shot, though. They're not dead yet. That's the Clemson Tigers. I bet this at 17. Looks like it's up to 17.5. I still like it against Cuse. I think they're going to beat Syracuse by 21 points. Syracuse, not the same team that they were year one for Fran Brown. Steve Angeli's been decent, completing over 60% of his passes, 8 touchdowns, 2 picks. But Clemson's 1-2, and they're desperate. And today, I don't know if you guys saw this, Dabo was at the podium and he started just spinning out at a press conference saying if you want him gone, buy him out, but he's a winner. He'll go to a beach and continue to win or some nonsense. I have no idea. But this team is talented. I mean, there's a reason why they were priced plus 110 to win the ACC. They bring back a lot of guys that were on the team that made the playoff last year. The issue has been their offensive line. They're not getting much push, but last week they were actually pretty solid. They finally got the ground game going despite the loss to Georgia Tech. And they've been struggling in pass protection, but they were actually able to protect Cade Klubnik a little bit. I think in a desperate spot, they're going to beat up on Syracuse, beat the hell out of them. So 17's a gift on Clemson this week. I think they moved to 2-2, and they win this game by 21 points. So we're going back with the Fighting Tigers, the Fighting Dabos this weekend.
to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Sam, if we go to the very top of the board, what do we see in the Heisman Trophy race?
We see a Bet Sweats party is what we see. According to BetMGM, Carson Beck, John Mateer have the two best chances to win the Heisman Trophy. Hey now.
Whew. Let's go. Thanks for hanging out here on Bet Sweats. It's a Football Friday. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. Let's go over some of our college football looks for the weekend. And Sam, it's not one game. It's not a couple of bigger games. It's a handful of games that we need to talk about because we saw line movement, some 2 key numbers, some pass key numbers, all of it big stuff. But I know there's one move in particular that you want to address first. What you got?
So the Lenora Sellers storyline, to put it in that light, has been really the most important thing for me this week and a lot of guys that I talked to, because we know Sellers was knocked out of the game against Vandy last week. And of course, if you don't know, Lenora Sellers is QB1 at South Carolina. And he was one of the hot names in the offseason about potentially being a Heisman contender or being maybe even the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Don't think that's going to happen anymore, given some of the play that we've seen and also now this injury that might linger. The initial report was not good, and we saw Missouri this week get out to minus 14 in Vegas. So Mizzou 14. Well, then you started to hear optimism and positive rumors about Sellers. Oh, he's trending in the right direction, which is what all these reporters say now. They don't really give you anything, but things are trending in the right direction, or we're hearing positive things. Okay. So when a wise guy hears that, he just bets. He bets the team that has the positivity. So Mizzou at minus 14 then got bet down. And they came in on Tuesday afternoon and bet South Carolina plus 14, plus 13.5. Corby talked about it. He was on the show. He bet some 13.5, got all the way down to 11. And then there was another push to get it to 10. All right, now what? Well, you started to see some people lay Mizzou back at 10. So then the 10 went to 10.5, 11, because there are some people that think South Carolina stinks. Even if Sellers plays, they don't care. Well, what happened yesterday? Thursday, big day. Limits are higher, and we get in-depth injury reports, kind of. Well, yesterday, Pete Thamel at ESPN says that Lenora Sellers is probable. Oh, okay. So more money on South Carolina. Got down to 8.5. 8.5. It was 14. Now it's 8.5. And once it touched 8.5, you had these hyenas ready to just blast the favorite back. So at the very bottom of the market, 8.5, that thing lasted about 45 seconds. Immediately hit back to 9.5 and 10. Ooh. So This game is probably going to close about 10. I like Missouri. I'm in the camp that Missouri is just really good and South Carolina stinks. But that thing got hit from 14 down to 8.5. And once it finally hit 8.5, those Missouri Sharps showed up and just blasted it.
Well, the Canes backers showed up yesterday too. 7.5 to 9.5. And people would say, well, is that the biggest of moves? Maybe not. But, we talked in more so the NFL about how the 8s have become popular. Well, you went through the 8. Let's go through the 9 all the way to 9.5. We are 9.5 across the board. Miami Hurricanes favored over Florida. And we talked about earlier in the week, wow, this is very interesting because Florida was a 7.5 point dog last week, and they lose the conference game by 10. And how come they're just not coming in on Miami? What is holding them back? Is it still Cristobal? What is the reasoning here? They've given you no reason to doubt them, and they came in on Thursday. They came and bet this team to 9.5. Are we getting to double digits, Miami against Florida?
We could, but it won't last. They'll take 10 for sure on Florida. If it touches 10, the resistance will follow.
All right. Are you betting this game? You make no bones about it. You love this team. You have futures on them.
At 9.5, I'm not interested. No. I advocated earlier this week for a parlay, a money line parlay, Miami to win, Oklahoma to win. But now that math has gotten pricier because Miami was 7.5. Now they're 9.5. That parlay was minus 115 on Wednesday. Now it's minus 140. So it's all predicated on price. And I was excited to, lay that minus 115, Miami to win, Oklahoma to win. But now it's 30 cents more expensive at some places. So, no, I'm good. And look, I'm a huge Miami guy, as you know. Bet them against Notre Dame, bet them against USF, have them to make the playoff, Beck to win the Heisman. I don't find myself on Miami this week. It's not that I like Florida. Let me be very clear about that. Just not going to bet it. Not going to lay 9.5. And if it comes back down, okay, maybe I grab some more Miami to win, Oklahoma to win. But where the market is now, no thanks.
We wondered why Oklahoma was just sitting there at 6.5. Why aren't we getting to a touchdown? Why aren't we getting to that number? What is holding it back? Does that concern you with Mateer futures? It went to 7. It's 7 everywhere. So another Thursday move on a college game that I think is going to be pretty darn popular. Oklahoma blasted to 7. It's one of their big tests. Next week, they do not have a test. They get Kent State. So if they win this one, they're probably going to be sitting 5-0 before the meat grinder that is the SEC schedule sets up. Going up against Auburn, a team that has not been tested. They opened the year with Baylor and then 2 soft games. Ball State, South Alabama, and now they reached the tough part of their schedule. They've got Oklahoma on the road, Texas A&M on the road, then they get Georgia. It's not going to be easy for Auburn here. What do you think? Did you hear anything about the Sooners' love, about why this got to 7? Maybe just following the board? What do you think about this move?
Books need Auburn to cover, for sure. Oklahoma is a very popular side. They were at 6.5, and now they definitely are out to 7. But you will see some Auburn bets, I believe. If there's one coach that knows how to prepare for Jackson Arnold, isn't it Brent Venables? Brent Venables, that was his quarterback. And now he's coming back in. You would think if anybody could solve Jackson Arnold, it's Brent Venables. That's literally your job. You're a defensive wizard. You cut your teeth running the defense at Clemson. You would think that Venables could solve Jackson Arnold. You would think. As I just said, Miami to win, Oklahoma to win. That got my money earlier in the week. I know you need a big game from Mateer. I'm pulling for you. Let me throw one at you, because everybody I ask about this game says the same thing. How can you lay the points? How could you? Texas is laying 39.5 to Sam Houston State. I see you're already laughing. And I understand it. I understand it. Every show that I've heard this week has broken down film about how Arch is bad and he's a bust and the footwork's bad and he can't hit an open target. And I text people, hey, what do you think about Texas? Nope, can't do it. Arch stinks. Nope, never. Never in a million years. How is Sam Houston State going to score against Texas? I know it's a big number. And if you do the box score game, well, Texas hasn't blown anybody out. And Sam Houston State hasn't been really blown out yet. Why is the line 39? Oh, I know, because odds makers tell me the number should be 43. That's how. So I'm going to get there on Texas. I'm going to lay the number. I'm going to lay the wood. If Arch puts up 28 points, I'm out. But when everybody is shorting Texas and saying the same thing, you know me, I'm running the other way. I'm laying it against Sam Houston State.
How many points do you think you're going to need?
52-7 is my final score. That's what I'm hoping for.
Okay. And that would be much better than anything they've done. It's going to happen where they get back on track. It's just coming off a UTEP game. Yeah, they won. Unimpressive. They blew out San Jose State a couple weeks ago, but they scored 38. Like, that's not going to get it done. Yeah, right. It's the number has been coming down a little bit. So I get why people are looking at it, and they're facing one of the worst teams in the country, and they've been facing a couple of the worst teams in the country, and it hasn't really mattered.
It's got to happen. It's got to happen eventually where they just club somebody.
Right. Those are going to be fun games coming up. Go to Gainesville, and then you get Oklahoma the following week, of course. There's some big games coming. He needs a good game. He needs it. Like, they're not sitting there in Austin and looking past Sam Houston. He's got to get on track right now because we're jumping into SEC action after this. So, yeah, I could see it. All right, Indiana up to 6.5 now.
But everybody's betting Illinois, I heard. That's what I heard yesterday. Everybody's betting Illinois.
Everybody. Okay.
Everybody. Yeah, the line has moved from 3 on X. People on X told me that everybody's betting Illinois. And my response was Indiana's moved from 3.5 to 6.5. How is everybody betting Illinois? Well, look at the bet splits at the Green Book. Stop.
Those are made up.
Stop.
I don't care.
Stop.
Okay. Do we have college football? Have we seen anything on the room? I've not. If everybody's betting Illinois, yeah.
Well, the Sharps have clearly bet Indiana. And I know some of the guys that 100%. Laid the 3.5 and the 4 and the 4.5 to get it out. And then the pile up continued at 6. I don't have a single dollar on the game. I sort of want Illinois to get cracked because the Illinois fans are getting way too chirpy. Way too chirpy. And I went there.
Such a weird spot, man.
I know.
Like, you hate it. And they're getting chirpy. You respect the market too. So, like, you've been against this team. And not saying you don't like them, not saying that you're rooting against them. Just like, look, I follow them. I know how good they are. Things are headed in a positive direction, but they're not a top 10 team in the country. It's basically been your argument. Yeah.
Period. But then they beat Duke and they beat Western Michigan. Oh, 11-1. Yeah. Nope. Not going to be 11-1.
All right, let's go over this Week 3 NFL card. Sides, totals, props. We cover it all on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P. It is a Football Friday. You've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
It's a pass. End zone. Pickens! Touchdown, Dallas! Yep. 46 to try and win this thriller. Aubrey got it into overtime and now wins it. What a ball game. Cowboys in OT.
A lot of people just got home in Survivor thanks to that one. Oh, the emotions, the ups, the downs of that Cowboys play last week. Welcome back. This is Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. You've got Bet Sweats, hour number 2 of the program, and we're going to start rolling through these NFL games, and a lot of them have been on the move a little bit, and I can't say that has really been the case here in Dallas and Chicago. So you get the afternoon window. We're expecting a lot of points. Everybody's expecting a lot of points. The total has been on the move, but it kind of stopped at 50 in the hook. We thought it was going to get right to 51. It looked like it was going in that direction. Pinnacle's sitting at 51, but everywhere just okay. Now we're stopping at 50.5. Dallas is a 1-point road favorite in this game. The lead is about points, and you can certainly understand why. The Cowboys are coming off a 40-37 overtime thriller against the Giants. Heard the sounds there. And then you have the Bears. They can't stop anybody. They give up 52 points last week. Okay, so the Cowboys give up 37. The Bears give up 52 to the Lions. And the Bears secondary is in shambles to start the season. Their best corner, probably the best player on the whole team, Jalen Johnson, corner, out for the season. Nickel, Kyler Gordon, not practicing once again. Linebacker TJ Edwards not practicing on Thursday. He could be out. Cowboys, maybe their best player in the secondary, Deron Bland. He has not been practicing this week either. He missed that game when they gave up a ton of points. Sam, all signs are pointing to points. I know they're coming on the Cowboys side. The question is, Caleb and company going to do their part?
Don't know. We'll find out. As a Bears fan, a long time ago, if I was still rooting for the beloved, I'd be terrified about Caleb having to go blow for blow with Dak Prescott. That would terrify me. Because for Caleb, at least from where I sit, it's the inability to be consistent for 4 quarters and an inability to make the right play through a game. He shows you flashes of brilliance. Then he throws off his body on 2nd and 32 and sails a pass 10 feet over the receiver into the hands of a defender. There's no consistency there. And the big knock on Caleb has been his inability to adjust and make the proper play when the defense adjusts to you. On Wednesday, this number started to hit 51, and we saw some under money. We did. This hit 51 in a lot of places, and then 51 was bought under. On Monday, I'm on with Nick and Femi saying 48.5 is a good bet over. And then it got blasted up. I'm not taking credit for it, but we talked about it on Monday. You heard a part of it. And now it's 50.5, 51. It does take two to tango. It does. Dallas scores 34. Chicago's got to get 17. And I worry about a potential white flag with the Bears. We've seen these blowouts. You and I know. How many times have they lost 38-7 or 42-6 or whatever? That's not going to get you over 50, 51. The injury report is damning, as you said. And you mentioned a lot of these names already, but I'll go through it. So Johnson's out, their best corner. Edwards did not practice. Gordon did not practice. Jalen Jones, another important defensive back, given the scarcity of healthy ones, he did not participate in practice. And then, oh, by the way, Grady Jarrett on the D line has a bad knee, and he's limited. The biggest issue for the Bears, they can't get to the quarterback. So their secondary needs to save them because these guys are running wild with receivers like CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. And there's Ferguson, the big tight end. A pass rush negates long, winding routes, but they can't get to the quarterback. And now their secondary is in shambles. How do they get stops, Joe? Aside from Dak throwing 4 interceptions, how do the Bears get stops in this game? That's my only question.
I don't know. Everything's pointing that. I look at CeeDee Lamb. He's had 2 100-yard games. Is he going to make it 3? Probably. Why is the prop 79.5 right now? That will not be 79.5 on Sunday morning. I can promise you that. Going up against this secondary, you've got to be kidding me. If you want to look at historical facts, Bears-Cowboys series over the last 20 years, 8-0 to the over. It's going over by 2 touchdowns a game. I know a lot of that has nothing to do with these players, but we've seen it. To your point about Cowboys, what do they do to bad teams? They beat up on them, right? Bears are a bad team. I'm worried about the over because I don't know that the Bears are going to score enough. That's my concern there. I would rather bet Cowboys team total or, to your point, Cowboys on the side. That's where you're going, right?
I've done it. Cowboys -1, -105 at BetMGM. Already done.
What is Aubrey? Just curious. Because I know everybody's going to jump on those numbers. It's 1.5, but it's juiced. Yeah.
Here's the problem. They might not get stopped.
Exactly.
That's the only problem.
Man, I would suggest play under 8.5 points, but I don't want to because that guy can hit from like the other side of the field. So I'm not interested in doing that.
6 extra points and a field goal at the end of the half. That'll end 9, and you'll be so mad.
And then he goes over, right? But the explosives that we saw, the questions about the Bears offense, no, not interested there. I would go Dallas team total, maybe the over, but I think you're right. The side is probably Dallas. I think that's a good look. Not enough people are talking about the side. Way too much total love here as far as this game goes. All right, this one's going to be challenging. At least I think it is. I don't know. Maybe it ends up being a blowout. Maybe the Colts are proving that they're for real. We're going to find out a little bit more about this team coming up on Sunday. You've got the Colts at the Titans. The Colts are a 4-point road favorite at BetMGM. That's a little juiced. Other books already at 4.5, a lot of the rec shops. So I think BetMGM and other spots are going to be there. It's going to get to 4.5. And the question is, will it now get to 5? Yeah, that's where we're at. The Colts are so impressive that a divisional test on the road has them laying 4 to 4.5.
Colts are winning the division. I've made my stance very clear on this, and I think you and I disagree on that. I think you like Jacksonville a little bit more, and that's fine. We can debate that at a different day. That said, my stance on Indy does not have me interested in laying the points on the road. They have not been outside their building yet. They have not been outside the dome. It's been very easy for them out of the gate. I love their O-line, which has been chronicled all over the internet, how good their offensive line has been. And you know I'm a fan of Steichen. Could they lose this game? Definitely. Have I gotten the Titans money line? No. I didn't even put Tennessee in my contest. So I think I'm just going to pass it. I hope the Colts win by 1. I have a feeling you're going to be on the Titans.
It's Titans or nothing. They've had such a difficult start for a rookie quarterback. At Denver, against the Rams last week. Here's my holdup. They're a dumb team. They have the most penalties in the league. That's killed them in both games. They have 23 in 2 games. 23 penalties. The head coach is always outmatched. And now you're going against Steichen, who's another good coach. So he goes against Peyton, McVay, and now Steichen. That's concerning. What are these Colts? I want to see it outside of their dome. Let's see. I have my reservations about this team, but one thing you can't argue is look at what they've done offensively. And you've said it a bunch this week, and it's worth mentioning again. 0 punts. 0 punts this season. Here's the other thing, Sam. 0 turnovers. So you could say, well, there's no way that's going to keep going. Probably. But we are talking about 16 different drives and no punts, no turnovers. Does that start to turn? If I'm playing the game, I'm playing the Titans. I don't know that I'm there yet. And I'm not in a rush because I don't think the Titans' money is coming. Like, there's not a lot of people lining up to do that. Probably doesn't close 5. It's going to go one direction or the other. It's going to keep going north, or it's going to come back down the earth. Maybe it closes 4. But we're going to 4.5. And I'm very curious where this goes over the weekend. The money that we get on this game on Sunday morning is going to be Colts, I assume. Oh, Titans stink. Colts are great. Look at what Daniel Jones is doing. And now they're going outdoors for the first time. Very curious on what this result is. I'm not banging the table on it, but I'll probably be on the Titans. But I'm going to wait it out because I want to see how high this number ends up getting. Let's stay in that awful division. How about Houston, Jacksonville? Houston has a short week after that Monday night game. They are a short dog. Okay, we've got Jacksonville, a 1.5-point favorite over at BetMGM. It is a total of 44 in this one. All right, unimpressed by the Texans. How can you be impressed at all? They're 0-2 straight up. They are also 0-2 against the spread. The Jaguars, they're covering. They're winning almost the entire game against the Bengals, and then they lose it in the final minute to the backup quarterback. So there you have it. Questions about both quarterbacks, man. Trevor Lawrence, again, even with Liam Cohen, people wonder if he's the dude. Stroud, not to rookie form yet. He can't get the connection with Nico Collins going. Only 3 catches on 9 targets last week. So that's not good. The Texans are kind of in that spot where maybe you want to back them. They're one of those 0-2 teams. The problem is they're only getting 1.5. So you're basically asking them to win this divisional road game.
Houston cannot protect C.J. Stroud. That is a big issue, the offensive line. Just cannot protect. And the pass protection has just been awful. They also can't run it. When your O-line's bad, believe it or not, you can't pass or run. It's a mess. I saw this stat from Adam Chernoff, who emails out things during the week still. On 16 of 18 drives this season, 16 of 18 drives, Houston has faced a second or third down and 9 to go or longer. Think about that. 18 drives. 16 of them have seen either a second and 9 or longer or a third and 9 or longer. That's insanity. Insanity that they can't forget 3rd and 4. They can't get to 3rd and 8. in 16 of their 18 drives. Now, is that the biggest sample size in the world? No. But Jacksonville has been blitzing a lot more with this new regime, with this new defensive coordinator. And if they just send the house, that's the blueprint against this Houston O-line.
Mm-hmm. I don't have a strong play on this game. I know I'm probably supposed to be taking Houston, but I'm not interested. It's likely to be a lower scoring game. That's what I'm expecting, but I think the number's right, and I don't think there's any sort of an edge. What do you think?
Under 44, huh? I hadn't made a bet on the game.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
I'm looking at my 5 right now that I have in there. I don't have this game. Maybe I switch in Jacksonville. Chernup's kind of pushing me that way, and it makes sense because we talked coming into the season how bad their O-line was. But then you watch Jacksonville. Jake Browning, the backup quarterback, has 3 interceptions, and you can't beat that team. How did that happen? That's one of the weirdest results you'll see all season, given the box score and given the final score.
All right, Houston, Jacksonville. Doesn't sound like we're really interested in that game, but the result will be fascinating. Is Houston going to be off to an 0-3 start on the season? They were the runaway favorite heading into the season, so that would be a big surprise. Before we hit the break, I wanted to pass this along to you because I just saw RG3's Heisman Trophy rankings through 3 weeks.
Oh, God.
The market says we're in a fight. The market says we're in a fight with Beck and Mateer, right? He agrees on Beck. He's got Beck number 2 on his list. Number 1, Marcel Reed.
Yeah.
Okay? So he's got Reed 1, Beck 2. Where's Mateer, Joe? I'd like to know. See 3? No. 4? No. Your guy Morton is 5. Gunnar Stockton 6. Craver 7. Jeremiah Smith 8. John Mateer number 9.
Craver is for those that don't know, Craver is Marcel Reed's top receiver.
Yep. Ahead of Jeremiah.
Craver's ahead of John Mateer, huh?
Correct.
Uh-huh. No.
Should I be happy or sad about this? Or not?
I think we just move on with our lives.
How did you know it was going to be that bad? You're like, oh no, I don't want to hear
You just have a feeling.
Yeah, but it's RG3. Joe O, Sammy P, we continue to break down the NFL card. This is BetSweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetSweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
The tush push is illegal. I'm sorry, Eagles fans. It's an illegal play. I like the Rams plus 3.5. I think their coach will have them very hyped up this week and letting them know, hey, you guys are playing the Super Bowl champs. We can really put teams on notice. Start off 3-0. We go here. We get this win. Like, everyone to kind of know, like, hey, like, we mean business this year. So I like the Rams in that spot.
Nate Collins, anti-tush push, illegal move, wants it out. It's been talked about a whole lot this week. We'll dive into that and dive into Rams, Eagles here. Joe O, Sammy P, thanks for hanging out with us on a Football Friday. This is the BetMGM Network. And Sam, you mentioned it earlier in the show that you talked to an odds maker or bookmaker, and they're like, look, man, the first Eagles bet that I take will be the next one will be the first one, which is unreal to me. I know they have their flaws and they're sitting 2-0, but they haven't looked like the most impressive team. But they are coming off a win at Arrowhead, even though the box score is saying it wasn't all that impressive. Just to go in there and do what you have to do, get a win. You're 2-0, and Jalen Hurts hasn't thrown a touchdown pass yet this year. So there is something to be said for that. And the numbers past the field goal here, 3.5. And Nate is on the dog, the Rams. A lot of people are on the dog, the Rams.
It'll be a popular side, no doubt. The Rams are a punchy team. They've been very good with Stafford as favorites. I went back and looked it up. Last year they were as dogs, not as favorites. Last year the Rams were dogs 11 times. 7-4 ATS. So they got you home a lot. Not a big sample, but 7-4 is 7-4. You'll take it. So there's that. There's also, I don't know if you've heard this, but Stafford almost beat the Eagles in the playoffs last year. And if it wasn't snowing, maybe they would have won. I've heard that a ton this week. A lot of Rams support. I'm not there, but I can get there on Devontae Adams because I have talked about this issue that the Eagles have at cornerback 2. You know that Quinyon Mitchell is your elite windshield wiper at cornerback 1. But they lost Slay. They lost Rodgers. Adoree Jackson's not it. And DeJean, they like more in that like nickel role. So I think you're going to see a lot of coverage from somebody who's followed Fangio a long time. You're going to see a lot of coverage and a lot of shading on Puka Nacua, which I would believe opens up Devontae Adams. In week 1, Adams had 8 targets, caught 4. Last week, he had 13 targets, caught 6. So his number for yards is 59.5. The receptions number, 5.5. I like both overs, and not just because it's been a target show for 2 weeks, but because I think that given the breakdown of what the Eagles are struggling against, it's that second receiver. And you know that Adams in his prime was a legit number 1 receiver. Now, he's not that guy anymore, but he can still make grabs, and he catches a lot of things thrown his way. So I'm looking Adams. I'm trying to get a push toward either yards or receptions. Again, the numbers on Adams, 5.5 for catches, which is plus money to the over. And then yards, 59.5 to as high as 63.5. Obviously, you would go over the lower numbers, not the higher numbers, but 59.5, 5.5. Do those numbers do anything for you?
I get the love, and it makes sense. You're attacking the weakness of that defense. I get it. I want to bet the Eagles, man. I just don't know that I'm going to get there. People are always just dying to be given an excuse to take the Rams, and they're pouncing this week, it sounds like. Do you think there's any way this thing closes 3? Are we getting that much? It's hard to go by early week bets.
The 3s are juiced offshore. Pinnacle, Chris, Bet Online, Buckeye, Jazz, all 3. 3 minus 17, 3 minus 20, 3 minus 25. And then your rec books, your American books, your BetMGMs of the world, your green book, blue book, whatever, 3.5 minus 105, 3.5 even money. So these offshore shops that take pops, no doubt, are all sitting 3. It's been a combination of early sharp and midweek sharp. But I would think you eventually get that Eagles push and we're off the 3 at a bunch of places. Because there will be, you would think, an appetite eventually to come in and lay Philly. But guys don't want to lay 3 minus a quarter. They're looking to lay 3 flat. So if more Ram money comes in, and maybe it will, I don't know, you will see that push on Philly flat at minus 110. If it ever gets to minus 3, minus 110, don't think it's going to last long. You know that.
Yeah, and I would be there. I would be there if we get to that point. That's what I'm considering, man. I also look at it and say, like, yeah, they haven't been that impressive. We haven't seen last year's Saquon. Do you think we're going to go the whole year and not see that? Like, it's probably going to be happening soon. How dominant is this Eagles team at home? And then you look on the Rams side. Yes, people love McVay, Puka, the whole thing, Staffy, and Devontae's been impressive to start the year. Looked like he's turning back the clock a little bit. Had a 100-yard game last week, got into the end zone. I get it. Who have they beaten? We might just sit here at the end of the year and say the Texans suck, and so do the Titans again. And these are their 2 wins. They're losing at halftime at Tennessee last week, a team that a lot of people feel is the worst team in the league. I'm not in on this Rams pick. I'm not in on it. I could get there with the Eagles. I want to see if this really comes down. If as much Rams money is coming as people are saying, maybe they will get to 3. And that's where I would be. Last night we said that the Bills gave us a C performance, maybe a D performance. They still score 31 points and win the game. What have we seen from the Eagles as they're going for a 3-0 start? Probably something similar. Maybe a C performance out of them. We know there's a lot more there, and we should think about that possibly happening coming down the line here sometime soon instead of assuming that they're just going to have their struggles. So I'm Eagles or nothing, but I want to go at 3, obviously. Not 3.5.
What about Eagles just to win? Not
I'm good.
Straight, but Eagles to win, Miami Hurricanes to win, minus 103 at BetMGM.
I would support
Probably a
that.
winner. Probably a winner.
Probably a winner.
It's going to be a fascinating chess match between McVay and Fangio, though. This is what it's all about. Remember, the Rams have trailed at the half against Houston and Tennessee. Offenses that have not been very inspiring. But what happens? You go into the locker room, McVay makes the adjustments, and they have been second half strong. They've been very good third, fourth quarter against Houston and Tennessee. This is their biggest test to date on the road against the champs. I think Philly is a cheap minus 185, minus 190. And I'm not saying lay it straight. Don't make this huge Eagles money line bet. But you cheapen the already cheap price by playing it with something else. I think that's a really decent idea. Eagles money line, Miami money line, minus 103. Miami Hurricanes, let me be very clear. Well, the Dolphins played last night, so you know that. Hurricanes, Eagles, minus 103. Just win, just win.
Cincinnati, Minnesota, a matchup of backup quarterbacks, and we've got the home team laying 3. The Vikings, a 3-point favorite, total 42.5. Total's way down because, of course, you have a couple of backup quarterbacks in there. Burrow out 3 months doesn't necessarily mean he's out for the entire season. It's going to be a shorter time on the shelf for J.J. McCarthy. He's out 2 to 4 weeks. So it's Browning against Wentz. 2-0 Bengals, not expected to make the playoffs because it's going to be Jake Browning under center for quite some time. And then on the Vikings side, they've had their struggles offensively. It was one big quarter against the Bears at the end of that game. And now Wentz is entering things. I don't know what the difference is between what we've seen out of McCarthy and what we're going to see out of Wentz. But the few times we've seen him over the last couple of years, it's been really bad, man.
The Vikings, not to be a Vikings apologist, but this injury report stinks for them.
It's awful.
Really bad. So Dara saw their left tackle, did not practice, and I don't think he's going to play. He's their starting left tackle. We have not seen him yet this season. Don't think he's going to go. He's not participating. Well, actually, he did practice on Wednesday, but didn't practice on Thursday. So I guess we should follow that today. I'm going to actually Google that name right now.
So Van Ginkel was limited on Thursday. Harrison Smith limited on Thursday. So
right.
defense, and then Ryan Kelly, the center, did not practice.
Right, on top of McCarthy not playing. So according to Tom Pelissero, Darrisaw is trending towards playing, and Thursday was a planned off day. So he did practice in full on Wednesday, as I look at the injury report now. So Darrisaw, a full on Wednesday, didn't go yesterday, but trending to play. But Grenard has an oblique right now. Van Ginkel has a concussion. He's limited. It's not great. And then you look at Cincinnati, and oh, by the way, their top 2 corners are on the injury report. This game is a mess from an injury standpoint. It's like, who's going to be the best injured team? They're both just decimated right now.
I can't lay with Minnesota. I was considering it earlier in the week, and the more and more we look at this injury report, this situation, I'm not there. I gotta tell you, and maybe it means I should just walk away, but I've been warming to the idea of betting the Bengals. You're getting 3. You still have those weapons on the outside. I saw a big game out of Chase, and this is a beat-up defense for the Vikings. I know they play great at home. I mean, maybe it's just as simple as, hold up, Carson Wentz is laying 3? What are we doing? Like, is the handicap more complicated than that?
It probably shouldn't be. Drew Dinsick was on with Nick and Femi earlier this week, and I believe he used the terminology, I'm running to the window to take 3 against Minnesota.
Oh.
I believe that's what he said. Now, he goes on Tuesdays, I'm pretty sure. So maybe his opinion has changed, but I doubt it. That's not a guy that kind of reverses course midweek. He was thinking the same thing you were thinking. It would never be Vikings. I'm just holding out hope. As somebody who has Viking stock, I'm hoping they can just eke out a win because I've got them to make the playoffs, and I don't. Already after 2 weeks, I feel terrible about those positions.
So last time we saw him, it was a nothing game. It was week 18 last year. Kansas City at Denver. Wentz's offense scored 0 points. 10 for 17, 98 yards. Previous start to that, he was on the Rams. Rams at the Niners, another week 18 game. Like, this is his specialty. Week 18 game means nothing, throwing Wentz. Week 18, they win 21-20. Wentz 163 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. So a little bit better. But, I mean, we're talking about him being with McVay and being with Andy Reid. That's a little bit different now. I don't know. Like, he keeps going to smart coaches, I guess. I guess that part is smart of him. But the difference is that this game actually means something. Like, those games meant nothing. And I don't know what the game planning was. So maybe you don't want to go too far with that. Yeah, I'm looking at these other recent starts. 143 yards, 0 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. This is going back to 2022. 99 yards against the Bears, 12 for 22 for Washington. Wentz is laying 3. That's it. My first thought was Vikings early in the week, but with the injury report, thinking more about Wentz and what he is at this stage in his career, the play is probably Cincinnati, and GRP took Minnesota early in the week.
Ah, that's right. That's right. I can't wait for Kelly to come on the show. We're going to be live on X for the next hour. She'll join us inside that hour. And I know that she was just made aware because let's just put it this way, she doesn't really follow the content, if you know what I mean.
Gotcha.
She became aware yesterday that GRP said if she picked better than him, he would wear a dress to Bet Bash next year.
Really?
She just found that out. And I believe she wants to discuss that on the show today, which I cannot wait for. I also cannot wait to turn this ring light down another notch because I'm convinced I'm going to go blind by December. The ring light and I are not getting along these days. It is so much. You brought it up the other day. It's like Fight Club. I didn't really think about it until you brought it up, and now I'm at war with this ring light. At war.
Are you turning it off during breaks? Like, what are you doing? Turning it down?
No, I should. I've been having it full crank for a year now. We've been working together 13 months. This is full crank, and I want to cry. It's how hot it is in here. So I've started to slowly lower it, and I just want to throw it out the window now. But I understand we need to have it. I need to get, and then get a ring light that goes further. No, I'm not buying another ring light. I already have 2 of them. I'm not doing it. I know I can expense it. I'm over it.
Who said you need to get another one?
Well, it was suggested that I can get one that isn't as close. No, I don't want it.
Okay. No more ring lights for Sammy P. We'll continue to break it down. Also, a parlay, moneyline parlay for the weekend. Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Intrigued by the West. I like the playoff number. I mean, they're minus 190 to make the playoffs. I don't maybe want to lay that straight, but if you hook that with something else, let me build a parlay here while you talk. Chiefs to make the playoffs with something, and we alleviate the juice. They're going to make the playoffs. If they don't, I'll be shocked.
Sunday Night Football, 0-2 matchup. The Giants expected to be 0-2, but the Chiefs not so much, and they have not covered the number they are losing these one-score games. Also unexpected. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, Bet Sweats. It's a Football Friday. This is the BetMGM Network, 20 minutes away from Kelly in Vegas. She has some interesting things to talk about. What she did in Survivor last night, some of the stuff going on with the internets, and, of course, her college football plays for the weekend. Lightning bets an hour away. Sam, let's start with the Giants and the Chiefs here. 0-2 teams. I'm not going to say the market isn't settled. It's mostly 6. But if you want to hunt for a 5.5, you can find one. If you're taking it and you want to look for a 6.5, you can find that as well. So the Chiefs are laying a big number in a very desperate spot. Xavier Worthy will get word later today, but he was limited in yesterday's practice. So that's the big injury on the KC side. Big injury on the Giants side. As always, the blindside tackle, Andrew Thomas, he was limited. I'm guessing both end up going since they were limited on a Thursday, but hopefully we'll get some more information later today. Side, total, where's your interest?
I hope they win because we cooked up a Kansas City playoff parlay with the Ravens to win the division. We did that earlier this week. It was minus 104. Not a lot of the books were letting you do it, too. Believe it or not, they don't like you to parlay things that are realistic and likely to happen. You can make a 9-leg touchdown parlay, but you can't parlay the Chiefs to make the playoffs and the Ravens to win the division. Of course not. Why would you be able to parlay that? But that number, thanks to our listeners, is no longer minus 104. So I'm hopeful, given what we talked about earlier this week on the show, I'm hopeful Kansas City wins, and we know the Ravens are probably going to win the AFC North, considering how the Steelers' defense looks and how the Bengals are just mangled by injuries right now. But this is a big game, and I still think it's tough to grade Kansas City based on their offensive injuries, right? I mean, a couple guys banged up. You also have the Rice suspension. They should be fine when everybody gets back in the fold. I also don't want to lay 6, though, in this spot. I would love to get to the Giants plus 6. Sunday night with that defense, Russ can keep this close. But the only reason he can keep it close is because Kansas City's offense has no versatility. Because they can't throw the ball, and their best receivers have not been available, and maybe they get Worthy back, which you talked about. But because they can't throw it, teams are just clogging the running lanes. And these running backs in Kansas City are not home run hitters. Kareem Hunt, Pacheco, those are not home run hitters. They're not, especially Kareem Hunt at this point in his career. So it's a very slow, trudging, methodical offense. And maybe methodical is the wrong word. It's a slow and ugly offense against a defense that has a lot to like in the front 7. Lean to the dog, lean to the under. I should probably, having talked about all that, I should probably put Giants plus 6 in my contest cards. That's what it sounds like, huh?
So they're going to lose a third straight one-score game.
No,
no?
I'm saying Giants plus 6.
I wanted you to say
like the
money
6.
line. I want the Chiefs to be 0-3.
I can't come on here after talking about Chiefs to make the playoffs and say the Chiefs are going to lose to the Giants. You can't do that. I don't believe they're going to lose. Do you really think the league wants them to lose and go 0-3?
Of course not.
If any team needs to be protected by the Zebras, it's the Chiefs.
You're walking the tightrope, my friend. All in on Chiefs playoffs, but you're going to be in on the Giants to cover. This is gambling.
I might be. I might be. Well, that's
Yeah.
a 6.5 point middle.
It
Chiefs
is.
to
It
win,
is.
Giants to cover. It's a completely different conversation.
I don't know. So now we got Spags against Russ after Eberflus against Russ. I think it's going to be different. I'm not sitting here saying lay the 6, whatever number you get with Kansas City. I want to say, look, everybody's saying guaranteed Chiefs win. And I want to push against that and say, are we sure? Are we sure? They're right. The Chiefs are winning this game. They're going to win this game.
Yes.
And we'll probably put Chiefs in the money line parlay that we're going to make in a few minutes. As you were talking, that's what I was thinking. Like you were talking about hooking Chiefs playoffs with other stuff, which is a strong idea. What about Chiefs money line this game with other stuff? Because I think that's kind of where we're at here. Is Mahomes going to lose a 4th straight game going back to the Super Bowl last year against this Giants team? No, it's not going to be the same. Reed's going to go into the bag and bring it all out. And I think Worthy is going to be available to play. So I'm expecting the Chiefs win. I'm not laying it because we know not to lay big numbers with Mahomes, not to do it with Kansas City, but I am expecting them to win. All right. Man, if he can find Neighbors like he did last week, just give him a chance. Give him a chance. I don't care what the defense is. Neighbors, you give him just a little bit and he's going to take it. And he had a big game last week.
Well,
people keep bringing up the Giants trends of how bad they are at night. That was a Daniel Jones thing. I wouldn't put anything into that. It's a very different situation now with a different quarterback.
Russell Wilson, last check, was leading the NFL in passing yards, but they faced the Commanders defense, I know you don't like, and the Cowboys defense.
Bad.
How do the Chiefs lose this one? Given all the things working in their favor, and of course you got the league's affinity for the Swifties. Could the league really put Kansas City down 0-3? I doubt it.
Yeah, I doubt it too. Hey, they're going to win. They're going to win. All right. We've got a good Monday night game, though. I guess this is an intriguing Sunday night game at Kansas City, New York Football Giants. But we do have a legitimate good game on Monday. Lions and the Ravens, both teams are 1-1 on the season, and the Lions are favored by more than a field goal at home. The number for Monday right now is 4.5. High total. BetMGM has 53.5. That's the highest in market, man. It's 52.5. Some 53s out there, but BetMGM's on the high side, 53.5. So you're going to want to bet there if you want to take a look at the under. And I understand that Ravens-Browns game, 58 points. Bears-Lions, 73 points. So this total is going to be astronomical. Understood. And the Lions, I think people are still trying to figure out what exactly they are. They get housed by Green Bay, and they roll the Bears. So now they get Goff outdoors on the road. Which Lions team is going to show up?
I texted with Kenny White, who makes numbers on every game, and he's been doing it for 4 decades now. And his number, you don't even want to know what his final score is in this one. 35-31 Ravens. That's an over if you look at the market. Over. Now, that's been bet up. Understand that the first number we saw on this game was 50.5. 50.5. Now we're 53. And you're always going to see support for big numbers under. People aren't exactly excited to bet over 53 and 54, those that do this well and do it at big limits and all that. So I understand if this hits 54 and guys come in and slam the under. Totally understand it from a fundamental standpoint. But when Kenny puts the numbers out, and he's pretty on most of these totals. Like his New England-Pittsburgh total is 46. His Houston-Jacksonville total is 44. His Saints-Seahawks total is 40. He's right there with basically every total. And then you look at this one, and he's at 67. Like, oh, well, that's 2 touchdowns higher than the market. Is he way off or is the market way off? I guess we'll find out Sunday night.
If this number comes down anymore, I'm going to be on Baltimore.
but it's come down already. It was 5.5 earlier in the week. I do see a 5.5 out there. Most of the market at 4.5. If this gets to 4, I'll be on Baltimore. I could see it getting there because I think a lot of people are just looking and seeing the Lions coming off a big time performance. I'm getting more than 4 points with the Lions, and they're just going to take it. I still have my questions about Detroit. All right, let's see what we have for a Moneyline Parlay. We're jealous every Monday. We keep hearing about these parlays of favorites hitting, even though I think there's a little bit of chaos this weekend. Let's throw one together. I think we could start with the Chiefs to win, right?
Yeah, we should. I'd also like to have Gertch remind us if he wants to do it in the chat or do it on the air. Gertch, whatever you want to do. Throw that parlay out that you brought up during the commercial break. What did it have, Joe? Saints, Titans. Yeah,
no.
17-1 though.
So terrible. It's not happening. None of it's happening.
But you want chaos. You want the chaos, but you hate the parlay.
I do. But we're talking about favorites because everybody else in the world is cashing on these moneyline parlays of favorites, but us.
Okay.
So
let me give you
throw one together.
Eagles, Chiefs, Packers.
Okay, so you're going Packers. All right, I like it. Is there anybody else to add? Is San Francisco too risky?
Not for me. You know I love the Niners. Eagles, Chiefs, Packers, by the way, is plus 155. If I add the Niners, plus 310.
I'll tell you, I'm looking around this week, and I don't see a lot of favorites that I love where they're auto plays and moneyline parlays. But that's kind of how we're wired. That's how we think. We're looking at how these dogs can cover and maybe win. That plus 310 one's pretty good. That's not bad. Outside of that, I don't love a lot of favorites this weekend just to win even, though. But I don't know why, because all they do is win.
Do you see?
What?
Gertch, Tennessee, New Orleans, Minnesota. 17-1.
All of them are losing, right?
What if they all win, though? What if they all win?
Kelly in Vegas on the other side. BetSweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
They still got a shot, though. They're not dead yet. That's the Clemson Tigers. I bet this at 17. Looks like it's up to 17.5. I still like it against Cuse. I think they're going to beat Syracuse by 21 points. Syracuse, not the same team that they were year one for Fran Brown. Steve Angeli's been decent, completing over 60% of his passes, 8 touchdowns, 2 picks. But Clemson's 1-2, and they're desperate. And today, I don't know if you guys saw this, Dabo was at the podium and he started just spinning out at a press conference saying if you want him gone, buy him out, but he's a winner. He'll go to a beach and continue to win or some nonsense. I have no idea. But this team is talented. I mean, there's a reason why they were priced plus 110 to win the ACC. They bring back a lot of guys that were on the team that made the playoff last year. The issue has been their offensive line. They're not getting much push. But last week, they were actually pretty solid. They finally got the ground game going despite the loss to Georgia Tech. And they've been struggling in pass protection, but they were actually able to protect Cade Klubnik a little bit. I think in a desperate spot, they're going to beat up on Syracuse, beat the hell out of them. So 17's a gift on Clemson this week. I think they moved to 2-2, and they win this game by 21 points. So we're going back with the Fighting Tigers, the Fighting Dabos this weekend.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
How do you leave the Carrier Dome losing that game in that fashion? So much so that Fran Brown made his own team run laps and do agility drills after the game. He was so mad at them. How do you get up for Delaware, an FCS school? You're laying 10 points here on the road. I think this is such a flat spot. I'm not saying Delaware's going to win the game, but how does UConn get up here? I think that they have a chance to at least not cover based on their results there in Syracuse.
Love Fran Brown. Love him. Realized earlier in the show that if his team loses, he doesn't shower because he says winners get washed. Joe O, Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network. Every Friday morning at 11 a.m. Eastern, before we head into the college football/NFL weekend, we visit with our friend Kelly in Vegas. Kelly in Vegas, all social media platforms. Kelly, let's start with Survivor. Here's the tweet. With 8 minutes to spare, which is the proxy deadline, I just hit the panic button and went all Bills in my bazillion Survivor contest. Just FYI, I'll be cheering for chaos on Sunday. A lot of sweaty moments in Survivor so far. You did it a couple weeks ago when you went all in on the Broncos. You think you're going to be doing this a lot this year where you go all in?
Yeah.
No, are you kidding me?
Yeah, you will.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
you will.
So I've
You're
got
chaos.
I've got multiple partners in all of this, and I had to push really hard to get everybody on board with me with the Bills. I was sending tweets, I was sending stat projections, I was sending, hey, look, I think this is going to be the most popular play in Circa. I think this is going to be the most popular play in Westgate. Here's what I think is going to be the most popular play on Splash. So I lobbied hard for the Bills, and the reason why is because Week 1 versus Denver was no walk in the park. Was Denver going to lose that game? Maybe. There were multiple moments there where I'm like, Bo Nix, can you hang on to the football? Can you not give it to the other team? Dallas last week. Are you kidding me? CT looked like an absolute genius wanting to play Detroit last week. Blown away. And there I am, miserable on my couch after a day before at Epcot and going, I can't believe I play the Dallas Cowboys in a divisional game, and now Russell Wilson looks like himself the year that they won the Super Bowl. Like, I was just so beside myself. So then this week I'm like, all right, this is the week to use Seattle. Okay. Yeah, you could go Tampa with Tyrod Taylor for the Jets, but Tyrod's been a good underdog play. And then I start digging a little bit deeper, and I'm like, you know what? I just want a stress-free Sunday. That's all I wanted. I just did not want to have the Sunday scaries for a third week in a row. And I said, I'm going to take the Bills. And I just shoved all the chips to the middle.
I thought about you when McDermott decided to kick that field goal up 7, though. You had to be sweating that one out because if he misses that kick, Matt Prater, then Miami's got the ball at the 40 with, half a minute to go.
Prater had already missed the other one, right? Like, they should have been up 3 at half. And I'm not saying it was a chip shot, but you're expected as a professional kicker. Oh, by the way, I just seen Dallas's kicker kick a 64-yarder to save my you-know-what to go to overtime the week before. So, yeah, when you miss one in the 40s, it's a little frustrating.
So now you need chaos on Sunday. And luckily for you, we've had a bunch of chaos over the years in week 3.
Yeah.
Look, John Murray and I used this strategy when he and I partnered up a couple of years ago. We went San Francisco. I think they were a 12.5-point favorite over maybe like the New York Giants or something. And then we got to Sunday, and it was just an absolute gauntlet. The Texans beat the Jags on the road. I believe the Bucs lost that weekend as well. It was just complete. I mean, half the field got knocked out. Is that what I'm going to be cheering for? Absolutely. Especially so that my partners don't hate me for burning the Bills this early, because obviously there was multiple other spots to be using the Buffalo Bills this season, including next week versus the Saints.
No, there's a lot behind that, especially the 0-2 teams, right? Like there are matchups like the Giants and the Chiefs. Okay, you got an 0-2 team against another 0-2 team. But some of these scenarios where it's already week 3, season's on the line. You can't go 0. If you go 0-3, your season's over. It's done for the most part, as far as any idea of making the playoffs. any of these 0-2 teams going against a non-0-2 team that you think is live? I know you're going to be rooting for chaos, but what is something that like you're looking at in the NFL this week and you're like, okay, you know what? I think they're going to be a popular play. People are going to be on them. And I think the dog is very live in this situation.
So I'm going to say this, and I kind of got talked into it just a little bit. Hand up, I did not watch that many Saints games, right? Like I didn't have any money on the Saints. And so when you're on Red Zone and you kind of catch glimpses, right? You see a few things. I saw both endings. Spencer Rattler had opportunities to win both those games, couldn't get it done. Shouldn't trust him, especially here on the road. But for Seattle, having a short week next week, Thursday night versus a divisional rival in the Cardinals, kind of thought, hey, this is an interesting one. Here's the reality with New Orleans. I'm not sure they're as bad as they look on paper, right? You have Spencer Rattler, who I bet on it this week, is basically Avery Johnson of the NFL. He had the second highest drop rate out of all eligible quarterbacks last season. How frustrating is that going to be? Because that reflects poorly on Spencer. Maybe Spencer isn't necessarily the whole problem. Again, they had opportunities week 1 to beat the Cardinals. They had opportunities last week to beat San Francisco. This is probably one of the better 0-2 teams. Do I think they're going to go into Seattle and get the win? I don't know, but boy, does it look really, really easy to tease Seattle in this situation, just down, laying 1.5. The other team I think is going to be really interesting is Green Bay, because who doesn't love Green Bay right now? Who doesn't think Green Bay is one of the best teams in the NFC? Everybody is just enamored 2 games into the season with the Packers. Now they got to go on the road to play the Browns, a team that maybe in the stat box wasn't as bad as they looked last weekend versus the Ravens, Joe Flacco. And oh, by the way, who do the Packers have on deck? That's right, Sunday Night Football. They're playing the Cowboys. The look-aheads and situational spots aren't as prevalent in the NFL as they are in college football. As we mentioned, last week coming off that poor loss and then going to play a team named Delaware. But let's be real. Not a lot of teams are getting up to play teams named the Saints. They're going through the motions. They're not getting up to play teams like the Browns. I think both the Saints and the Browns are live. Again, beware in those teaser spots this weekend. I think these could be really, really sweaty games towards the end.
Cannot wait to sweat my Browns bet +8. Cannot wait. Before we rifle through some of your college favorite plays, let's address Dressgate. There's a character.
The dress.
There's a character, let's call him a character, who went out of his way to say that he was going to track your plays this year. And he was also going to give plays, which I think those plays are done. And he's also not tracking you anymore. But he said if he was worse than you, he was going to wear a dress next year to Vegas at Bet Bash. You just found out about this, right?
So listen, everybody sends me these tweets. I've had the guy blocked for years. Sends me these tweets, or I get screenshots of their reply to him. And they're like, why don't you say something? And I go, because that's what he wants. Right. So then my agent sends me this tweet the other day and goes, he's retiring. I said, oh, you just get to retire at 0-5. That means you're at 0%. And mathematically, that's pretty impossible for me to be at 0%. So I'm going to go ahead and declare myself the winner here. The question is, does he have enough honesty, credibility, manliness to put on a dress at Bet Bash? Let's be real here. I think that you opened your mouth, you said you were going to do something, and now you have to follow up with it.
Yep. A lot of jealousy in this business, and it's kind of sad. He thinks he took down Adam Chernoff, which was not the case, and he thought he was going to take you down, and he quit after 2 weeks. He quit.
Listen, think about it, guys. When we were kids, and we're playing Mario Kart or Sonic the Hedgehog or one of those, and it was your gaming console, but you took it to the neighbor kid's house and then you lost like 4 games in a row, and you're like, I'm taking my Sega Genesis and I'm going home. Like, that's exactly what he just did. Like,
turn it off.
Yeah, okay. You still lost is the reality. You can turn the game off, you can go home, but that doesn't discredit what actually unfolded. So I'll pick out a nice dress. I'll go on Nordstrom. I'll buy the dress. How about that? I get to pick out the dress.
Oh, yes. Man, you might have to go somewhere else. I'm curious what the size would be. Like, there's a lot there. There's a lot
Oh,
there.
like a big and tall lady store.
Yeah,
That's a very good.
maybe.
That's a very good point.
How about a moo-moo? A moo-moo would be great.
I thought we would show a little. No. Okay. All right.
Maybe Jeff Feinberg will make a video of going dress shopping. All right, let's talk about some of these college games coming up this weekend. We've talked a lot about Illinois, Indiana. I want to get your perspective on this. We're now getting to 6.5 at a lot of spots. Indiana, the heavy favorite. Sam has pushed against all this, a line I love all year, even though he's the Illinois guy. What do you think about it?
I can't understand it. We're going 3.5 to 6.5. And the whole world is on Illinois, you guys. We know what that means. We know that they're the square dog. That doesn't mean they're not going to come to play. I think both of these coaches have done a wonderful job. Kirk Cignetti, particularly with Indiana, has just risen out of just the ashes, right? Todd Furman tweeted about this game earlier in the week and said they have never both been ranked and played each other. I was floored. I was like, that's never happened. So I think it's going to be a really exciting game. But at this point, you can only look towards the dog. Unfortunately, I don't like being on the dog that everybody else is on, so I'm going to pass. But yeah, I mean, if you have a contest maybe that's got a stale line, lay the 3.5 here. You're getting a ton of value.
All right, so games you like. Let's start with this Wisconsin-Maryland game. Wisconsin got shoved early in the week. Sounds like Billy Edwards is going to play, their quarterback. But it's gone from 7.5 to 10 at some spots. There's Kelly in Vegas, ready with open arms to embrace the dog at plus 10. That's what you do.
Yeah, this is a lot of points for a Wisconsin team off an absolute throttling by the Crimson Tide. I mean, that game was ugly, right? Their quarterback threw for 400 yards in the air, 4 touchdowns. Now, I'm not saying that Alabama and Maryland are even remotely on the same playing field, if you will. But look, Luke Fickell, I think some of these favorite wins are really hard to come by for him. They have to think this is a gimme type game. But I think Malik Washington is better than advertised. I could see him exploiting this Badgers defense. I would not be shocked in the slightest to see the Terps win this game. I had a good friend of mine text me, oh, well, the Wisconsin owns them in this series since they joined the Big Ten. Yeah, well, the last time they played was 2022. Maryland was just coming out, joining the Big Ten. They weren't any good. Now they're back in this mix. They got to beat up on a couple of cupcakes. I think this team is kind of feeling themselves. I think this offense is clicking. I think it's going to be a game in Madison.
All right, what about North Carolina? Speaking of beating up on a couple of cupcakes, after that whole high-profile game against TCU where they get smoked, everybody's laughing at Bill Belichick. Now they've won a couple of games, and they go on the road, touchdown underdogs at UCF. What's the play?
It's funny because it is tied with my SMU play we'll get to here in a minute. But look, we all saw that game in primetime, right? We all know what happened. Is TCU better than advertised? Is North Carolina not as bad as advertised? There's probably somewhere to truth in the middle here. But what I don't understand is all this love for Central Florida. This is not some Central Florida team of the past. I know Scott Frost is back there as a head coach, but they lost 4 home games as favorites last year. Did everybody just happen to forget that? I'm not sure, again, where this respect is coming from. I looked, I was like, is there an injury? What am I missing? Nope, sure enough, just a lot of love in the marketplace for the favorite here. The problem is, if you look at the last 20 UCF games, the underdog is 17-3 against the spread. I know Bill took a lot of flack for that TCU game, saying everything he ever did is attributed to Brady. I think we're going to find out. I do think Bill Belichick is the better coach here. I'm going to take Bill plus the 7.5, and I think they can win there in Central Florida.
We got about a minute, Kel. Anything else that you really like in college?
Yeah, I think SMU upsets TCU. Sonny Dyke says, hey, I no longer want to play this rivalry game, so this is the last look for a team that made the college football playoff last year. And now it's going just across town, catching 7. I don't know. I mentioned TCU not being as good as that week 1 game we all saw there in Chapel Hill, and I think that is still the case. I think SMU plus the touchdown and plus the points.
Kelly, I think you get a little bit of chaos this weekend. I do. Everybody's talking about the stat in the NFL. 12-0. The point spreads of 4 or more. They were winning straight up. I think at least a couple of those big favorites are going to go down, and you'll be happy. And we start to get a little excited in Survivor because just about everybody's still alive. It's been a boring first couple weeks.
Yeah, unless you misclicked like I did on one of the contests. You're still alive. Don't worry. It was just on one of the smaller contests. But somehow I was doing the mini losers and then kept picking losers in the one where you're not supposed to pick losers. Don't ask. This is why you double check, guys. Double check.
You're still alive in that one, right, Sam?
Oh, yeah.
You're good?
3 for 3, baby.
Losers. All right. There you go. There you go. Yep. Hit it again last night. Kelly in Vegas with us Fridays, 11 a.m. Eastern right here on BetSweats. Thank you, Kelly. Best of luck. On the other side, we will go and have a 2-minute drill breaking down a bunch of these NFL matchups. Where's the Room is coming up as well, college and the NFL on the BetMGM network.
You're listening to BetSweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network.
State still going to be the number 1 team in the country for me. They did struggle with Ohio, but that win over Texas, how good the defenses look. Julian Sayin has looked very good. I will still put them in the number 1 spot, and they are the favorites to win the national championship at BetMGM at plus 550. LSU right now has the best resume in college football with the road win at Clemson, home win against Florida. Their defense has looked fantastic. Offense isn't quite as great as I thought it would be up to this point, but how good their defense has looked and the 2 wins that they have, I'll put LSU at number 2. Folks, Miami's a top 3 team in college football, and if you just don't believe that, you're not watching the Canes closely enough. Both lines of scrimmage, they are elite. O-line, D-line, terrific. Carson Beck's look very good. Playmakers all over the field, man. Their running backs, wide receiver core is very, very good. I just worry about Mario Cristobal. It's why I would never bet Miami to win the national championship because of him and what he does in-game management type things, but his team is loaded, and they are good enough to beat any team in college football on any given day. I'll put Georgia at number 4 at plus 600. We all wanted to see what Georgia would look like finally against a good team, and their offense and Gunnar Stockton answered the bell. He was really, really good. I would expect Georgia's defense throughout the season, because they're coached by Kirby Smart, to continue to get better and better. But offense was their big question mark. I thought Gunnar Stockton played great. I'll put Georgia at number 4. Penn State has played absolutely nobody to start the season, and they have been very underwhelming. I've kept them at number 2 the last couple weeks, but now I got to drop them to number 5. They're on a bye this week, and then they get Oregon in 2 weeks. Obviously, we'll reevaluate and what they see, what they look like in that game.
Lot of games to get through. It's tough on a Friday getting through all these before buys. We're still in that scenario, 16 games per week, 15 we've got to break down on these Football Fridays. Welcome back, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. We'll get our contest plays together, see what we can come up with in about 20 minutes for lightning bets. Right now we bring in our executive producer, Paul Aspen. Paul, where are we starting?
My favorite part of this is Joe Sony has more thoughts on these games than the other games that I asked him specifically about. He wanted me to put in the rundown for earlier in the show, so that's great. All right, let's get going. Packers,
Okay.
Browns.
No. We're not just going to zoom past that. No, I never said any of that, actually. I never said we have to talk about that. You put in what you think will be the more popular games to the people this weekend, right? Did I not give out San Francisco? Did I not give out San Francisco 2 days ago? Did I not give out the Jets yesterday?
But I literally asked, hey, how about there's some games I picked for sure. Chiefs, we have to talk about. Ravens, Lions was talked about. Eagles, Rams, we had to talk about. Bears, Cowboys. After that, it was
all the games.
open.
That's all the games we did. We did like 5.
Well, that again, I would say that's more in that department than this department. As we were, Packers, Browns. Sam, I know you have stronger thoughts. We've heard them most of this week. Let's start there, and then we can zoom through these games.
Browns money line. Let's go.
Oh my God.
Not really. I just need them to keep it close. I mean, when you think about where the Packers' biggest weakness is, it's their offensive line, which they've been sort of shuffling around because of injuries. There's one thing the Browns are good at, getting to the quarterback and eating that offensive line up. And they put Myles Garrett all over the line. You put him on the right side, the left side, you line him up on the nose. They put him all over the line, and he is unblockable. This is also the first time we've seen the Packers leave Lambeau. They're at home against Detroit. They're at home against Washington. They got to go on the road. It's a bad spot. Cleveland needs this in the worst of ways. I love Cleveland. It pains me how much I love Cleveland +8.
Sam is clearly with the public on this one.
No, don't say that. No. If it is, I'm going to be very upset.
We'll find out where the room is at. I hear a lot of Cleveland, but I think it's just like the content we consume and the people we talk to. That's what I think it's about. It does seem like it is a consensus play. I don't hear anybody laying it with the Packers, but I'm sure the reality is quite different. Yeah, you're right. You're right about everything that you've brought up so far. I do wonder that pass rush of the Packers, though. Are they going to get to that statue? And could it just be a runaway if they do? Yeah, you could play out that scenario. But I do understand the idea, okay, Browns bouncing back. Flacco gets his, make it a one-score game. Sure, I could see that. Jacobs, by the way, what is his number for an anytime touchdown? Because it's ridiculous now. We had 10, 11 straight games.
I'm going to guess it's -170 without even looking. Give me 1 second. Josh Jacobs to score a touchdown is -180, -190, -210, -220.
That's a good call. Yeah, maybe I'll get there in a contest play if I need an extra pick. I'm not as strong as you guys are on Cleveland, but I understand it. A lot of smart people are on Cleveland this week. I'll just say that.
Jets, Bucks. Jets down to a 6.5-point dog in Tampa, Joe.
Let's go Jets. A lot of injuries on that Bucks offensive line. They've needed last-minute comebacks in their 2 wins. Nice start, 2-0 at Atlanta, at Houston. Now they get a home game, but I don't think there's a difference between Fields and Tyrod. I really don't. So I'm going to back the Jets. They're one of these 0-2 teams in this spot. 7? Are we still at 7 or are we calling it 6.5? You really
is
want
6.5.
7. Okay. Yeah, there were some 7s, but there are still some out there, correct? No, they're all gone. All 6.5s. We figured that was going to be the case. Still like the Jets to cover.
Yeah, the O-line's an issue. I really wanted to put the Jets in. I do 5 of these a week, obviously. I want to get there on the Jets. I just hear so many bad things about their defense, and that secondary is a problem. That's good for Baker, good for the receivers. Could be a big game for a lot of those Bucs receivers. Ibuka has been very popular in his very short NFL career. I lean to the Jets for sure. Have not gotten there yet.
Cardinals, Niners. Let's go back to Joe on this one.
Favorite, I do like. I gave it out at 1.5. It is still 2. It is 2.5. I still like that. Now I start to get concerned if we're going to touch 3. There is at least 1 or 2 books that have already gotten to 3. This line is going to be decided about what we hear today with the quarterback. If we get clarity on the quarterback, okay, they're kind of like right in the middle a little bit. Oh, there's a chance that Purdy could play. Let's bump it up a little bit. Let's get closer to that field goal number. And then once we get word, if it's Mac Jones, line's going down. If it's Purdy, we're probably going to be at 3. So that's why we had line movement the other day. Now, Shanahan's a known liar. I don't even think we're going to hear that Purdy is in. I expect it to be Mac Jones, and the line probably goes back down to where it was at 1.5 to 2. I like San Francisco in this spot, selling the Cardinals hard, 2 weak opponents. They barely got by both of them in New Orleans and Carolina. Give me the Niners laying a short number in their home opener.
I hate to agree again, but I talked about this either yesterday or the day before, just laying San Francisco before any possible move on Purdy. I think I've got Niners minus 135 or 140 in my slip. It's a little bit more expensive now, but I think he's going to play. I do. I know we can't trust Shanahan.
No.
We also can't trust Lane Kiffin in college. I think Purdy plays. That's my guess. I have no inside information there, but I think he plays, so I wanted to get a good number. Remember, Vegas Rick was given 1 and pick. Like he was giving that out early in the week. I didn't grab it, and he clearly got the best of it, as he usually does.
Falcons at the Panthers as a minus 5.5 point favorite in Carolina. Sam, can we get there on the Panthers?
I'd love to. Sure. I mean, nobody's going to want to take them, I would guess. If the room is going to come out on any favorite on the road, it's probably going to be Indianapolis or Atlanta. Carolina's just been so bad. Carolina and Miami are very similar in the sense that they've looked horrendous in the first 2 games, and there's just not this desire for people to log into their app and put their hard-earned money on Carolina to cover. But Atlanta just won on national television. Now they're 2-0. Or sorry, they're 1-1 because they lost to Tampa. They should have won the first game, but they didn't. 1-1, should be 2-0. But that big win on Sunday night is sort of in the minds of most people, and they're going to want to lay the points, Joe. They're also going to want to put Atlanta in their moneyline parlays. The books will need Carolina, no doubt, to win.
This has been one of those games where when thinking about it throughout the week, you're like, I know what I want to do. But as you just kind of mentioned, are you going to be able to pull the trigger? I think I'm there. I think I'm there on Carolina now. It's another one of these 0-2 teams, a desperate spot. Keep in mind, those games that the Panthers struggled in throughout, even though they did cover last week at Arizona, both on the road, they haven't had a home game yet. So I think we're going to get a different look. Bryce Young did show up at the end of the game. I know it was garbage time, but they had 3 straight touchdown drives, and then all of a sudden the game was hanging in the balance. This is too much respect. Falcons on the road laying 5.5. This number was 6 earlier in the week, and it got knocked down a little bit. Raheem Morris laying this kind of a point spread. Here's Raheem Morris when opening as a favorite, 1-7-1 against the spread. I like those picks on defense. That's where they needed those assets to go for Atlanta. They had a good week last week. So, okay, they're just going to take off. They're going to keep doing that every single week. Okay, let's slow down a little bit. Give me the Panthers plus 5.5.
Game we have barely talked about this week other than Jaden Daniels being banged up. And I believe out this week. I don't know if that's official, but Raiders at Washington. Anything on this? Raiders are a 3.5 point dog. Sam.
I still type in Redskins every time I mean to Google Commanders. It's a problem. It will never die. I will always do it. It is what it is. I hate that I do that. But anyways, I have no interest, Paul, not to pass on your segment or on this part of the segment. I hate this game. I could make a case for the under very easily with Geno and Mariota, but this could also, Joe, be one of those very ugly games that ends up being fun, like freaky fun. Like Patriots Dolphins ended up being one of the best games last week. These guys were scoring like crazy. I have no interest in betting this one. Sorry, I don't.
So earlier in the week, Dan Quinn said, if Daniels is going to practice, it will be on Friday. 20 minutes ago, all the reports came out. Daniels, not at practice. Not there. That would point to it being a Mariota game. So take that for what it is. Like you, I have no interest in this game. I will not be playing. Gino looked awful short week. Like, which side has the advantage here? I don't know. Gentie's not involved in the offense. I'm not interested. I'll be on the sideline.
I might get there on the Raiders. We'll see. Broncos Chargers. Broncos are I believe a 3-point dog. Yep, 3-point dog at the Chargers. Joe.
Another one of those games. I'm not quite sure what to do. Broncos last week they lose, but it was a good sign with Bo Nix because he was so terrible in their win against the Tennessee Titans. They lose at the Colts in a high-scoring affair. That was certainly a positive. I don't know why I'm not betting the Chargers. I don't know if it's just the number that I don't like on a lot of their games where it's just past that key number. I'm not sure what it is, but this divisional matchup, maybe it ends up being like a field goal game, something like that. But it's not on my card, guys. How about you?
I think this is an ugly physical game. These two teams know each other like the back of their hands. They opened this thing 46, just shy of 47. Big old key number in the NFL circles. 45.5 at a couple shops right now offshore. Makes sense. I think you're gonna see these defenses rise to the challenge. And again, no secrets here. Denver knows what LA is going to do. LA knows what Denver's going to do. 21-20, 24-20. I lean under.
All right. 2 more games left. Steelers, Patriots. Evan Silva telling us yesterday he likes the Patriots as a short dog. Joe, you got anything on this game?
Yeah, I understand where he's coming from. The Steelers defense is pathetic. And to his point, talking about how bad the Steelers defense was at the end of last year. Now, that was against some electric offenses. That's really not the case this year. You give up 31 points to Seattle last week. It's been bad. They have given up at least 27 points in 5 of their last 6 games, going back to the last month of last year. I'm not sure it's going to turn around. Here's Mac Jones. He's got another positive matchup going against a very weak defense. So this could be all Patriots here. The Steelers have not covered. I'm not sure they're going to cover this one either.
I have sort of flipped on the Patriots. I was very impressed with how they battled back in the fourth quarter last week. I still think they stink, but their schedule stinks even harder now. That's my spin zone, Joe. Tell your Boston buddy, well, the schedule stinks. Drake May looked good in the second half last week. He did. And look, the coaching eventually, I said, over time, they're going to be fine. It's just like, I want to think that Pittsburgh can get there defensively. I can't believe they're this bad, and I don't think it's going to stay this bad.
Man.
Maybe over, though, 44.5. I don't think either defense is that impressive, and I think Rodgers could get some too. So for the first time in a long time, we have not seen this sharp support on a Steelers under. It's usually under early in the week, and it continues late in the week. We have not seen that on this Steelers game. First time in a long time. That's worth paying attention to.
All right, last game. We will save the room for next segment. I will say the Browns and Packers are prominently featured in the room. Won't say what side just yet. Saints, Seattle. Are you guys getting there where Kelly is, where the Saints are live? Or are we still where are we at on Survivor, side, etc. on this game, Joe?
This is going to be the most popular play in Survivor this week. There is no other week that stands out right now where you would want to take Seattle. And they're home against Rattler, laying 7.5. I'm worried because I'm going to have Seattle. I will have Seattle in Survivor, and I'm very concerned. And then last night, right after the game, Horvy's like, I took Bills in Survivor. Dude, Rattler's playing well. I think he can win. Well, Rattler hasn't won a game yet. He's 0-8 straight up, and now he's going against the Seahawks defense. Yeah, he put up good numbers last week against San Francisco. I'm not buying. I'm not buying at all. I need Seattle to win. I won't be betting the 7.5. Need them to win. How about you, Sam?
I talked the 108 guys out of double Seattle. That's what they wanted to do.
Oh,
They've
they
got
wanted
both entries
double?
left. They wanted double. And I said, let's not be a part of the great purge of week 3. So we did split off double Seattle. I'm not betting the Saints. Not happening.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not doing that either. But could we see Darnold in a bad week? Maybe some chaos. Maybe. Could happen. Lightning Bets, The Room. Also, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
A lot to get to. Final segment of the show. We will have our lightning bets. We will come together on contest plays, see if we can put a 5-team card together. That is coming up in just a few minutes. But first, we've been teasing you guys, making you wait all show long. We have it both for college and the NFL. We'll get to where they are statistically in college football. It is just as bad as we've ever seen. Way worse than any bartender stretch. That's how bad the room has been in college football. But we bring in Paul Aspen. Let's find out where's the room.
Where's the room?
All right, Paul, what do you think? Starting college? You have the record in front of you?
Okay. Yeah, let's do college. Teaser, you guys are going to hate where the room is at this week across the board. All right, college football. 2-18, minus 17.8 units. This week's sides.
That means Miami's in there for sure. Miami and Oklahoma, Joe. That's what that means.
Oh, boy.
Number 5, most bet teams at BetMGM for NCAA football week 4. Utah -3. Number 5.
All right. I wouldn't mind going the other side.
I like Tech. I like Morton.
Yeah.
Number 4. Everybody knew this one was coming. Illinois +6.5.
Oh, Jake. Jake.
You're in trouble, Jake.
L.
You're in trouble.
L. Number 3.
Oh, what's that final score? What is Gertch going to say when Indiana wins by 4 touchdowns? I can't wait.
So 3. Long toes. He puts in the chat. Number 3. Oh, man. Really? Because I think the Matt Rule hype is year 3 is getting out of control. But Michigan -2.5 is the third most bet side at BetMGM this week.
I wanted to get there too on Nebraska. I couldn't, and I ended up on Rutgers tonight. So great. Now Rutgers will not cover, and Nebraska will. Awesome.
And you guys know number 2 and number 1. Number 2, Miami -9.5. Oklahoma -7. Number 1.
I knew when the shirtless wonder came Miami. I knew it. I knew it. I called it. I knew it.
So does that mean they're going to lose outright?
I hope not. I hope Carson Beck
concern.
makes a game-winning touchdown pass into the back of the end zone, down 4, Miami by 3, doesn't cover.
Oh man, we need this story to stay alive. We need both of those. Is the room going to have a turnaround? We know how this goes. Like, we've been laughing about it. 2-18. It is truly remarkable what they've done so far. But it will turn at some point. They will have a winning week at some point. God.
I can't. Watching Joe talk himself into a room comeback this week is awesome.
No, I'm betting against the room. I'll tell you right now. I'm betting against the room, and let's just see. Maybe we can hit both sides where they end up covering the dog, but these favorites, especially number 1 for me, number 2 for Sam, end up winning.
NFL, you guys ready?
I've never been more ready. If I hear Cleveland, I might cry.
NFL sides, by the way, for the record, 3-7, -4.7 units on the young season. So the NFL most bet sides at BetMGM for this weekend slate. Number 5, the Chargers -3 at home against the Broncos.
Definitely makes sense.
It's a lot.
Number 4, I understand this one. Chiefs -6.5.
Never would I lay that number with that team. No. But the situation, I see why they're betting that.
Yeah. Number 3, the Colts -4 on the road.
Now it's time.
Yes.
Now it's time. Haven't bet them all year. Haven't done it all year. Now you're going to lay 4 on the road. Got it.
We have to bet Tennessee, Sam. I know you're Colts guy now, but we
gotta go. I
to.
like the Colts. I still like the Colts to win the division. I'm not betting the Colts here. Not happening.
Number 2. And this one makes sense because, and Sam, you said it all this week. I just don't. How does this go the other way? But Cowboys -1.
Yeah, whatever. They're winning. I don't care.
I mean, look, the room's 3-7. They're not 0-10. They win some games.
Yeah.
All right. Most bet side for the NFL weekend at BetMGM is from the Browns and the Packers. Packers -8.
Yes! Yes!
What did he do? Oh my God! What is wrong with him?
Broke his setup. Oh,
what is?
That's
okay, so he's
amazing.
Frozen. Oh no, he's
back.
What happened?
I don't know. I slammed on my desk, knocked everything off it. Sorry.
You froze completely. You didn't go off air. It just froze.
I was so excited that I knocked my mug over. I knocked my mouse on the floor. Pens went flying. It is what it is.
I had you concerned. I knew it was going to be Green Bay. We all knew it was going to be Green Bay, but I think I had you a little worried about how much.
Once it got to the most bet side, once it got to number 1, it was like, all right, it has to be the Packers.
It has to be.
That was my favorite sweat of the day.
You built that up really well, and I just destroyed my office. But whatever, it's fine.
Let me add most bet spreads, most money, Colts. Colts -4, most money.
Tighten up.
Most tickets on a total. Take a wild guess, everyone.
Bears over.
Come on. Yes. Bears over. Most tickets on a dog to win. Lions, money line.
Really? Okay, I'm not surprised by that, but I didn't think it was going to be that popular. Again, not surprised, but
Monday Night Football is the most popular dog to win on Friday.
Yikes.
There's going to be a lot of that.
What was it? Tweet we got that said a Lions fan that said the Ravens are going to stuff him into a trash can or something like that?
Yes.
Yeah. I understand
Could
that.
see it. I just think we get points. When Kenny told me his final score was 35-31, I thought that makes complete sense. Yes. Because the Ravens have shown this propensity to not finish things defensively. Third, fourth quarter, they're up big. They let teams come back. And how many times is it now? 8 times since 21 when a Harbaugh team has let another team with a 10% chance to win come back and win. You go up on Detroit. Detroit's not going to stop coming at you. They're going to keep scoring. So it makes sense. And that total's moved up 50.5 to 53.
All right, let's put together our contest plays. Good stuff on Where's the Room. Sam, I'll start with you, but are we just going to go to the Cleveland spot here? The number's 7.5.
Cleveland.
Okay. Cleveland plus 7.5. I think that's a good look. That makes certainly makes some sense. Number of ways that I could go. Paul, I'll jump to you. What do you think?
I mean, I think the next couple will probably all be on the same side, but I'll go Titans, especially coming off the room. Titans catching 4.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with you there. Titans catching 4. The Jets number with the Bucks, it's 6.5, so that's not top play stuff. I'll go with San Francisco laying 2.5. That's the number we have there. So I'm going to go with the Niners. Any disagreement?
Nope.
Okay. I like all these so far. We've got to come up with 2 more. Sam, which one do you want to throw out?
If we don't want to do Cowboys, I understand. Can we decide that now? Are we in or out on Cowboys?
I'm not taking the Bears. I'll tell you that.
It's not the Bears. It's not the Bears. High scoring affair. Bears 0-3. Do the Bears fit this trend of these 0-2 teams that end up covering a lot? It started with Miami last night. You like Cleveland. We like the Jets. We like Tennessee. Do the Bears fit that? The thing is, it's basically a pick 'em. I agree with you on the Dallas side.
There have been so many times in my life when the public has bet against the Bears and been right. I'll never forget Sunday night, 2014. The Bears had just lost to the Patriots by like 30. Then they hit the bye, and everybody bet the Packers. And I bet the Bears because I'm like, oh, well, the public can't get it right again. Packers won 55-14. The Bears are room proof. Room proof.
0-3. 0-3 start.
I agree
Okay.
with that.
We've got to land on another one. Paul, do you have one that you feel strongly about? I have a few, and I'd be good with any of them.
Okay. I
The
could
one
get
that
there on either
stands
the
out.
Jets or the Panthers, but what do you got?
Yeah. Jets, Panthers, Bengals are the three that I was looking at.
I prefer not the Bengals, but if we want to get ugly, that's fine.
Paul, you're
Jets
a
or
Jags
Pan-
guy. Jags.
God. If I'm trying to
Jets-
lose, if I'm trying to go 0-5, Jags.
Sam, Jets plus 6.5 or Panthers plus 5.5?
It doesn't matter. You got a coin, flip it.
I flipped a coin once on this show. I think I broke something.
Jake,
like
you
Sam just
decide.
did.
Jets or Panthers?
I don't want that kind of burden on me. Nope. Pass.
Come on. No, we want to rip on you when it loses. Come on, give us something.
I know that's why you're putting me in this spot.
Do the Jets. Why not?
Jets.
If I had to pick,
Okay.
it would be the Jets and the backup quarterback spot.
Gertz. Yeah, I mean, Tyrod. Yeah, Tyrod.
See, of course, Gertz says the Panthers. Of course.
Right. Of course.
Yep. You've thought out the parlay. Now boost it. Use this boost token on any pro football same game parlay and grab a bigger payout if you win. I'll be on BetMGM game day, 8 to 11 a.m. Eastern, right here on the BetMGM network with Jason LaConfora and Kate Constable. After that, Sam, what you guys got?
Costos giving props for 25 minutes. Don't miss it. Hook 'em horns. Let's go. Win by 50.
What do you do for those two segments?
Take a nap.
Oh, we can talk about it next week. All right. Talk Sunday morning. Be here Monday, 9 a.m. Eastern. This has been Bet Sweats.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.